Well, hello everyone, and welcome to part two, or technically part two, I guess, of this Attack on Titan read-through. The Great Attack on Titan Reread is what we've decided to call it, where we are reading through Attack on Titan for who knows how many times we've read it before, but we're here reading it again, and it's me, Ordinary Ari, and we've got two other people here with me. We got Kyle Entertainment and Reicha7. If you are watching this on, I guess if you're watching this right now, then you should probably know that part one of this was on Kyle Entertainment's channel, which is Secondary E&D. And he's right here. Yeah, go ahead, say something, Kyle. Introduce yourself.
The Great Attack on Titan Reread. Let's break their ears, get them into this. But yes, I am still here. How is it? 3 months later or something, and we are still going on. This has not been cancelled, as some people have speculated. But we've got somebody else here who is yet to speak.
Yes, hello everyone. As Aaron introduced me, I'm Reicha7. I think on the last video, I was sort of still trying to work out my branding for my channel, so it was Chaos Hasher Array for a second, but we're just going with Reicha7 Anime. It's easier, it's less cringe, but we're still keeping the profile photo.
Yes, okay. So, in terms of what we're going to be talking about here, where he's probably in the description or the title or something, but we got volumes 5 to 8 of Attack on Titan, which are chapters 18 and a half to 34. And in terms of what that covers, we got Ills' notebook, which is like a bonus chapter. We get Eren's trial. We get meeting Levi squad for the first time. We have our main characters joining the Survey Corps. We get the female Titan in the Forest of the Giant Trees. We get the female Titan in Stoa's district. And then we get the end of the volume, and that's it. So I guess we can start with overall thoughts. So
of a collection.
What do you think, Kyle? What are your overall thoughts?
Well, this old female Titan arc, it's been a while, so we might be hazy until we get into the exact details that we have listed out in our copious amounts of notes here. But generally, it took me a very long time to read these chapters because I'm slack, because I'm bad. But a lot of the early chapters are a lot of text chapters, which usually I like in Attack on Titan, but for whatever reason, the motivation wasn't there for me to get through them quickly. So I would say I had a bit of a less interested notion towards those first maybe 5 or 10 chapters of the arc, in comparison to how much I was surprised that I liked basically everything from the first batch of chapters we read. In the back half, though, I read all of that pretty quickly. It was pretty great. And I'm almost certain I'll just chalk up my disinterest in those first few chapters into just my motivation mood at the time. But overall, I actually don't know which one I would say I like more, but I did like this stuff very, very much. That's basically my overall thoughts. About Mr. R. What did you think?
I think I'm kind of similar. The first few chapters I think I found a bit tougher to get through. Obviously, we do get to meet like Levi squad and all that, and that's cool. But I found it really, for me, it only really began to pick up after they reached the Forest of Giant Trees. And that's when my sort of interest was. I think that's as well where we get to see where I realized, okay, this is where we see, I think, the first sort of big shift and improvement in Isayama's art as well, without getting into sort of too many specifics. So it was a weird one for me. Do I think it was like overall better than the previous arc? It's hard for me to tell. I feel like it might be, but only because of the latter half. The former half, a bit. It's a weird one. I think it's a weird arc. Like when I think about it in position to all the others, it's a bit of a weird arc. But I can't really. I'm struggling to work out exactly why it feels like a weird arc, because it is significant. Like we get some very significant plot points in it.
Yes,
and some key characters appear, and the appearance of several vital key characters who will be with us for the rest of the series.
I think in general, there were definitely, even if we look at standout moments, which I don't know if we're right, well, Ari hasn't given his overall thoughts, so we're not truly transitioning into that yet, but I feel like all of the standout moments I had from the first batch of chapters we read were all higher than all of the standout moments of this one. This one might have been more consistent, perhaps. But there was nothing that really shocked me or surprised me to go back and see, I guess. And in this grouping of chapters, which that really is only an impression you can get if you're doing a reread like we are, where just the first bit was surprisingly fantastic, at least for me, and all of the moments that had existed in my head forever. We talked about this all last time, so I won't reiterate too much. But revisiting them and realizing they were even better than I had remembered, some profoundly so. Especially with the Mikasa backstory stuff and all that. I didn't really have a moment like that too much. I feel like all my favorite parts of this stuff were all the tiny little details that I thought fleshed everything out way more than I had remembered it being, either just by what they'd cut out in the anime or misremembering or unremembering, not really misremembering some of the little details, but yeah. Ari, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, okay.
With your overall thoughts?
So, I guess for me, when I first watched Attack on Titan, which is like the way I watched it in season 1, or the way I interacted with it in season 1, for me, the show got a lot better when this like kind of stuff happens, like when the female Titan comes into the story, and essentially after that, I thought the show was really good. But I guess when I'm reading now, in our first part of the reread for those first, like, 4 volumes, I like those a lot more than the first time I like watched it in the anime. So like my appreciation for those has gone up a lot. But I think when I was reading through here now, the stuff we're reading now is probably stays very similar to how much I enjoyed it the first time. So I don't know. Like I definitely enjoyed this. Like I think it's just as good as the last part, but I think my appreciation for the last part that we read has just gone up a lot more. So yeah.
That's maybe that's where that's where I'm at. Yeah, the first part reading through that again, was like such a big sort of holy shit. This was like a lot better than I remembered it being. Not that I remembered it ever being bad, but yeah, this part was kind of like, this is about the level I was at.
There's a lack of surprise with this all, it seems. I just want to say quickly, on the anime point, episode 17, which is the first episode, that's the female Titan episode where she's introduced when they first go into the forest. I feel like that's my favorite episode of the anime, probably. I think that one's really good. So I feel what Ari is saying on the front of like, this in the anime is where shit got real. And it's sick.
I wonder if part of that feeling is because I feel like I remember as well when we were discussing part 1, a lot of us for the part 1, our brains had been so mixed up with the amount of additional content that had been added in the anime. So there was a lot more, I guess, of difference. I mean, there is a lot of additional content here, but it kind of all happens at the end of the arc, when the anime came in and did the sort of the filler for it. Or I said at the end, it happens like, that episode that's basically them retreating from
22,
the forest,
and then some of 24.
But I guess the first one, there was a lot more of us sort of, having to deal with misremembering what was anime versus what was manga, and a lot more of like a rearrangement of events that happened in the anime. Whilst this arc is where it gets a bit more consistent with just a little bit of added stuff.
Yeah, and I think that will increase going forward. Well, I guess it peters off, if you will, into the Uprising arc, but it gets the anime isn't too different the more we progress. Besides the Uprising arc, so I think we're in for more of that. But is that everybody's overall thoughts? Does anybody have anything else to say before we get into specifics here?
No.
I think I'm all good.
All right. Well, Mr. R, you're going to start Standout Moments, and this time, instead of just having me monologue for 4 whole hours, as I do my first 4 Standout Moments, and there's no bird monologue, so sadly this time, we're going to differentiate between who goes. So Mr. R is going to go, then I'm going to go, then Ari's going to go on specific Standout Moments, and Mr. R is going to go first.
Yes. So one of my standout moments, I'm pretty sure it was a standout moment for me in the anime when I watched it as well, and it's basically just the entire choosing ceremony. Like the what's going through their heads, we get the sort of the internal monologues of everyone. It's so good. Everyone else is leaving, and then that double page spread of all our characters, apart from Bertolt, for some reason he's not in that double page spread, saluting, and you can just see the raw visceral emotion. Sasha's crying, Connie looks like he's just completely fucked it. Armin is like clearly terrified, but also still resolute. It's so fucking good. Like, everything, it's sort of this lovely cap to what we saw at the end of the Trost arc. all these characters, the majority of whom were planning to go in, to go join the MPs, have now chosen to join the Survey Corps. And as Erwin said, they've conquered their fear because, it shows that they are these great, fucking great characters. They know what awaits them. They know how horrible it is. And they're throwing aside the opportunity of a safe life in order to deal with that because they just know in their hearts that it's the right thing to do. It's so fucking good. And then you get after that double page spread, you get the big breakdown of all the individual character panels showing their expressions again. It's such a good moment.
Well, I'd like to point out that not everybody there is being genuine. We have some snakes in the grass, which is
yes, we do have some snakes in the grass. Funnily enough, I think they're the ones with the most sort of muted expressions as well.
Yeah. Epic foreshadowing. Isayama knew everything from the beginning. That sounded sarcastic, but of course he knew who the shifters
also
were.
the little panel of Jean's sort of imagination of the Titans eating everyone of
yes, it's a great
and
panel.
It's
I think
really
that might
fucking
be
brutal as well. Genuinely brutal.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people listening won't remember that panel because is it shown in the anime for a second?
It's just shown in the anime.
Yeah, it's like a fantasy panel of everybody getting eaten by Titans in John's hysteria of what might happen, and it's
But
it's
again,
sick, bro.
Anime it only gives you a second to process. With a manga, you turn to that page, you do not turn the page for a while. You look over that, you analyze everything about that. That's why manga is just a better format. You can spend as little or as much time as you want on a page, a panel.
It's true and based. You choose the pace. That rhymed.
Wow.
Incredible. Are you got anything to say about this specific moment?
No, I just think I agree.
Covered?
It's great.
I'm pretty sure he did. Now, I was reading ahead slightly because my moment is apparently chapter 27. And I was like, what the fuck happened to chapter 27? Oh my god. And then I read through it and I was like, oh. But I remember the feeling. Chapter 27 is called Erwin Smith. What a fella that fella is. But there's a monologue, basically, a back and forth. This is, I don't know if the female Titan has been captured yet. Yeah, she has. She's just been captured. And Armin and Jean basically have a conversation reflecting on this fact. And they sort of have this whole monologue about what it takes to be a man of change or a man of action or somebody with the balls to do what Erwin is doing here. And there's a lot of talking about Erwin. Erwin isn't really a character in this arc yet, which is a point we wanted to flesh out a little bit later. I remember it's in our notes again later. But he's more so talked about and speculated about. He's sort of a man of mystery of what his plan is, because throughout the entire arc, things are not going as Armin, Jean, Reiner, and some of the other recruits expect. Things aren't happening like they assume immediately after the whole, I think it's the right flank is destroyed, that there'll be a retreat signal given and they'll all go back, but instead they are told to charge forward and they charge into the forest of giant trees and all of this. You guys remember the plot points. But obviously this was because Erwin had figured out that they were probably going to get chased by a probable Titan shifter, and he's way ahead of the game, and he's Lord Annie as the female Titan in here, so they can potentially capture her and find out more information about things like that. And there's sort of a monologue here of Armin and Jean piecing this together, and this is a good sort of expositional tool to give the audience, but just the build up through their conversation here. It's very hard to explain. I feel like you would be better off just going back to read it, but just the momentum of this whole scene, and the mystery as they're trying to figure out that as John and Armin figure out that it has to have been somebody that could see Eren when he came out of the Titan, and we get silhouetted shots of everybody who could have seen that moment, and it's just the tension and the mystery and everything building here. And then there's a cut between Jean, a match cut to Eren saying something because him and Squad Levi are having the same conversation. I don't know. I always generally in media, I think I like a lot of the stuff where it cuts around to a bunch of different things quickly and they're all kind of talking about the same thing. It's really sick. And this is all intercut with a Titan trying to climb a tree and eventually falling. It's just a little visual metaphor for everything that's going on. But yes, and then it ends with Armin talking about how he might be evil or something, Erwin, but he has thrown away his humanity to become a monster to contend with monsters. That's also something we'll talk about later when we get into the thematic section. But then this cutting to basically the characters in the know with Levi and Hange as and Erwin as they have Annie and they continue to tie her down, and Mike, or however the fuck you say his name, and Levi are trying to cut through, and Levi has a monologue how he's like, well, I'm gonna torture you, bitch, and then the chapter continues on from there. But just that initial moment, I remember reading it and being like, all right, this is the fucking good shit. This is what I've been waiting for. But did either two of you? Well, Ari's got a bit of this in the same notes column, but I guess we'll ask Mr. R first. Did you also while reading this, did this moment stand out to you at all, or to blend in with everything?
Yeah, I did really like it. I think I had to read that bit twice because I think there were times where, because of like the cuts between everyone, my brain was sort of misassociating certain quotes with certain characters. So I had to sort of carefully go through it at one point. I think once I'd read it, I was like, no, I'm going to read that again, and I went through just to carefully see how everything was dotted, and it is really well done.
Yeah.
Really good. And you're right, and your whole sort of assessment about Erwin Smith as well. You're right. He is, again, because like being anime brained for a lot of these earlier stuff, especially. You're right. Erwin Smith is much more of an enigma at this point. People talk about him. We see the odd bit where he's doing stuff. He'll turn up, he'll say something, but then the majority is the POV of other characters. We don't really get a lot of Erwin POV or like Erwin sort of being heavily involved. It's more other people, talking about him. So. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with what you said. It is very good, and there's probably a lot to. I think we bring up some of the reading into it later, don't we?
Yeah. Just quickly, a good word that I didn't use, that I should have used, that I've seen, that I've used in my notes, was intrigue. There's big intrigue here, and I also had a quote written down here. That is another quote that is said a little bit throughout Attack on Titan, and we are trying to keep notes of all the little motifs and the repeating lines. But I think this is Armin who has a line about Erwin. Where he says somebody who can't throw away. I might have misquoted. Hold on, am I reading it wrong? Someone who can't throw anything away. I think it was supposed to be everything away. Will never be able to change anything, or can't. Maybe it is can't throw anything away.
It's throw away everything dear to them in the manga, in the printed volume.
In your version, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, it says the people capable of changing things are the ones who can throw away everything dear to them when forced to face down monsters. Oh, sorry. No, then later on it goes someone who can't throw anything away. So it has both. So the panel with Erwin says throw everything away, and then the panel with Annie, which is, by the way, a great fucking cut too, because especially what we learn later about Annie, it's really fucking good, and it's a payoff that we have to wait a very long time for as well.
Yes, indeed.
Someone
She's in that crystal for a little while.
Never be able to change anything.
Does anybody remember another time when this is brought up? It might be brought up back at this line specifically, or something nearing this line. I feel like it's brought up in Return to Shinganshina a bunch, but I can't place any exact moment.
Was that line not actually brought up when Ian was dying? Because I know his pictures there in the inclusion.
I think so. Yes, because one of the things I wanted to point out was that Ian was one, because Armin sort of flashes to Pixis, Ian, Zachley, and Erwin as sort of these men of change that can do this. And the last time I actually said, like, oh, it sucks that Ian is never brought up again. Like, he should get more respect. But here he was in the manga. That was another big moment where I was like, my boy Ian, he got his recognition. Part one me would have been so happy.
What an absolute top lad Ian is.
What a decapitated young man. I love him. But indeed, Mr. R, were you going to say something else, or should we let Ari do his?
No, I think I'm just sort of trying to look back to find the Ian chapter, the bit where Ian dies, to see if that's actually brought up there, or if it's a future flashback.
Well, while you do that, we'll let Ari say his piece on this chapter 29, business.
29 or chapter 27.
27.
So I think I basically agree with what you just said, Kyle, but I think the one thing that I've at least written here in the notes that I wrote months ago, the things that stand out to me on that chapter, particularly the way that you've got the multiple distinct not storylines, but like characters that are physically separated, all kind of thinking of the same like general thing. I think that's the interesting thing for me in this chapter. And the one I point out is how you've got Jean and Eren, who they're in two completely different locations and situations and all that, but they have the same thought basically. And I have a quote here, which is John starts off saying, but I still don't get it. Even if we don't know where the spy is, shouldn't at least a few more soldiers have been told about this operation? And then Eren, like in the same, like I guess, a panel afterwards in a completely different location. He says there had to be someone who wouldn't have died had they known that the Titan was intelligent. It's like, oh, cool, similar thoughts going on here between these two characters.
There is a lot of Eren gene parallels throughout the manga, and it is a neat little parallel. Even they have to pretend to be each other. Well, Gene has to pretend to be Eren at the end of the arc. But god damn it, I had something else to say before that, and that was going to be the side point, but I spent too long saying it and forgot the first point. Ooh. Imagine if that ever happened before.
I can tell you right now, the Ian death is the cruel world motif rather than the throwing everything away motif. Although Ian does make a line about we all have to, just flat out says sacrifice ourselves to even if it means our lives protect Eren until he gets to the gate. But there isn't there isn't like that actual direct motif. Unless Mikasa has a flashback on it later, but I don't think she does.
Both of these things, because they're kind of two separate points, can be read more into later when we get to the thematic stuff. With like the morality of not telling people, and is it worth it to risk the failure of the entire mission to potentially give certain soldiers who were engaging the female Titan more knowledge about their target or whatever, or those necessary sacrifices that have to be made, and certain things like that. But we will get back to that stuff come the themes.
It's so easy to accidentally walk into themes when discussing stuff.
Indeed. But I think that's it for that part, unless anybody else has something else to say about this chapter 27 expositional scene.
Not at all.
Exposition, it's great. My goodness. But that would lead us back to Mr. Ari, who's next.
Crazy. So, we're in the standout moment section at the moment. So the things that really stand out to me beyond that chapter 27 stuff is Eren's trial. It's just amazing. Like, to me, it's just such a big change in context of like everything you know beforehand, and like you get Eren's trial, which is unlike anything before. So I thought that was really good. I was very engaged in the chapter where they're describing the scouting formation and just beginning that whole charge outwards, like out of the wall. I just thought it's so engaging, and I liked reading it. And basically everything with the female Titan, I just love. She's a very interesting, threat that comes out of nowhere. And I don't know, all the art surrounding her is amazing. I just like it. Like, it's just fantastic. It's my favorite. Maybe it's my favorite villain in this whole thing, because there aren't really that many villains, I guess, going forward. Like, you'll get like people who can understand a bit more, but when you're reading this for the first time, you don't understand her at all. And it's just so interesting to have a villain like that. But yeah, those are my standout moments.
I think we'll get into the more Eren's trial stuff when we get into the character stuff, but the particular moment for me in that is when Eren realizing he was underneath like a trial house the whole time. It's kind of fucking a sick moment. But yes, female Titan, great. Scouting formation is cool. The little diagram that they did adapt pretty well into the anime, I think is sick. The first pages when they're all splitting up and you get the sort of diagonal cuts between all the different frames, not the frames, you call them panels in manga. And the different characters heading off in different directions. They're all sort of in motion. It's good little characterizing things too. All sick moments.
I've still never quite understood exactly how the formation works in terms of column arrangement and naming and so on.
I feel like there are moments when we talk about the things we didn't quite understand about the formation, right?
Is that in there? Oh, maybe it is. It's been a while since I looked at these notes. But, I'll bring it up when we get. I'll try and remember to bring it up when we get there.
Yes, but I remember there were certain moments where it was like...
Hopefully this won't take a month to record this time, so we'll be a bit fresher in our heads.
I feel like we'll be in for 2 sessions maybe for this one, but anyway, so I'm up again. My goodness. Hold on, I didn't read ahead this time. Levi seeing the remains of Squad Levi as he wanders back through the forest at the beginning of chapter 30, and then finally seeing Petra, and that being the title page for a chapter called Losers, is a hell of a gut punch. His eyes being obscured until we get the damn dark eyes. Me and my typos. The damn dark eyes with the Petra close up is fucking sick, bro. He cares. he really cares. Then hard cut to Mikasa fucking up the female Titan double page spread. Shit's lit. Annie's desperation. So this is basically this whole little moment. Now, I didn't write down the chapter, so I can't run to it right now for a visual reference. But Annie's desperation now that's got Eren is palpable. This shit is all good. Like, this is probably the emotional climax of this portion of the arc, because that's before we switch to Stohess for the very end of the arc. But everything here, I don't think they did that in the anime, but the hard cut from Levi, it was chapter 30. I went there perfectly. But Levi sort of obscured, and he's like, oh, we don't see Levi's face, so we don't see how he's reacting. But the big dark eyes, where it looks like he has like copious amounts of eyeshadow up, and the full vertical page spread where Petra's up against the tree and is completely fucked up, and the episode or chapter title being Losers. Oh, just my goodness gracious me. And then completely flip page. Or scroll down for me, and it's like Mikasa in the middle of fucking up the female Titan, and the female Titan's face in this shot. Go to chapter 30 right now, everybody that's listening. You don't remember.
Having a look.
You're remembering.
You're right. You're right. I don't remember. It's fucking amazing.
Yes,
it's very
you're remembering the anime right now, audience, and I'm disgusted in you. This is handled very differently. It's just like, oh my god, this double page spread, my goodness gracious me. And the Mikasa eyes here too. The eyes from the page before with Levi, then the eyes on Annie here, then the eyes on Mikasa. We got some eye art.
There's a lot of good eyes in this arc. Specifically these couple of chapters. The dark eye Levi thing, something glad you brought up. It's so good. We get it again. I mean, another time I can think of it where it's very prominent is Savagery, I think is the name of the chapter. Way in like the War for Paradis arc, where Levi realizes he's going to have to kill his comrades, and he just resigns himself to it.
Yes, okay.
And that's just like, I think it's almost like he cares, but it's possibly also like a way of how he just shuts himself out from the emotional aspect of it, and like that's his.
You keep, because
we see he clearly like suppresses his emotions in order to be able to do the job that he has to do, but then finally also we get the payoff. I mean, spoiler alerts for the final chapter, I guess. He finally stops suppressing his emotions and allows himself to cry.
Yes, I guess this is all built up to that.
Yeah, this is like the first time we see it. Like, he does care. We know he cares because we can tell that he is just trying to suppress it.
Yeah, it's cool. I think a lot of the emotion is portrayed in the stoicness. Like, it would, again, I don't think you're disagreeing with this, but if Levi was more outwardly emotional, it would almost lessen this moment. So it's sort of less is more in portraying how Levi absolutely feels here. Yeah. But it is just from the Annie perspective here, which we should always consider. My goodness. She's like very weak at this point because she's just had to regenerate a bunch of shit. Shit's still regenerating because Mikasa's slowly cutting up a bunch of shit, and she's on her second like on her last leg. Yep. And she's just like the desperation here, and for the next few pages of just like, oh, she's so close, and she's just wants this shit to be over.
And she knows, how good Mikasa is as well. Like, she knows that Mikasa is the best.
She will get her in the end of the arc too, but also from the Mikasa's perspective, I feel like in the anime, this is just a general trend with the anime. It was I don't know, the Mikasa emotion again was like a little bit too much. I love Eren Lamau when she doesn't really say anything here. Maybe in the anime, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe she's screaming, "Give him back" or something at this moment. I vaguely remember that.
He says that in the manga.
And she does say it one time here, but there's a bunch of like still shots before that where it's just like, I don't know. I feel like in the anime, there's like a shot of her seeing it, which she does see it in the chapter before, but she doesn't have an outward emotion, I don't think, in the chapter before. I'm not on it right now, so but like, there's not like a scream and a chase. It's sort of the direct double page of her already in action. I don't know. It lessens the Mikasa's a crazy simp into a Mikasa is a woman of action, and she's already trying to solve her problems without complaining about it. Anime Mikasa was a big complainer, whiner. Manga Mikasa is not so. Though I guess we'll get into this more with the Mikasa characterization. Though I don't think there is much to say about this arc because she's not in it truly that much. But Mikasa definitely did become more so. Just quickly, Mikasa did really become more of the Mikasa that people commonly know in these groups of chapters, which she will kind of be for the rest of the series. Whereas we were sort of reflecting last time that Mikasa was a lot cuter. than she was ever portrayed in the anime, or that we remembered in that first group of chapters. But go ahead, Mr. R.
I was just going to say, yeah, I'd say the most sort of vulnerable part Mikasa has is just after Eren sort of gets eaten, and she is just like, wait, Eren, don't go. But then after that, it's kind of like, but that's also such a fucking good juxtaposition. Like if you go to the end of chapter 29, right, look at her expressions then.
Yeah,
Then the next time we see her is the start of chapter 30, and it's like a switch has been flipped.
Yes.
She's gone from sort of like, there's the sort of the almost like the sort of the panic to the rage. So good.
Yeah. The Mikasa's lips be looking a little weird in these pages. Not weird, I don't know. They just looks like she's got lipstick on. It's just differently drawn than what I'm used to, I guess. But in these two chapters here,
my favorite part
29
of the anime, where they gave her lipstick for some fucking reason.
Did they? I don't remember.
It's some of the early episodes. It's particularly bad. It's actually like it's just before they start. It's at the very start of the training arc. There's this shot of Mikasa, who is meant to be 12 in that shot, but for some reason they've used the 15-year-old version of her, even though she's meant to be 12. And she's standing there and she's got lipstick, and it's framed in like this really fucking weird way in the anime. They did Mikasa so dirty in some of that.
I don't remember this at all.
Episodes.
Okay. Well, Mikasa lipstick now. But I think that's all I got on that moment. Mr. R, you're up next.
So I am. So, like, basically, almost all of the first time Eren and Annie fight, it's so fucking good. Like, the art is outstanding, the emotions on display. Eren's just absolute unbridled rage. There's like all the double, like sort of big panels and double shots and sync full page spreads. But there's one I think I highlighted specifically. I haven't included it in the document. So it's right after. It's not long after Eren's hands grow back. I'm trying to get this sort of thing. So yeah, it's when his hands. He's sort of fighting. He's managed to get a punch on Annie. She's rolled away, and he's stood up, and he's sort of standing over her. And he's just absolutely screaming, and it's like it draws back, demonic. He's got no pupils or anything, just purely sort of white, sort of glazed over eyes, complete rage mode, and it's so fucking good. The whole shot, all the framing of it is so excellent. This is like Isayama getting to draw the action scenes that he's wanted to draw, and he's so good at it. I don't really have anything beyond to say. I mean, there's nothing deep about it. It's a really fucking good Titan versus Titan fight that we won't see. Which I would say rivals the best of the Eren and Reiner fights later on.
Yeah, fuck Reiner. Who cares about those fights? Yeah, it was sick. The shading and everything, Eren's anger, it's all very good in those in the fight scene. Are you got anything to add?
Nope, it's great.
Go ahead, Mr.
Harkening back to the Trost arc, something Mikasa said, it was like seeing the rage of humanity. Embodied. And just like the little thing he says during that, and it's where he's like, he's blaming himself, but then he's like, but at the end of the day, you're the one who killed them, sort of thing. So it's still your fault. And it's like, yes, fucking incredible.
It wasn't her fault, all right? She didn't have no choice, all right? Leave her alone, all right? But Ari,
listen, we don't know this yet. We haven't had our perspectives changed several times yet.
Course. Ari, did you have you want to chime in here?
Not at all. I thought it was a great fight. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the final standout moment comes back to me again. The delayed reveal of Annie's fighting stance in the forest to the explanation is great. I feel like they do it a little bit differently in the anime. But in the manga, you just see Eren's face shot as what we now know to be Annie doing her fighting stand, and there's sort of a quiet moment of realization in the climax of that fight, which gives her the advantage to cut through the tree and fuck him up, not the other way around. But yeah, It's really cool that like we don't see it, and I feel like it's less obvious in the anime that like, oh, you're missing something, and in the manga you're like, maybe it's just because I know what happens there and that it's the fighting stance reveal. But there's very clearly like Eren is missing something. And I'm trying to scroll to find the exact page so I can describe it better. But there's like Eren's rage is, and he's kind of on top, and she's like retreating, and Eren's rage is like he's going through and he's winning, and then there's just sort of a moment where she comes up and he stops like being rageful and stops aggressing on her and loses all his momentum, and he's just is what he says, as we get a eye shot of Eren in Titan form, then an eye shot of Eren just inside the Titan, and then we cut, and it's immediately the tree is being kicked through, the hand is being kicked through, the head is being kicked off, and it's fucking sick. And it's like, if you watch, there's very clearly that something was off there, and you're like, huh, what just happened? And it sort of cucks the climax of the fight and puts it later, and I really like it. And it's not until the explanation where Eren is confronted by Armin and Erwin, who have evidence that Annie is the female Titan, that and Armin asks the question, like, was there any indication? Do you remember anything? And that's when we get the reveal of the fighting stance. And we see the panel of her in her fighting stance. It's fucking sick, bro. I like it a lot. I feel like it's a great choice. Anybody else got anything to say about this particular moment?
I mean, that little bit you mentioned as well. It's kind of. I feel like the anime, it's almost a bit more obvious when they did it. In the manga, it's when Eren says just before it happens, like he's about to say Annie.
Mm.
In the manga, it's like AH, but in the anime, because you're just hearing it, you just kind of hear him go and obviously the way they pronounce, the way the Japanese actors say Annie, they don't say Annie, they say Ani, so it's like Ani, it's like it's a nice little sort of thing as well. But it's like quite a subtle thing.
This isn't a Niccolo meat moment?
No, I think it's a bit I don't know. Like, maybe it is just him going, kind of like. But it feels like they would have said, like EH if it was like an expression of surprise. The fact that it's AH feels kind of deliberate. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm.
Well, I can't comment. I don't even remember it. So, but yeah. Shit's sick. I'm trying to find the moment, and it is in chapter 32. I've just arrived at it of him seeing it. But
I mean, but I'm specifically talking like chapter 28 or whatever, right before he gets his head.
Yeah. I know. I was just referencing what I was talking about earlier about it getting shown only later. Ari, how about this one? Or do we cover it all?
I think we've covered it all. I guess that didn't stick out to me when I was reading, but you describing it now, I like it. It's great.
Yeah, you get more eyes of Eren at the reveal later in chapter 32. You get wide-eyed. I remember now. It's sick. But are we done with standout moments already, fellas?
I mean, you
absolutely.
say already. It's been nearly 40 minutes.
Well, it was 2 recording sessions last time. All right, that's like 3 hours.
It's true.
We're improving massively.
And now looking at this thing, we get to sit and listen to Kyle talk for about an hour, looking at the notes.
Eren characterization. We didn't split this stuff up, and Mr. R has no points here.
I've got like a lot of
he's got one
towards the end. I've got like a little bit.
Oh yes, because
I don't know. I'm going to maintain again. I'm not that deep on digging into the character stuff, and I don't mean I don't care about it. I'm just not good at it. So that's why I let these nerds do it, and I'm just here. I'm just here for the ride. I'm here to chill. I'm here to interject. I'm here to just talk about stuff that I think is cool.
Yeah, I know everything about characters. Lamau.
If I was writing an Attack on Titan for a high school English essay, maybe.
Oh boy.
I'm just here vibing and reminding Kyle when he forgets something.
Yes, sir, I did have the dumb fights point. My goodness. Unbelievable. But, indeed. You're supposed to laugh at that. I was like, oh no, did I actually offend Mr. R just now? I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
I did.
All right,
Eren
yes,
characterization. Let's go.
We're making speed here. Right. Some of these are smaller. A lot of them are paragraphs. Fuck me. I see chapter 22 and 3 of them. My goodness. Anyway, my first point here, and again, I haven't pre-read. Eren worrying about others' opinions. Oh, I guess we did group these a little bit. But a big thing about Eren in this arc is Eren being worried about others' opinions and being accepted. Eren doesn't get mad at people thinking he's a monster here at the beginning of the arc because he like he did with the garrison initially. Now, if you remember last time, when everybody was thinking Eren was a monster, he would sort of get mad at that. Now he's sort of going through an identity crisis throughout this arc, and he sort of will, I guess, until Return to the in Shinganshina, this sort of continues into the next few arcs. But he's kind of unsure of himself. He's not the hyper arrogant Eren he was before he knew he was a Titan shifter. Though he does show some of that in the trial, but then that's kicked out of him, kinda. But he is reflective in the first chapter we read, which is chapter 19, I believe, about whether or not he is a monster and certain things like that. But then he wonders what his other friends would think of him now, and notes that Mikasa and Armin didn't treat him differently at all, for reasons he doesn't understand. So he's even questioning Mikasa and Armin's attachment to him, and confidence in him not being a monster. But he's gone through some self-confidence issues, as a lot of protagonists, especially in shonen stuff, do at some point. Usually after being hyper-arrogant at the beginning. Every Pokemon episode, Ash thinks he's the greatest Pokemon trainer, then he has this identity crisis, then he comes out and shows that his love of Pokemon will win him the day or something. Now, Eren's arc doesn't really conclude like that, because he does some bad things, but it's a little different. Ash, didn't rumble a bunch of blokes. Maybe he should have sometimes. Maybe people would like Ash Ketchum more, instead of slandering his good name. But that's enough with our Pokemon tangents. Anybody else have anything to say about this? This is kind of a small point, truncated sort of at the beginning of the arc. But Eren's self-confidence issues. Anybody got any insight on this one?
I feel like it's interesting as well, this characterization, now that I think about it. It's almost like it's interesting to see, where he is, as you meant, sort of alluded to there, where he is now versus where he's going to end up, and his opinions, what he thinks others' thoughts of him are, like almost like this complete ambivalence. Like, I'm trying to think, how much of the final sort of arcs does Eren sort of know that he's a monster for his actions? Like, his conversation with Armin definitely suggests that he's beyond redemption.
Yeah.
But
there's also the stuff with Ramsey where he finds him in like the alleyway or something, and he cries to him and says, all that stuff. It's interesting because it kind of flips, right? He's sort of, instead of being like self-conscious for or worrying about whether he's a monster when he really isn't, he's sort of like, he sort of accepts that he is a monster, when traditionally you would think the arc of this story would be the Ash Ketchum arc. We're not done with the Pokemon tangents, where it would be him learning that he isn't a monster just because he has his power, and he's Eren, so he's a good fella, and Mikasa and Armin like him, so he needs to stop worrying about that stuff and live his life and be a good boy. Whereas he sort of embraces the monster. It's sort of a bit of a self-pity. There's always a self-pity thing with Eren, throughout I would say, consistent throughout the entire thing. The entire series.
Like that sort of that sad resignation to his sort of fate. Similar, I think, actually a little bit to what Willie Tybur did. Although I guess Willie Tybur, they were both, but at the same time, the problem is obviously they were both sadly resigning themselves to a fate that was not actually beneficial to mankind. Because Willie Tybur was
doing something about it.
Yeah, Willie Tybur was sort of resigning himself to a fate of being murdered by Eren in order to start a global war against parody, which is not good. And Eren was sadly accepted the fact that he was going to be a genocidal monster.
That's why it made so much sense for me to theorize that they were both on the same side. My goodness.
But on a personal level, there is like a pitiable level to it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Without justifying the actions of any of them. On a personal level, you can kind of pity them.
As we all know, Elite RE thinks Eren did nothing wrong, so he's going to weigh in here and defend him.
Well, alright, through all of it, I don't know if you also raised this, you've said quite a lot, maybe I missed it, but this is essentially comes to a climax in the Uprising, right? When Historia is like, live your own life and all that, and
punches him in there, tells him to stop being a pussy-ass bitch.
Exactly. So Eren, I guess I was kind of surprised to see him so hesitant here, or so questioning of things. But
notice how Ari didn't deny, thinking that Eren did nothing wrong.
He's a great person. He's my role model. I love Eren. Great bloke. All right,
Ari is going to do as he saw Eren do. Gary, watch out for this Ari fella. Always the quiet ones, all right? Remember, Eren. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Ari's the token Jaegerist of our
Yes,
indeed.
conversation.
We have to have one on the panel. But remember, Eren in that fantasy world school thingy at the end of some of the volumes is the quiet kid. So watch out for the quiet kid, as you know. All right, the next one is the first chapter of the new arc, chapter 19. We're still in chapter 19. Starts with Hange telling Eren all they can do is rely on him. This is Eren's internal conflict for this arc. Bit demanding of me saying that is. And there's a bunch of them, really. What it means, / the burden of being important or relied on. This is sort of what Eren struggles with. It's the first thing focused on in the arc. Eren is also terrified of hearing that some of the public view... Eren is also terrified of hearing that some of the public view him as a hero for what he did for Trost. His existence as a Titan shifter is even seen as a burden, as it might, simply by existing, cause a civil war between the interior and the people of Wall Rose if more walls get kicked in and there's a food shortage or whatever. And then later in the trial, Eren has the big moment before Levi kicks him, where he says, just shut your mouths and invest everything in me. Eren goes back and forth with this, and it's sort of another big internal conflict. Maybe not the internal conflict, but about being a burden, so later he'll feel guilty about all the people that die trying to protect him. He screams to Mikasa and Armin that he's not going to let them die for him when they're in the tunnel and it's getting slowly crushed in by Annie in Stohess. But yeah, this is sort of a new thing for Eren now that he is sort of humanity's #1 soldier. If they lose him, everything's over, sort of thing moving forward. It certainly is interesting. I feel like a lot of main characters also have this, where they're very important for some sort of reason that they didn't ask for. Naruto is the nine-tailed fox, so we got to protect him. Eren is the Titan shifter, and if he gets captured and taken away, just like Naruto, my goodness, everything's kind of over for them and they're all fucked. And toiling with this and sort of the guilt of this adds a little layer to Eren's sadness and this kind of ties into the first point, really, and his self-confidence issues and making it difficult for him to connect with everybody else since he's so different and everything like that. But does anybody want to chime in on this one?
The bit you raised about him being sort of torn, especially when he learned how many people died for him in this arc, did he have that conflict over the number of people who died for him in Trost? I can't remember exactly.
I think he might at the back end, or maybe it's at the beginning of this chapter, because this would be the first time that he's sort of wary.
I'm just trying to remember, because like Eren, as we've seen, Eren relates on a, like, as we especially see his actions later on as well, Eren relates on a very sort of individualist sort of approach. Like, he seems less concerned with the greater picture beyond his goal to destroy all the Titans, at least at this point anyway. Or, sorry, destroy all the animals on the Earth. Let's use the terminology he gave. But he seems very affected when the individuals, when the Survey Corps died for him, I guess because he knew them, but maybe with the Garrison Squad, if he wasn't as affected by them, it's because he didn't know them and it's harder for him to process sacrifice if it's not like individual, like on an individual level that he's like aware of. Like, he probably knew a lot of the Survey Corps people who died for him. He at very least knew Levi Squad, who directly laid down their life for him.
Before that, in the forest, there's like those individual, like, or like the 2-man squads that try and fight Annie, and he's really not happy that they die either. And I don't think he really knows any of them. So I don't know if that's necessarily the point.
But I guess maybe like those 2-man squads, though, again, it's individual. It's the individual actions, the individual deaths, rather than the way that. Yeah, because obviously, like, the entire, like, what is it, East Division or something got wiped out as well.
Yeah, one of them did
before they even get to the forest, and. Yeah, Eren relates on a very personal level to the sacrifices, but I don't know as much on the Wesker. I don't really know where I'm going with this. I think it's more just sort of try and tie in with his.
Yeah, I think everything he's saying is right.
The man who'll genocide the world to save like his best friends, sort of thing.
Oh, I was actually going to tie it in. That's actually smart, because that kind of is the point come the end. But I was going to tie it into later. He eventually changes in this and becomes more focused on a grand scale because of the rumbling plan. But the rumbling plan is very individually motivated, I guess.
Yeah, it's an individualist mindset. He doesn't But again, like, and that I guess comes back to that point you mentioned way back at the start. That sort of, those who are able to look at the bigger picture, those who are able to make those sort of tough decisions for the wider reaction, rather than not thinking on the individual level that Eren especially is guilty of doing. And I say guilty, like, not to cast too much of a judgment. Maybe this is just my own sort of socialism coming in and always thinking about the bigger picture and, like, the benefit of society as a whole.
Yes,
and,
we will.
Balancing what needs to be done in order to achieve the best outcome for the majority for the largest group.
We will talk a little bit about stuff relating to this more in the thematic section, which seems like something we're going to say for everything here. But yes, that stuff. The next point is Eren defends Mikasa from the accusers in the trials. He cares! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Now, this is a mini meme point about how I used to always say, this is me attacking my past self again. My past Mikasa hating self, where I would always say, Eren doesn't even care about Mikasa. He's never shown any care about Mikasa. What, that one time he didn't kiss her, Lamau? But he did it again here, Lamau. What an idiot. But it is a cute little moment where he says, she didn't got nothing to do with this. Angry face. It's cute. And it looks like the next point was also cute. Eren looks like such a dork with his hood over his head in the chapter 20 title page. This is still true. If you want to at home, quickly look at chapter 20. There's a little title page, and Eren's a little scout out of his depth by himself in the forest. And it's very cute. He looks like such a little dork. I'm trying to get the chapter up now, but I really don't have to look at it because I know what it looks like. See, those points weren't so long. Did anybody have anything to say about those before I just keep piling forward?
No,
Probably
it's
right.
Little points.
Just cute little moments. Next one. Eren is much more nervous and unsure in himself in the manga than I remembered from the anime. Chapter 22 is a great example of this, where he sees his fellow trainees for the first time in a while, has internal doubts, then goes to talk to them. Whereas I remember in the anime, he just nonchalantly walking over to them and saying, hey, it makes him seem more isolated and alone than I've ever considered. Now, this could be false, because again, I haven't seen the anime in a long time, but I feel like I remember him in that scene, even when he's talking to Jean and they have the whole conversation. Marco died and he's sad about that. I remember him being more the nonchalant Eren there. But it was an oddly relatable, like, socially awkward moment where he, like, sees them all again and he doesn't really know where he stands with all of them or how they're doing. And he sort of has this internal doubt of, like, maybe I'll just pretend I didn't see them and go and hide over here. But he does end up going to speak to them. This is
It ties back to the...
Go ahead. Go, I'm going to let you
know. Okay, if I'm going to go then. I guess it ties back to that point you made at the start of Eren characterization again about people worrying about his opinions. Like, most of them, with the exception of Armin and Mikasa, he hasn't seen any of them since Trost. He doesn't know what they think of him. He doesn't know if they think he's a monster or not.
Yeah, it's all... The Eren stuff at the beginning is very interesting now that I think about it. Even if I didn't run through the chapters too quickly, still I don't know. Maybe there is more of this in the coming arcs that I just don't remember. But the lack of self-confidence thing. I'm just trying to get this up. He says here that I didn't see who was left at the end yesterday. Oh, because this is also after they've selected. So, but he didn't get to speak to them here. But yeah, he asks Uldo to go and see him, and Uldo's being a prick. Is that how you say this prick's name, Uldo, or is it Ulo? What's his name again?
It's Ulo, I think. There's no D in it.
Ulo. But yes, he's being a prick. It's cute. I like it a lot. Now we got more chapter 22. I think chapter 22 is the first time we get Eren contemplating the weight of having lots of people die specifically for him because he's more important. Didn't we just talk about this? Hold on, let me see if I say anything interesting here. It's an interesting moral dilemma and burden. Jean plays... here we go. We've got new information. Never mind, guys. Jean plays into this later in the chapter by telling the group that they are all going to die for Eren like Marco did, and Eren won't even know, which is some of Jean's, like, sarcastic cynicism. But then I have a quote from him here, because at first you're like, man, Jean prick's being a prick, but then he brings it back and it's like, nice. But we're looking to Eren to give us something in return and let us carefully appraise its value so we can all declare whether or not it's worth our lives. It's more prick Gene sarcasm here, but Jesus fucking Christ, Gene, no pressure at all on our boy Eren. This is furthered in chapter 25 when he is given the choice to ignore Levi's orders to advance and leave the reinforcements to die. There's even a prolonged period where one soldier is fighting and is left to die when Eren has ample time to try and do something about it. Now that was also, I think, more explicit in the manga. There's like a specific, like it's a whole chapter because Eren is having this thought process and having this talk, I think, and it goes for quite a long time. But there's specifically one fighter that's sort of circling Annie. And it all happens in a very short period, even though it's like a whole chapter. But that particular moment was cool. Back on the Gene moment, I felt like I had something more to say, but I got distracted and forgot. Does anybody have anything to say about this while I try and think of my Gene point that I've forgotten real quick?
I don't have anything in particular. I think it ties largely into what we were saying earlier in your first point, the weight of everything. And I guess Jean-based best character.
Yeah, what a C tier character. C for sarcasm.
Jesus.
Fuck, what was I going to say about this? Because I remember getting into this and I was like, oh, this is the time where I can make that point. But what was that point? We'll never remember. Fuck. All right, we'll have to give up. If I suddenly remember it at some point in the future, I'll do a scream and we'll come back to it. But I've only got one more point here, so thank God. Ari will take over in a second. Levi is a very interesting monologue. Levi has a very interesting monologue. Noddy is a monologue. He's a character, fellas. Don't be stupid now. Levi has a very interesting monologue reflecting on his opinion on Eren in chapter 25. That's quite poignant in retrospect. And now this is the to quote, this is the monologue. I know he's a true monster. It's got nothing to do with his Titan power. No matter how much he's held back, no matter what cage he's in, no one can force him to submit. Isn't that what the Attack Titan is about or something? This is seen as, I think I meant this is seen as a valiant thing in this context, but obviously it changes in time and context when you consider what he becomes later. It fits this Eren characterization thing. It's consistent throughout this whole fucking series, and it is scary when it's turned against the audience later. It is cute. It is interesting, and I do think it's really cute that Levi is the one that has this read on Eren so immediately. It shows that he does kind of understand him from the beginning, even though they've only been around each other for a short period of time. But isn't that Lamau the Attack Titan thing? He will not follow orders. He will not submit. He will pursue freedom or whatever, no matter what cage he's in. That's all cute stuff.
I mean, is that the Attack Titan thing, or is that just Eren, the final Attack Titan, imbuing that in the Attack Titan from the start?
Indeed. We speculate about this all the time, but yes. I don't know if this is the place to get into all of that, but it will come the end,
No,
at least, at some point.
not.
Ari, anything to say about any of that, or do you want to continue with your business here?
Not really. I do like that it is Levi, like you were saying. I'd never really thought of that.
Yeah, I thought about that as I was saying it too.
Genius. You're a genius. My goodness.
Thinking on the fly.
Right. So I've got
your turn.
An absolute genius point here. It's the most amazing thing ever. So, well, okay, we'll see. So in chapter 27, after learning that Erwin was testing them with the "who is the real enemy" question, and hence the goal of that is to keep the idea of a spy secret, we get some interesting hypocrisy from Eren. And Eren, I have a quote here, which Eren says, "I'll be amazed if this succeeds, but even if that was the purpose, too many people died." And that's to me, that's like, oh, like the rumbling. That's exactly what Eren did. How ironic, he did something, and he killed everyone. So genius point there. But other than that, I don't have anything particularly on that. So
yeah, okay. This is where I scream and say that I think the John point I was trying to make was just that at the end of that monologue, he basically, after berating Eren and saying, "We're all going to die for Eren, fuck this Eren prick, Eren, you got to stand up because we're all sacrificing ourselves to you just like my best boy Marco did. What a prick, Marco died because of you, what a prick." He then says and ends the monologue with, "We're counting on you." And because this is all framed in chapter 22 as a flashback before we cut to them continuing to ride out, because it is juxtaposed with that. I don't think it is that way in the anime, but in the manga, it is, because we do a lot of different flashbacky stuff. It's sick, and then that being motivation for Eren as he marches out was sick and ties into all that
Yeah,
stuff. That was
it's
the
not a flashback in the anime. I think it is just the anime. The anime treats that whole bit very linearly, whilst I think almost everything relating to not Eren really, or anything where it's not where like the other squads are involved before they ride out, is basically told through flashbacks. The choosing ceremony is a flashback as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But yes, true.
Yeah.
Flashbacks and stuff. It's cool. I do like the jumping around stuff. It keeps you on your toes. It makes certain chapters more interesting. But
This next point's an all, but I'm going to take it because I haven't made a point yet, and we've basically all said something very similar. So I'm going to lead it. I'm going to start it off. A big thing with Eren's characterization, and I think again it gets into the individual versus the micro versus the macro. His individualist mindset versus like being able to process the overall reality of the situation. Despite everything that happened with Levi's squad, a squad he'd grown very attached to and was heartbroken over the death of, to the point that he turned into an unstoppable rage machine. And Eren being convinced that it was his fault for not fighting Annie earlier when he had the chance, and all those deaths, he can't bring himself to fight her, even if it is at least subconsciously he can't. And it's only when Armin and Mikasa, people who I guess he values even more than he values Annie, are actively in danger, does that then give him the motivation he needs. It's not about what he believes is right or what is the right thing to do, because he is so torn by his personal like I think Annie, outside of Mikasa and Armin, I think Annie probably was his best friend. Yeah. Maybe Reiner, I guess. But him and Annie were very, very close.
Yeah, certainly more than him and Jean or something, yeah.
Yeah. And again, he just can't get over that. When even Armin and Mikasa have been able to. No problem. And we see that
they're already convinced, and especially when Armin seems to have been even closer to Annie than Eren was.
Yeah, I mean Armin's got the hots for Annie,
Indeed. What a prick.
I mean, at the same time, we need to remember, there is obviously the reality, some of this sort of selfish behavior. I say selfish in the least sort of harsh way possible.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we need to remember they're all 15. They're teenagers.
Indeed.
They haven't got the life experience or the mental maturity to really be able to process the horrific situation they're going through. So it's understandable to a degree, but that sadly is Eren's mindset for everything, and it's that mindset that makes him sort of internally justify the rumbling to himself.
Yeah, because the people that he values more, and then it's interesting because there is sort of there's a Levi monologue that I think I'll bring up in the Levi section, or maybe it's the theme section, where he talks about sort of impossible choices and instincts. So Eren might very much see this as an impossible choice to fight, but he's thrown into this, and his instinct sort of has to take over, and it's only instinct, or maybe subconscious and instinct, maybe those are the same thing. But it is only when it's like, oh, Mikasa and Armin are going to die if you don't fucking do this shit. He's like, well, now he is motivated to do things. I guess my point here was only slightly different, but I said Eren's hesitancy to believe that his friend is the female Titan kind of hits on his ignorance at the time, and how he sees the world so blatantly as people on his side and people against him. He sort of has this incongruence of like, Annie was nice to me and I like Annie, but she's against us in this side, so that means she has to be bad, right? And it's sort of like he doesn't question this necessarily, whereas Armin kind of already is questioning that and is like, I wonder what the motivation is here. Eren sort of doesn't have time for that, and he sort of just is struggling with two facts that are incongruent in his mind, and he sort of can't choice them out, can't figure them out, of like Annie good, but Annie doing bad things, and it's like, how's this happening? But what do you say, Mr.
Eren lives kind of in a black and white world, I guess. Yeah. Is that what you're?
Yeah, people on his side and people against him. You're either with us or against us. But yeah, that was sort of my point here. Now, Ari, are you going to chime in with your point?
So I think mine is a bit different, which is that from Like, the way I took this whole... Like, essentially, what happens here before Eren transforms to fight Annie, he's very hesitant, right? And you guys are taking it, if I'm understanding your points correctly, you guys are taking it more of him seeing Annie as a friend, right? Like, he's very hesitant because he doesn't believe that... Like, he's hesitant to believe that she's the female Titan. The way I think I took it is more a general point about Eren, which is that at this point, he is a very optimistic person, where he's believing in the good in Annie. Like, he's believing in the good in people, basically, more generally. And the reason I think this is that what happens is, in this, like, sequence before he transforms, Mikasa has this quote to him where she says, like, what else can we do? The world is a cruel place. And then Eren, like, reflects on this. Yeah, he, like, has a moment of reflection, and to me, it feels like he's finally giving up on this, like, positive kind of optimistic view of people generally. And that's when he transforms, because he accepts that there's no room to be charitable for these people. Like, you've got to accept reality the way it is and not be hopeful of, like, the people who are around you, I guess. So, I don't know, that's the way I kind of took that small sequence. But... Yeah.
Yeah, in direct situations, there's, like, even if you want to try and understand, like, you can't right now. It's, like, too far gone, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to reread the section with that in mind to think about it more. But I think it all fits. I like it.
Right.
Mr. R? Sound like you want to speak for a second.
No. I mean, I do. I think I do agree with. I agree a bit with Harry. I mean, I still think it's more sort of Eren's individualist sort of mindset, and it's like Annie is friend, but also Annie is enemy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm at this impasse sort of thing with this information. I think there's some validity to the point. I just like to. I mean, I just think that Eren does genuinely lack quite a lot of nuance. It's Armin. Armin's sort of where all the nuance comes in his analysis, and I think it is more just, you know, Eren's like, no, one of my pals can't be the baddie.
Looking back on it now, there is kind of a sullenness. It's another good eye shot of Eren when he realizes it, because it's sort of like him not really coming to a realization, but realizing he can't deny it anymore, kind of a moment, which is interesting. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's just to show that he's not turning on his friends so immediately or something. But yeah, definitely an interesting moment, and a very important moment too, to think about more perhaps as we go into the future. But are we done with Eren characterization already?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty short section.
Yeah, I don't know, there's quite a bit there, I think. Mikasa characterization, everybody's favorite character. Fuck this Eren prick, he's boring, he's no good, not even S tier. Kind of A tier with that bitch boy Reiner, but right now we're talking about S tier nonsense with Mikasa. I'm not going to give anybody any room to respond to that. Now, this seems to be ordered... Oh, actually, I think we did order all of this chronologically. It just happened that all of my points were towards the beginning. But, anyway, Mikasa's excessive worrying about Eren when they reunite in Chapter 22 comes off as cute to me, when previously it had come off as annoying. We've sort of already touched on this, and I've touched on this as throughout this entire reread of Mikasa is sort of colored as annoying in the anime and sort of by the fandom. But in going back and rereading all this stuff, it comes off more cute than annoying usually. Now, Chapter 22 is another one I've been talking about a lot. Apparently, it's my favorite chapter of all time. But this is the same moment where they are reunited after a while. And she freaks out like, are they doing experiments on you? What's that Levi prick doing? Because the last time she saw him, Levi was kicking his fucking head in. And she didn't get the speech afterwards about how Levi was just doing it for the lols now. So her worrying there is more comedic than I think had been portrayed, or at least perceived by me previously. So there's nothing bad about Mikasa, shut up. My next one is, does anybody have anything to say about that, just in case? If I go to move on and you have something else to say, just like tell me to shut up or something. But
I think you're right in your analysis. You know, it's hard for me to say that, but
you know, I always am. You know, just so good.
S tier debatable, but other than that,
my goodness, this coming from the prick that didn't even put Oolong and S tier in the Dragon Ball tier list. But we won't talk about that. That's another thing. I'm cutting him off before he can respond. Mikasa in an internal monologue when the Titans rush the forest is worried about the positions of Armin and Eren. Not as Eren crazed singularly as some people say. And by some people, I mean old me. She cares about Armin too. This has been pretty consistent. Mikasa doesn't just care about Eren. That talking point is bad, and everybody that uses it is bad. Mikasa S tier. But those are my first two initial points. Now we're handing it off to Mr. R for the next one.
Yeah. That bit you mentioned earlier about that mindset you used to have, part of that as well. I mean, I don't know, maybe you didn't watch the anime. Part of that comes from anime poison, where the anime makes Mikasa much more obsessed with Eren. But the manga is nice for making her, care about Armin as well. It's nice to have that nuance.
Even though Armin, not really worth caring about. Am I right, fellas? Am I right?
Okay, anyway.
Armin is a tool for Mikasa to look better. That's right.
So I just brought up one of the scenes with Mikasa. She tugs on her scarf after Eren asks if she saved him again. And I think Mikasa, there is the love thing, but there is also that feeling of owing a debt to Eren and to the Jaeger family. I think a big part of it is not just she was devastated at Carla's death as well. And when Carla told him to survive, I feel like because the Jaegers basically saved Mikasa, both literally that Eren saved her from the kidnappers, they gave her a family, they gave her a home.
Yeah.
She probably feels she owes a debt to the family, and with Carla dead and Carla's sort of dying request to make sure they survive, Mikasa feels she does owe Eren, or at least owes Carla, and hence why she needs to look after him. So that tugging of the scarf, obviously, Eren gave Mikasa the scarf. You get it. It's all tied up in that.
Tugging on scarves is important come that final scene, but yes. Also, remember, Carla makes Mikasa promise her, even before she's dying in chapter 1, to make sure Eren doesn't get into trouble and stuff like that. Just adding to your point there.
You are absolutely right.
As I always am. Oolong S tier. Let's go.
Absolutely
fuck,
not.
I think I had something else to say, but I forgot it. I had to make an oolong joke. I was going to ask when this moment is.
So this is... I'm surprised. I feel like maybe we didn't order this properly. Maybe we did. Oh no, wait, we did order this properly. So this is right after. I think it's the final chapter of Volume 7. Yeah. So it's when they're on their way back. It's just after Eren wakes up in the cart.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he wakes up in the cart and he goes like, "What is this? Did you save me again?"
Yeah. Okay. I know. Yeah. All right. It's before the anime filler that was cut. The cut. Yes.
Actually, technically, it's after because it's just before they arrive at the wall.
Oh yes, as they're going through the gates. Okay. Yeah.
Because that's how long it takes Eren to wake up.
Yeah. What a sleepy boy! Titan transforming tires you out. I'm up next. Haha. Mikasa cuts off Armin after he says they and Annie can still talk this over. She doesn't understand. My goodness, Mikasa being a terrible character, not obeying the theme here, but she does. Armin and Eren are kind of trying to talk, and she does the cool thing where she says, "That's enough, female Titan," and she reveals the thingy. It's cool. If you somehow hadn't gotten it up to that point. But the anime moment for that is pretty cool, and there's big dramatic music and stuff. Mr. R is going to talk about the laugh later, but we'll beat him up about that later. Next one is Mikasa says the cruel world line in chapter 32. We talked about this already. When Eren asks how they can fight, Eren then goes, "Yeah, it is," and transforms. Is that what Eren learned this arc? So this kind of is what we talked about before. But Eren's slow recognition. The world is cruel. I got to do some things that internally conflicted. Bites hand, transforms, fights friend. Sad times. What a crazy world Attack on Titan is. Now, this is a Kyle and Ari point, but I don't remember who's blue and who's green.
Hey, don't worry, I'm blue.
Ari's blue.
So, I have a quote here from Mikasa, and it's just basically her showing that she's jealous. Crazy, I can't believe it. Mikasa jealous, I never would have thought. So she says, or is it some sort of special feelings that are holding you back? And she's basically saying to Eren, I guess why she's in the context of this is Mikasa talking to Eren when Eren won't fight Annie, basically, yeah. She's jealous sometimes.
You in love with this bitch? Question mark. Is this going to be a problem? Problem? Question mark. And then I just said crazy eyes underneath. Apparently, I don't remember writing that, but I guess I could have said it. But she does have crazy eyes. It's cool. Mikasa be jealous. clearly it's not just, there is a little something romantic going on there already in Mikasa's mind. I think we talked about that last time though, and when that developed. But then we've got a Mr. R point after Crazy Eyes.
We do. A point that only exists in the manga because the anime butchered this scene in favor of making a post-credits cliffhanger for season 1. So it's Mikasa is on the wall right as the bit of rubble falls away and reveals the face of the Wall Titan. And in the manga, Mikasa is frozen in place. And in another shot, we see her that she's visibly sweating at the sight, just completely almost like taken aback, shell-shocked by it. And we need to remember that Mikasa wasn't there when Bertolt showed up again in Trost. So this is her first encounter with basically a colossal titan.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it's given some kind of nasty PTSD sort of flashback moment. And it's a very sort of visceral reaction to it. But then the Titan's eye moves, and Mikasa, like a light switch, is suddenly back into her instinctive mode. It sort of wakes her up from her sort of frozen trance. And it's like, shit, no, action needs to be taken. And it's a really good scene, and the anime onlys have missed out on a very good scene.
Indeed. The cut, she's looking at it, then the cut back and she's still looking at it, but she is sweating is so good. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
It's like,
and I think as well, it shows that, and again, it helps add to the Mikasa not being infallible. Like, she's often thought of as like this perfect badass, but here she is frozen completely. And also, just like her face when she first sees it is so well drawn. Like, her pupils are like, massive, properly sort of just staring in sort of frozen disbelief.
Yeah, it's a big 2-page spread and everything. It's sick. Good Mikasa moment. Am I next? I am. Mikasa opting to stay in the room with Eren at the very end is cute. I think this is in chapter 34, but when she is allowed to go to the meeting Erwin is going to have with the higher-ups for the area, she decides she's just going to stay with Eren. This is also an opportunity for an extra scene in Season 2, Episode 1, where they sort of have a flashback moment and the scarf falls out of her hand or something at the beginning. I was surprised that wasn't in the anime, but in the manga rather. But yes, her being like, I'll stay behind, and it's sort of a long shot. And then there's a back and forth where Armin sort of waves as they leave, and Mikasa is kind of blushing. It's like, Armin knows what's going on here. And then it's just like this long shot of her kind of sitting over him. It's cute. The more we reread, the more I buy the Mikasa-Eren relationship thingy and like it. So that's good. Anything to say about that? Or anything to say about Mikasa in general before we move on? Because she's not in it too much, besides fighting in this arc.
Nope.
No, I think we got through it. I feel like even though we had less to say about Mikasa, I feel like the actual stuff we had, there was a lot. I don't know, I feel like I like Mikasa. I think you notice I had very little to say about Eren. I liked Mikasa more in this arc than I did Eren in this arc, I think.
Yeah, because Eren's being a mopey little bitch.
This is true.
Pussy. We'll beat him up, that's what we're saying. We gotta beat him up so he becomes a man and rumbles the world, as Ari would say. But speaking of even less to say, we've only got 3 points on Armin. So we're moving into Armin characterization here. It's only 1 point each. Who he's kind of into it, but he's kind of doing a lot of expositional stuff in the arc. It really is more so Eren and then Levi, who I think we have the most to say about, and then some side characters for this arc. Oh, and Annie, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, Armin doesn't really. When does Armin really come into his own?
I feel like he was doing good last time, but he's not so much in the next one either. So I guess Uprising arc, there is a bit of focus on him early. Return to Shinganshina obviously is a big Armin arc. Yeah. And then he becomes an even bigger character, I think, heading into the final stretch. So Armin always sucks, and he's always been C tier. That's the clue.
I think I put him in B, but yeah. Anyway, so I had the first point, I guess, unless we want to rip on Armin for a bit more in general before we move into characterization.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just thought one thing that I thought was quite nice was, like, we see Armin put together a lot of information and come to very accurate conclusions, but I feel like it's done in such a way where it doesn't rely on what I guess you could call writer clairvoyance. So let's jump into an example of actual writer clairvoyance, and that's Game of Thrones final season, where Sansa just works out that Daenerys is bad based on nothing but the fact that the writers know Daenerys is going to turn bad. But
it's because
Daenerys
she
has
was
done
jealous.
nothing.
She wanted to fuck Jon Snow. Ignore my meme.
Sansa did.
Yes. That was a joke, right?
Yeah, okay.
It's not even that bad. It's not even that incestual. It's only like first cousins, Lamau. You get away with that in Queensland. That was a joke. Ari didn't get it. I mean, Mr. I didn't get it. Ari's laughing right now. That's why I can't hear it.
All right.
Keep going, Mr.
Anyway, my point is that Game of Thrones, a lot of the stuff in the final season requires just the fact that D&D knew what was going to happen, so the characters just knew. They just had a feeling, they knew about it. Whilst Armin, all his theories, everything he puts is all predicated on information that has been delivered to us, or information that you could come to reasonably every single time. And it just, it establishes him as this really analytical, really clever character. And we know that that's a fact about him because Keith Shaddis, the only thing he had to report on Armin was that he was excellent in the classroom and had a keen mind, even if he was a pretty useless soldier. So it all comes together. So we get this very concrete idea of the Armin is the thing. We already kind of got the feeling, but we kind of get it confirmed that Armin is the thinker in this one. He was putting together plans in Tross, but this is like, he's able to basically work out the identity of the female Titan. I mean, besides the obvious of it just looks like Annie, but...
Lamau. But yes, this is all true. Actually, I don't think I agree with the Game of Thrones example, but this is not the place to argue about that. But I think we all understand what writer clairvoyance or even convenience is. But yes, I actually think it's interesting that Jean is doing a lot of the stuff with him, but I think I put that in the side character section for Jean, so we'll talk about that later. I put something
in the same for Jean, like things that I think I'd attributed to Armin, either from misremembering or because the anime did attribute it to Armin, but it was actually Jean.
Yeah, it is interesting. But yes, Armin very smart. Him putting together things is neat. I like it. I guess my point is Armin, even after Annie transforms, is sad that there wasn't another way, and Mikasa cuts him off, telling him to worry about that later. He understands. So this is just kind of the reverse point of the Mikasa point I made earlier, that Armin is trying to reason through, and he has some semblance of the theme. That's why he's the proper scout, and this fucking Eren prick, he ain't nothing. But yeah, that's just my brief point. And then Ari's got a point.
Yeah, so mine is a little bit about Armin's hypocrisy, which is that earlier in this arc, I guess, we're calling this an arc. We've got Armin and Jon in the forest of the giant trees, and Armin essentially tells Jon not to judge or not to kind of look back on what happened or what the choices that Erwin made, not to judge them too harshly or anything, because you can't really tell what's going to happen in the future, right? Like, there's no point in kind of retrospecting on choices that could have been made in the past when you have more information now in the future. And a little bit of hypocrisy happens here at the end with the female Titan stuff, when Armin basically, after Annie reveals herself, he says, "I knew it. She could tell I was lying from the beginning, and it was obvious that we were going to ambush her with this underground passage. There must have been some other way." And he's essentially doing exactly what he told Jon not to do earlier in the arc. So, I mean, it's not a big point. It's just like a small bit of Armin says these things, but he's not really, he's doubting himself, and he's not really sticking to his own lessons that he's telling other people. So I thought it was a small, interesting, Armin thing.
I think it is kind of a big point, though, right? That's kind of the whole Armin thing until he gets some confidence when he pats Anya Capone on the shoulder in the plane. And even after that, he doubts himself some. But a lot of the Armin stuff is self-doubt. And not in the same way Eren is self-doubting this arc, but it is always he'll give advice, but he won't follow his own advice, even when it's helpful. Sometimes
I think those are two separate points, though.
Advice, but yeah.
That's the thing. I don't think the self-doubt and the hypocrisy are two, I think they're two different things. Because I think he will consistently be self-doubtful, but I don't know. I just thought the hypocrisy here was the interesting bit. But yeah, anyway. That's it. Any other thoughts on this, I guess? Or Armin generally?
How do you think they're different?
Wait, so the hypocrisy and the self-doubt. I mean, in this case, he's being hypocritical, is what I think. And the subject he's being hypocritical about is his self-doubt here, right?
Yeah.
He is doubting that he did the right thing.
the point would be that the hypocrisy comes from the self-doubt, I guess, is my point.
Okay. Yeah.
I think they're the same thing.
Yes. Yeah.
But what, I guess I'm asking you, what do you think is different about him?
Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding again. So, I personally, I think that Armin's self-doubt is like a character trait that is gonna track going forward. But I think Armin as a separate character trait, being hypocritical, I think that's a new thing that I haven't noticed before, basically. That I've noticed here that I'm not sure if it'll track going forward. So, I don't know. But maybe I'm completely misunderstanding.
Another example. No, I think you got it. I wonder if there is another example of him when he tells Eren that he's not going to die when he is clearly going to try and kill himself, Lamau, on Bertold. We remember this. Probably should have said the Bertold thing first. That's just that's not really the same thing though. That's the only thing I can think of though. But we'll track, I guess, Armin's potential hypocrisy. I'm interested to see. But with that, unless Mr. R has something to say, we're already on.
No, I don't really have much. I mean, I don't know if it's. I mean, I know obviously the whole point of this is to analyze deeper than probably Isayama thought, but I feel like it's probably more just an inconsistency in Isayama's writing more than anything. Unless we see more examples moving forward.
Wait, what's the inconsistency?
Well, I mean, Armin ending up being this sort of moment of hypocrisy from Armin. I just wonder if it's just something that Isayama didn't really think about, that he'd already made Armin have this position.
No, I don't know. I think it is the point, but again, I don't care if this dumb prick, if he intended it, but yeah. All
right.
Levi characterization, I guess. Now this one's a doozy. We got a bunch of them, and there's a lot of KYLE in them.
I think you mean, you've got a bunch of them. I've got one point that isn't anything because I remember when I first read Attack on Titan. I didn't think Levi was all that. I don't know why. I guess I was a dumb kid. But even now in this arc, he's fine.
Useless, this Mr. R fella. Do you want to read out your 1 point? We may as well do it first.
I mean, it's barely even a point. It's just there was a line where Levi just absolutely fucking put one of the merchants or whatever in his place for being some fucking, stupid pig who had, no regard for anything, and it's just like absolutely go off, king. Anti-conservative, gotta love it. I'm trying to remember the actual line though.
I think it was something about like, you don't do nothing, Lamau, stay there while we fight for you or something.
You're full of talk, you pig, but where's your guarantee that the Titans will... No, that's not the... Oh yeah, when you say we, you're talking about my friends who protect you while you get fat. You pigs take no notice of the people who can't eat because there isn't enough land.
Indeed, Levi was very poor, and he is currently dying with all his friends. He's not lying, I guess, was my point there. But getting into the girthy paragraphs, we've got afoot here. My first one is Levi is the one who picks up Ilse's notebook. Where we haven't talked about Ilse's notebook yet. My goodness, what a half chapter it was. Whereas I think in the anime, that whole episode is framed around Hange, which is an OVA episode, because they're the scientist character. They is in Hange, not as in multiple people. And this is an interesting scientific development on the Titan front that makes sense, but from the Levi cares more about scouts than lives than anyone perspective, I think it makes sense that he's the one that finds the notebook. And he even says, which is like the last line of the chapter, this is what Ilse Langar died for, however you say her last name, with a saddened / shocked look on saddened. Easy for me to say, / shocked look on his face. I thought this was all just cute little Levi stuff. I think we talk about Ilse more later.
I think we do.
Yeah, but all this stuff is good Levi stuff about how my continual talking point that he cares more about scouts' lives than anyone, and all that, and it makes sense that he picks it up and he like values it because it is what Ilse died for. And Levi just being a good bloke. Anybody got anything to say about that?
No, I think you're spot on with that analysis. I don't even. I mean, because Ilse would have been before Levi's time as well, wouldn't she?
I don't remember the exact timeline right now.
It's
and I
1
don't
year
remember the
before,
impact.
or 2 years before the Trust incident. So I doubt it.
Probably no, they probably were around at the same time then, huh?
Maybe. I'm trying to remember. When exactly did Levi join the Survey Corps?
I have no idea. You're gonna go to some no regrets nonsense, and I'm going to disallow it from the record. This is a court, and this non-canon garbage will not be brought up.
Yeah, because bear in mind, because Levi wasn't. Well, I think Levi wasn't in the Survey Corps before the fall of Shiganshina.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's 5 years ago. I feel like Levi and Hange have a like, oh, this was the badge from this specific mission. They were
which is never brought up again. That's a one-off point.
We're talking about this later, and we're going to slam Mr. R for his doubting here, and about how that's a great little detail, even though it's never brought up again, because it doesn't need to be. But
it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad detail. I'm just saying it's a detail that's not brought up again.
I feel like that statement that I just heard was charged negative. It's never brought up again. I was feeling the shrapnel. Why is this giving me a fucking prompt? Get out of here, Google Drive or whatever this fucking thing is. Google Docs. Moving on to the next point, I guess. There's a panel right as he starts beating the shit out of Eren at the trial where Levi almost looks shocked at how impressively Eren is taking the beating, which makes him a little softer in the manga than the generic stoic bloke he comes across as in the anime. I'm probably not going to pull the panel up right now, though I guess it is just chapter 19. It would be easy for me to pull up the panel.
I think this as well might have been why I wasn't just pro Levi, because I was sort of around the same time I was reading the manga, I was also watching season 1 of the anime. So
and there might have been some differences.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling. I'm gonna see him getting the shit kicked out of him. Nope, he's still there with all his teeth. Keep scrolling. We got some kick. We got the first kick. There is a shot here of him like looking down. Oh yeah, there is a whole shot of him like kind of shocked Pikachu face looking down. And then he goes back to kicking. So I was truthful and not lying here. There is a cute little panel of him being like, "Oh, look at this Eren fella." Kind of respects him a little bit, perhaps. The next one is Levi says to Eren as he's beating the shit out of him, "The lesson you need to learn right now, it can't be taught with words, only with action. And you're kneeling, which makes you easier to kick." Teehee. He isn't actually talking to Eren in this moment, but the opposing side of the trial, just indirectly. Though this show of violence, Levi shows, good sentence,
through this show of violence, I think.
Yeah, that Eren isn't just going to transform at any moment and kill everybody, and kill everyone when it's convenient to him. It was cute. He's obviously saying that, like, oh, you won't believe that I can keep him in line unless I beat the shit out of him, and he doesn't do anything about it, and shows that he's not just going to, at a moment's notice, when he needs to defend himself or when he's angry, transform. It was a cute little double entendre. That's what those things are called, right? Yes. Anything to say about any of this?
No, it is a nice point. Like, obviously, yeah, beating the shit out of Eren and
beating the shit out of Eren. We love it. We love it.
Scaring the opposition's always nice. I think as well, just not only just to prove the point, but also just to be like, you know, they don't want to fuck with Levi either.
Yeah, it is a show of strength. Then the next one, oh, fucking yawning shit. Eren makes the point that he's surprised that Levi takes orders without question, and Petra brings up that he didn't used to be like this when he was a rogue in the underground. He's changed, and it is something to do with Erwin. This is a neat little dropping of sort of potential backstory here of Levi is sort of this tough bloke, this stoic, badass fella, but he takes orders from Erwin without like a second thought. Or he always takes his orders and doesn't sort of condescend. It shows that they must have some sort of trust or some sort of bond or some sort of past. And obviously the Levi-Erwin relationship is a big one. And it's only really teased in this arc and will be fleshed out in the future. The next one, Levi's moral ambiguity speeches start in this arc. These are some of my favorite speculative topics in Attack on Titan. I'm always wondering about these things, particularly in chapter 25, when he tells Eren he wouldn't be wrong for transforming and disobeying orders, and if he wants to truly, he should transform and fight the female Titan. Then I have a quote, choose whatever you'll regret the least. Obviously, this is impossible to know, and I think that's the point. I still don't have a thematic grasp on the point of the Levi moral ambiguity speeches, of him not knowing what's right and wrong. I think it's just, it could go either way right now, and that's sort of the literal meaning, but it is clever to note that it starts now. And it is an interesting moment where everybody else in Squad Levi is like, Eren, you have to listen to us. But it really is out of sort of convenience to them, of sort of like they don't want him to transform, whereas Levi takes a more hands-off approach and sort of levels with Eren and says, you've got to choose. Like, we aren't really as confident as Petra seems right now. You've got to decide. And obviously, I've always been poisoned against anything regarding regrets in Levi's character because of the title of the manga that I don't like. But I feel like a lot of thematic Levi stuff does tie into just sort of the phrase or the idea of having no regrets. Or potentially that he does have regrets, and that's sort of the meme. Is the hypocrisy or the juxtaposition? I'm not sure. We'll have to think about that a little bit more. But any more insight? Anyone wants to read into any of that stuff?
I think my only thing is that my one point in this Levi section is just me agreeing that I don't know what's happening with this no regrets thing. It's just confusing.
You should read that out now.
Well, I think you also even quoted some of these, but there's two instances here. One is when Levi is giving a speech to Eren in the forest. So he says, no one knows what the outcome will be. So as much as you can, choose whatever you'll regret the least. I think you might have said that. Then the other one is, so after Levi's squad gets angry I think you just said this as well. Yeah, Levi explains to Eren that it's not that they don't care about him. They've just been through a lot and know that the best way to survive is to act quickly and stick to your guts so that you won't have any regrets. So another mention of regrets there, but I just don't know what's tying all this together and like what the big thing is about Levi when it comes to regrets, but yeah, that's it.
We'll have to keep an eye on this. I also think there is something more to the instinct thing. And now this is sort of a hard thing to show in media because obviously there's not a lot of instinct. Like, I don't know, maybe this is my football brain speaking to me, but like, that's obviously a big thing in football. You have to make split-second decisions or whatever. And by football, I mean Australian rugby league, not this fucking soccer bullshit and not this other nonsense that Americans might call football. And again, nobody is going to complain about this because we're moving on. But they sort of talk about instinct and you have to make a split-second decision. And this is sort of in a bunch of other even art stuff is like sort of the real person who you are, like most instinctually, most primally comes out in those split-second moments. And we sort of talked about this earlier with Eren and when Annie's like crushing in the underground thingy, and sort of in that split-second moment he makes the decision, whether or not he thought through it, whether or not it was subconscious or whatever, that he valued Mikasa and Armin more than Annie. I think a lot of the times that sort of momentary instinct can be sort of portrayed as like this very primal, savage, bad thing, and sometimes it can be like you show your immediate love or preference for somebody or something like that. So it can kind of go both ways, but it is an interesting thing just overall to think about. But Mr. R?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. I mean, I guess something I've just been thinking about there, in terms of the no regrets thing and the gut feeling, I guess, like, obviously they keep going on about the split-second decisions, which is what they have to make. You know, when you're up against the situations they're up against, they have to make split-second decisions, but it's very easy for those split-second decisions to be, I guess, in retrospect, the wrong ones, which could very easily cause you to end up living with a lot of regret in your life. But I guess the no regrets thing is almost like training yourself to know that you only did what you could with what was available, with what the information available. You had to make the choice, and right or wrong, you have to be able to live with that choice.
Yeah, because part of the point
no
is
regrets are.
Yeah, part of the point is it has to happen instinctually. Yeah. It has to happen immediately, so you can't really think through and be like if you have a day to think about, like, the choice you're going to make the next day, you can sort of like, in retrospect, it's hard to blame yourself because you thought through it all. And sometimes you might even think through it all and get to the moment the next day and then say a different thing because your instincts take over or whatever. And you sort of, after, if you regret what you say there, you just sort of think like, what was I thinking? And yeah, it's sort of.
But if you do it instantly, it's easy to then regret it if it doesn't work out how you'd expected, because it's so easy for you to
only
forget
you had more time
that you literally didn't have the time to come to weigh everything. You have to just trust your gut, and sometimes that fails. And that's
it's impossible to control what your gut is.
Yeah.
So
I guess that's maybe what we mean by no regrets.
I like
interesting to think about, yes. But we'll keep an eye nonetheless. Now, where was I up to when
I have my moments. I can come in with characterizations. I bounce off of other people. You guys set the groundwork, and I'll just sit quietly and come up with one good take every half hour.
Love it.
The my great take is trying to remember where the fuck I was in this fucking monster of notes. I think it was this one. Levi. Yeah, Levi telling everyone to stand down after they freak out when Eren accidentally transforms because of his gut feeling is interesting. Does Levi... Hold on, I think I might be misremembering my own point. Does Levi say after, like, that he knew Eren wasn't going to do anything bad because of his gut? This is probably like...
It's been so many months.
Yeah.
Which chapter was this?
It might be like 23.
Because it's like a flashback scene that's not flashback paneling.
Yeah, I think we talked about that, yeah. As we all scroll and look, this is
it's presumably in volume
5
6 just before they capture the female Titan.
Yeah.
Chapter 26.
Alright, I'm on 24.
Maybe even a little bit. Well, the end of 25 is when Levi says
countdown. Yeah, it would be the end of 25. Because I remember, the flashback continues through chapters, and that's probably why it doesn't have the page coloring. Or, no, the explanation is probably the next chapter. So it is chapter 26.
Oh, I'm a genius.
Where is Levi? He's telling everybody to calm down. That's what my gut tells me. It says, Levi says here, when they're like, why? Okay, that's interesting. That kind of perfectly feeds into what we were just saying. My goodness. I guess that's my point. I just said that it was interesting. I didn't even have a point. But yes, Levi telling everybody. Other words, Levi immediately being on Eren's side is sort of a cute moment. And it clearly shows that he sees he's smarter than these dumb squad Levi idiots.
Yep.
It's
great
cute.
point.
But yeah,
I remember,
I think we'll talk about...
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, when we get into side character stuff, I think we talk about more how this sort of reflects poorly on the characterization of the Levi squad. But yeah, what were you going to say, Ori?
I was going to say a very dumb point about when I watch reaction videos to this episode of the anime, I always get excited when people are going to see this part with Levi. Yeah, hell yeah, there's my man Levi supporting Eren, being smarter than his squad. Anyway.
It does. There's this feeds into another point I've been talking about a bit recently about positioning and portrayal regarding whether or not something is right or wrong, where it's sort of like you go into the scene being on Eren's side because he's the main character, and it colors the people who are against Eren poorly and the people who are with Eren greatly. So Hange is colored greatly or goodly or whatever word I'm looking for here, because she comes in and she's super excited and wacky and she doesn't care about the danger. She just wants to touch Titan. And Levi is very much on Eren's side. So it's sort of like the point, because I see a lot of people trying to do like moral analysis of characters when that's really irrelevant. It's more portrayal and positioning that colors sort of how you feel about characters. So regardless of whether or not they are right to freak out in this moment, which I guess they kind of are, they're entitled to it, they're scared or whatever, and they're caught out of nowhere, but it's just because, like, obviously the audience is probably inherently going to be on Eren's side, so the characters you more so want to make the audience like, and the long-term characters, Hange and Levi, are sort of separated in their response from Squad Levi here. Though Squad Levi eventually, a scene or so later, will repent for this. But I don't know, that's just It's a silly point I've been thinking about.
I mean, also,
positioning
again,
of
as you said,
betrayal.
framing's a big part of it, because from the audience, we see Eren's just being innocuous and just trying to reach for a teaspoon. I think we roughly clock that that's why he's transforming at the time, and then it's explained for us later. But Hange's squad probably for the most part had their guard down. They were just chilling, and then suddenly Eren transforms. They don't have any of the context that led up to that transformation. So from their point of view, all they've seen is suddenly Eren is just transformed out of nowhere.
Yeah, actually, equally to tie this back into also a point about reaction videos, there will be a lot of times when reaction videos would probably immediately be like, oh, get mad at Squad Levi for freaking out, and that's sort of the epitome of the point, even though, because in that moment, you don't really think about the other perspective too much. Like, in retrospect, obviously, everything Mr. Raj said is true, but immediately, maybe your gut reaction or their gut reaction is not. Tying everything together, my goodness.
The bit where Levi breaks down, sort of talks about the fact that talks about his squad is very good. Just being able to break down.
Yes.
They've survived countless sort of horrors. They're more than just survivors. They've learned how to live, and how to live without regret.
I think that's definitely somewhere else.
But they're not entirely heartless, which again is a little bit, which is basically Levi's whole character as well. He lives without regret. He lives and has no regret in the choices that he makes, but he's not a monster either. He has a heart that probably breaks a heart that's been broken basically by the horror that he's had to witness.
Yes.
Throughout his entire life, not just his time in the Survey Corps. Yeah.
What do they call that? Survivor's guilt or whatever. I don't know if it's so much guilt, but survivor's pain. I don't know. Well, we're not coining new terms here. Well, we kind of are. But anyway, the next one is, did we talk about everything with this one? Yes. Transforms, God, yes. Levi kinda gets a revenge stiffy, thinking about torturing Annie. Is he ever this sadistic again, ? When they torture Sanez, I don't think he is. He doesn't seem to enjoy that. But this has always kind of been an odd moment for Levi with me. I guess it might be another way of showing that he actually did care about all the people that Annie killed, even though he was stoically looking forward and riding forward. Does this moment stick out to anybody? He's sort of reveling in what they're going to do to Annie.
He constantly makes references to Zeke. Like, he's constantly talking about how much he wants to fucking ruin
that
Zeke
is true.
well. But not as, it's not as concentrated, because he has more opportunities to have to tell Zeke how much he despises him.
Yeah, and then when the moment comes, he doesn't,
The anime kind of digs into it a little bit, I guess. In Return to Shiganshina, when Levi fucking bodies him, the anime extends how much Levi's slashing at him, just how much he's tearing him to pieces.
Oh, the goofy Zorro slashes, I remember. Dumbass fucking motion cartoon. Yeah.
And if you want to discuss your favorite Levipedia, Kyle, the No Regrets, I believe, is something very similar.
Let's cut the Titan's head off, bro. It's raining. How sad. Lamau, look at these dumb anime characters that just died.
Carving that Titan.
Look at their dumb anime hair. And their dumb anime attitudes. Jesus Christ, these aren't generic cardboard cutouts. I care so much about Isabel and whatever the fuck the prick's name was.
I mean, I couldn't even remember her name. But
I can't believe I did either.
Levi looking at her severed head, that's pretty solid. That's a pretty
edgy,
scene.
bro. Ian's the only decapitated head I care about. Get this bitch out of here.
What about Eren's decapitated head?
Oh, what a time to be alive that was. And Zeke, the greatest moment in Attack on Titan history. Shut up, Olidari. I wasn't spoiling it, right? This is a non-spoiler cast. I'm not going to mention the rumbling at all.
True. Hasn't happened yet in the anime.
What are we talking about? Oh, yes, torturing and stuff. He doesn't enjoy torturing Sanez, right? It's just kind of a thing they're doing.
I don't know. How about we find out? Don't look it up. We'll find out when in 2 hours' time.
No spoilers. We'll find out when we get there. But yes, that's always been an odd moment. Levi's raging boner at torturing a 15-year-old girl. Not cool, bro. Not cool. And he's like 16, right? Because she's a year older than him, or is she the same age? And Reiner is a year older.
Absolutely no idea.
Annie is 16, I think. And Reiner and Bertolt are 17, I think.
She was an orphan.
Yes, who knows? The papers.
Who knows?
Anyway, moving on from torture. No, you can't end the video, Lamau. Haha. The first time we see Levi going full out on the female. This is the first time we see Levi goes full out for the first time against the female Titan here. That's what I'm trying to say. Spinning and shit, and it's fucking sick, bro. He gets the eyes way quicker than it took the entire squad to, and he doesn't even die trying. It was cool. He just immediately does what the squad couldn't do altogether. It's kind of sick. He's super cool. Nobody will ever challenge him in terms of fighting ability. In the entire series, he's infallible. Indeed, I had a whole video about how cool it was that Levi was the one character in Attack on Titan that couldn't die because he was just too strong, and what that means. And that survive is not guilt, but what did we just say before? Whatever that is.
Survivor's guilt is a thing.
Yeah, I know. It's
a real
but I don't think that's exactly what it is. I remember Jenny Nicholson talking about it in her Vampire Diaries video, all right? I know everything.
Well, it's something actually that I saw when we were looking at previous pages earlier. Levi isn't the only one who has like all the cool tricks. When he's trying to break through Annie's crystal, both him and Mike are doing the Beyblade trick.
Yeah, we just never see Mike fight again. Come out.
Goddamn.
Because we cut to him having already killed a bunch of Titans, and then Zeke throws a horse at him. Lamau. Sad time to be Misc.
Spoilers for.
He's in no regrets.
He is in no regrets. He tackles Levi. Anyway, his fighting is super sick. Nobody disagrees. What a weird idea to have him spin.
It is so sick though. Like I know at least when I watched in the anime.
He came up with that idea. He was like, "All right, Spider-Man fighting giants," and then we're just like, "Oh my god, he's gonna print money." And then he's like, "Let's have Spider-Man spin." And it's like, man, that's a fucking good idea. You deserve this fucking truckload of money. But the next point is Levi looks back and is in shook, seeing the female Titan crying as Eren is taken away from her. He understands, guys. He understands. But he does have a moment. He doesn't really understand, but he does have a moment because he did just get a revenge stiffy. But he sort of the moment of pause of like contemplation when he looks back, and this will sort of come back because Levi is sort of continually confronted with the humanity of Titans, because at the end of the next arc he will be there when they figure out that through Connie and Connie's mum that basically all Titans are humans, and he has that moment of reflection. But this is sort of a prelude to that. It's kind of a sense, but it's just so cool. The cut back and Annie's crying and the face he makes. The sickest shit I ever saw, besides the spin.
Although, actually, something just to go back. Sorry to your previous point really quick. I just looked it up again, and the eye stuff is even more fucking sick because he doesn't just cut out her eyes; he fucking goes elbow deep into her eyes.
He does.
Like the others, the squad, I think they just kind of did a fancy slash to cut her eyes open, whilst Levi's going so quickly. Like I think, and that's his thing. Is Levi's just so quick. And like the panel before, you could see him sort of barreling forward, and there's no slash and there's no anything. He's just like, nah, fuck it, impaled up to the elbows, both. And I think he doesn't even bother to try and pull it. He just literally detaches the blades and pulls his hands out.
He does. It's fucking sick. What a fight scene! Better than that Eren one. Get that prick out of here. What were we talking about? I made a point after that, but which one was that? Crying, looking back. That's sick. Levi is very talkative with Eren, as Eren points out in chapter 32. Also, it's also sad that they are in a similar room to where the whole squad used to hang out, but now it's just Levi and Eren. Maybe that melancholy is why Levi is so talkative. It is. We do see, and I don't think we've mentioned that yet, but there are a bunch of shots of like the whole squad, Levi in like this room at a long table, and then later after they're all dead, and when we get the flashback to basically everybody finding, or maybe this is the cut before the flashback or something, whatever. Whenever we see this, it's after they're all dead, and they've returned from the mission outside the walls, and it's very sad. The room's empty, and you feel it. You feel it in your heart. It's sad. Good moment. But I have my final Levi point, and actually the final point overall, because we already did Ari's one earlier. Levi doesn't like that they are going ahead with apprehending Annie without any real evidence. Easy for me to say. He's just such a good boy. It was interesting that I don't remember this, but Levi does be like, so all you've got for evidence is this, that she kind of looks the same or the same fighting stance or whatever, and he's not very happy about that. He's given the benefit of the doubt. He wants a proper trial before they arrest him. That he wants a warrant and a that's what it's called, a warrant drawn up for her arrest, and everything. What a law-abiding fella this Levi is. I like him. It was a good little good on you Levi moment. But does anybody have anything to say about that, or anything to say about Levi overall before we move on?
No, the point about him wanting I feel like I'm close to coming up with a point, an additional thing to say to that. The apprehending Annie without any real solid evidence. I'm trying to think. I guess maybe part of that ties into like his dedication to Erwin, because like, you know, even though he disagrees with Erwin fundamentally on this, he's like, you know, I don't even know if it's a chain of command, because I have a feeling that Levi wouldn't listen to a bunch of other people. It's Erwin specifically that he trusts.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Hange would have inspired the same level of unflinching loyalty from him when Hange took over. I think he would have probably done it because he.
Yeah, because he.
But we don't see any instances. We don't see any opportunities for that of either Hange or Armin commanding Levi.
Yeah, even though they joke about that and with Historia, with Mikasa. But I feel like whenever it's Hange and Levi after Owen's dead, it's always like them very much as like equals. Like they both sit down to meet with Yelena at that one meeting thing and stuff like that. But yeah. So anything else to say about Levi? Ari, anything?
Nope, Levi is pretty good.
He's the best.
Actually, I would say he looks better here. Like, I know I complained last time about he looked terrible in his like first chapter we see him, but now he looks good.
Yes.
The art in general evolved a lot for this arc, especially the latter half.
Yep.
It's definitely much more consistent. But yes, alright. Moving into the queen herself, Annie characterization here. We got some fucking paragraphs to this one, chat. If you thought the last one was long, my goodness. First point I've got here is in chapter 21. This is before she even shows up as a bad guy. Well, I guess she's already killed Titans at this point, I think. Our Titans, the ones that matter. Sonny and Bean. We haven't talked about them yet. We'll get to them. In chapter 21, after Connie asks her, meaning Annie, if she thinks he should also join the MPs, she asks him if he'd die if somebody told him to. He says no, and then Annie concludes that therefore he should do what he wants, whatever he wants to do. A clever and direct from Annie here, kind of highlighting her independence, because she would probably never die if somebody commanded her to. Her basically saying through this little dialogue that, see, you have a reason to live and listen to yourself. She then asks the same thing to Armin, and Armin says that as long as he understood why he was dying, he might, which is kind of foreshadowing the end to return to Shinganshina. And this obviously means he's joining the Survey Corps, or Corps. Annie then says that Armin is a weakling. Annie then says that Armin's a weakling, but that he has guts. And that he what am I saying here? Has guts, and he calls her nice, and she blushes. That was an easy fucking sentence. Armin then comments that it's fuck me if I gotta read my own shit. This is what it's like recording for anybody that wants insight. Armin then comments that it sounds like she doesn't want them to join the Survey Corps. And then Armin says she must have a bigger reason for wanting to join the MPs, and she says she doesn't, and that she just wants to save herself, hinting at some of her selfishness here, which is paid off when she decides to go back and help the Alliance, even though it wouldn't benefit her. A lot of setting up for Annie characterization stuff here. We got some of it in the training arc, but this scene does a lot of the legwork before we get into some more interesting stuff later. But yeah, that whole situation was interesting to me. I remember reading it the first time, and that's why I made a fucking whole paragraph of notes. But Mr. R?
Annie does care. She doesn't want them to join the Survey Corps because she doesn't want to risk killing them.
She also blushes.
She does blush.
Yes. She doesn't want to kill them. Friends. This is obviously seen later when she's checking hoods and she leaves Armin behind. But yeah, other than that, what else was I saying in there? Was anything else interesting, Ari?
The whole thing was interesting, Kyle. Well done. I like it. And he does.
A good friend Ari is.
Yeah, she's a great character. It seeds everything is seeded here for what she'll become later, because she does disappear pretty quickly after this.
Yeah. it's this dual like commitment to selfishness that she kind of has, um, as well has like this underlining clear like sort of care that is visible if you look. A lot of the Attack on Titan characters are like that, where they sort of speak and act in different manners, or there's sort of a sarcasm to their badness or goodness, in terms of morals, I guess. Badness and goodness probably not the best words. But my next point here was, does Annie only kill in self-defense? Arguably. Now, in the anime, this is certainly not true, because I used to argue about this, and then I looked back like a year after that. This is like 5 years ago or some shit. I was like, that's some fucking bullshit. I guess they all go to attack her first. The big thing in the anime when I was thinking about this was like, she's twirling that dude, and that's kind of like some sadistic shit. And why doesn't she just squash him or something? Well, we had to cut for a second, but Ari, you were saying something.
Yeah, so I was saying that it doesn't this point about Annie only possibly killing in self-defense, doesn't that apply to anyone in this story? Like, who is someone in that, who's an example of someone who doesn't kill for self-defense, who just kills for the sake of killing?
I guess when they break down the walls, but there's a lot of pressure from an outside source. That's not really a self-defense thing.
I guess, but then Annie is involved in that.
Yeah, she is. Well, then, yeah. Then Annie doesn't only kill in self-defense, but that's still sort of excusable because of the pressure and the being 12 thing or whatever. That maybe. I'm sure there is, like, Gross isn't really killing in self-defense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Gross.
Yeah.
Zeke. I'm sure there's plenty of times where Zeke doesn't kill in self-defense or under real coercion, because his whole thing is about enjoy. Because his whole mentality is about, we might as well enjoy it whilst we do it.
Yeah.
Like, even if he's killing in like because he feels forced to, he's still taking far too much joy in it.
Yeah.
I guess, but then you've got like Annie swinging around that guy with the like maneuvering.
I feel like it's only one frame, and maybe that is I'm sure Annie probably didn't do this calculation, but if you got swung around to death or got stomped to death, which one would hurt less? I have no fucking idea. And she'd
probably die pretty quickly either way.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just an old thing I used to think about all the time, so I thought we'd bring it up and have a talk about it a little bit. But it's not too big of a point. It's most people are doing it as a means for an end. I think Gross might be the only one that's like killing somebody just to kill them or whatever. Even all those Zeke examples is like, well, got to do this to save Eldia or whatever Zeke's plan was. I forget the idiosyncrasies of it right now.
Well, I mean, under that logic, Gross is doing it because it's like, well, got to do this to save Marlowe.
Got to teach my kids.
But he specifically has a monologue about how he doesn't really care about Marley, right? He's like, I'm just doing this because it's entertaining, Lamau. And my kids learnt to be harsh men by feeding your sister to the dogs, Lamau. He says Lamau a lot, if you don't remember.
It's a pretty bad guy.
I forgot that intricacy.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a little character quirk he had. He knew
he points at the camera.
It was part of the meta fourth wall break when he said Lamau, and you're like, man, he's on the message board.
That's awesome.
Is that why he's an S tier character?
Indeed. God, what a video. The only old Kyle Entertainment video that's any good at all.
I do.
The only one pre like the last 3 videos that's any good at all. God, we got to do that tier list, huh? That might be on the second channel before they're listening to this, but it's not on my second channel. It's on Ari's second channel, so maybe they don't care. And maybe we should move on to the next point.
Yep.
Which we're going to transformation, not transition, characterization, and Mr. R is going to lead us off here, I guess.
Oh, yes. I forgot that it was me who was going first. Let me really remind myself. I didn't read ahead. I've done a Kyle. I was saying Annie's speech on being worthless and evil, but that just makes her normal, whilst people like Marlowe are special, established that she really does think of herself as irredeemable. As we learn later, she only cares about one thing and is aware that she's going to do terrible things to achieve it. I almost disagree with myself now. I think she does care about more than one thing. She just doesn't want to accept that she cares about more than one thing. But she does have a lot of self-loathing and a lot of self-hatred for the behavior she engages in. Even if it wasn't in pursuit, like, even though it's like, you can, she has done terrible things, but the society we learn she grew up in, she's incredible, it's a really difficult choice for her. God damn, Annie's such a good character. But yeah,
there's a lot of
she has
self-doubt and things like that.
even if she hasn't openly bought into like the Gabby side of self-loathing Eldian, she does have a lot of self-loathing and hatred, not for being an Eldian, but for the things she's had to do in order to survive.
Self-denial might be the better word, specifically for Annie, maybe. She's like denying these, like the caring about Armin and then caring about others and then trying to like self-isolate and things like that. But true and based. I guess, should I read my part then?
Yeah. I look at mine and I sort of have to disagree with some of the wording I used.
Well, I didn't read ahead, so I could be saying anything right now, and I'm going to find out as the rest of us do. Annie turning the tables on Marlowe and say, "Oh, so this must all be about the Marlowe conversation." A lot of So when we meant pre-transformation, we meant after the forest stuff. So we're talking about Marlowe and the gang now, chat. Annie turning the table on Marlowe and saying that selfish, evil people are the normal ones is interesting. She just wants to be thought of as human. Obviously, this is all resolved with her final stand. Is it? What the fuck was I saying there? This isn't. It's sort of like maybe Isama's core belief about humanity kind of is potentially this like. Well, humans kind of do some bad shit a lot of the times, but Lamau, that's humanity. He also says he's also on the message boards. He says Lamau too. Because this, I've kind of this is like a bunch of broader stuff. The specific, I don't know where the fuck to go with this. The sort of having a moral citizen be the outlier and having everybody else be normal is kind of an interesting. I guess it's an interesting viewpoint into Annie's character more specifically if we separate it from Isayama. And the she just wants to be thought of as human thing is kind of always confused me. It's always been a line I've thought about a bit. I don't know.
Maybe that ties into the fact that because she was an orphan, abandoned, felt unwanted, and even then, for the longest time, her father just used her for his own gains.
Yeah, I don't know if Annie ever does. Annie feel like an orphan at all? Because she was like an orphan before she had like any autonomy, right? She was like a baby. So I don't know if orphanhood is anything that defines her, just more so.
But I mean, it's still something that she's aware of. Like, you know, she'll be aware that her own her birth parents didn't. I mean, they didn't or couldn't want her, and then the person who adopted her only did so out of the desire to.
Yeah, that's true.
Use her to advance himself, which is probably why she. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll get to Annie's father at some point. He's an interesting character.
Yeah. Maybe, Ari, you do your point on this, and then we can all...
so...
jump in.
Okay, so, firstly, it's been a while since I wrote this, but I remember writing this and thinking, oh, I'm a genius here. What a great point. So...
Oh, here we go.
It's about the whole Marlowe... The conversation that Kyle was just talking about, which is like you've got Marlowe and you've got Annie talking to each other. And... Oh god, essentially Marlowe is like spouting all this stuff about how he's going to be good and change the world and do all this stuff. And then Annie basically says that let me just read through what I've got here maybe. So Annie, essentially my take on that whole situation, which maybe I'll describe it in this paragraph. So Annie seems to be tired of systems that oppress those that do not resist them. And my example is like she's tired of the Eldians in Mali, right? The system there that oppresses the Eldians. So she knows that Marlowe is a good person who wants to change the world. So that's the conversation I was talking about. But the radicals in power, who think of regular people as lesser, results in oppression. So she thinks that she's essentially telling Marlowe here that she thinks that what does she say? So directly she says, I think that when good people like you manage to take control, that's when it's over. So even if I'm the kind of weak person who gets swept along with the flow, I just want you to think of me as human. That's all. So I think what she's essentially, oh god, it's confusing, but I think what she's saying is that she wants Marlowe to be a kind of person who will go into power and won't oppress other people because he thinks he's better than them.
I think I get it now.
Yeah.
Because she's
Mhm.
like, remember that the people that like don't agree with you, that just went with the flow, are human like too,
Yeah.
or maybe are even more human than you, and you are the outlier. Yeah, I think I get it now.
Well,
Maybe
that's.
Ari
I
is a
mean, that
genie.
kind of. Yeah. I mean, that is. I mean, that kind of buys into like the current world, with like the sort of the current sort of, I guess, liberal failing when it comes to looking at the world. It's not that the system's the problem. It's that the wrong people are in power, and if you just replace those people, then everything will be fine. But you just replace those people, and nothing's fine because you've not dealt with the fundamental systemic systems and
Mm.
mindsets that lead to the problems that happen. I
Yeah.
guess, yeah, individuals versus systemic issues. I guess it ties a little bit into that. Maybe not as much now that I'm thinking about. Now that I'm saying it out
No,
loud. But
I think I get what you mean. I almost had an opposite reading when, not when I was reading it, but when Ari was just saying it now, about sort of um maybe disassociating sort of positivity from radical people, and trying to say that potentially, like, when you have all these ideas, they sort of might get out of control, and when you're in power, you sort of go crazy or something potentially. But I don't know how I feel about that overall is the point. I do like the human line more. I feel like I've always been something questioning that a little bit, but I like that explanation. But Ari, you still got a whole other
Oh
paragraph to go.
boy. Yeah, so what is this? So I wrote Armin asks Annie to not be one of those self-serving people who will doom humanity, which is exactly what she describes herself as to Marlowe.
Yeah.
And she replies, "Do I really look like such a good person to you?" Um, okay.
So that
Just trying
that
to.
ties into before. It's kind of reiterating it, right? So good people are the radical ones that want to change everything. Um, and she's not interested in like standing out. She just kind of wants to sort of have some sort of selfish benefit, like so she's self-serving, and that might end up dooming humanity, but she doesn't really care because she only cares sort of individually about her and her father and potentially her friends. um
Yeah. So I think the point I was
Interesting.
trying to make here is more about what Armin does to her in this situation. Um, Honestly, I don't even remember. But so I guess the next
Like,
thing I've written here, like, well, I mean, I think all these three things I've got are like tied together. So like the first one is the fact that Armin is challenging her here, where he's directly contradicting the way that she describes herself, right? So that's the first thing Armin does
yeah,
here. The second thing is that Armin is able to give her a new insight into the world. So instead of seeing the world that she has, he proposes the idea that there's no good or bad people, only people who help you and those that don't. So that's something he brings up here. And
yeah,
then he says that if you're doing things in self-interest, then it doesn't make you doing things in
it does,
self-interest doesn't make you a bad person, but refusing to help people will make them dislike you. So
yeah.
essentially, he's saying that. What is this point then? I
No,
wrote it
because if
doesn't
you're
matter. Yeah.
selfish, then people. Oh, I guess you're talking about the next one.
Yeah, the next point doesn't make sense at all because this is a completely
It doesn't matter
unrelated
if
thing.
she believes he was lying to trick her or not. It's still a message that stuck with her and will stick with her. It doesn't matter if she
So I
believes
think
you.
I'm. So I can't believe I wrote this so long ago, but I think this is tying in with their relationship somehow. Because what happens is that after this, oh, I am okay. It's coming back to me, guys. Okay, so
Here we go.
when I think it's coming back to me, so they're in the alleyway, Armin and Annie, and then right at the end, Annie essentially doubts Armin, and she says, "Oh, well, you were trying to trick me all this time. I can't believe it." Basically, and I think what I'm trying to say here is that even it doesn't matter if she thinks that he was trying to trick her or not. The message that he gave her in this like deceitful kind of interaction will still stick with her, and it's something that she's going to think about. How there are no good and bad people. There's people who help and people who don't. I don't know. There's
Helps her
something
like
here.
forgive Armin later and not hold like a grudge for lying to her because she
Yeah,
understands sort of why he did it. Which doesn't that tie into something Armin said earlier about he's okay with like potentially dying if he understands it. So maybe we're
huh.
tying this point into understanding about how, like, as long as people understand, like, people don't want to die a meaningless death where like they just get stood on or eaten by a Titan and they don't even understand that Marley and Ellie are at this war or whatever the fuck. But through understanding or sacrificing yourself in some sort of military battle where you supposedly understand what's happening, people sort of can be at peace with dying for like a cause or something, rather than it just seeming like a random chance of something and it doesn't make sense. So maybe people like understanding why the person that's killing them is killing them, rather than just dying by a Titan or something. That, I don't know. Was Titan's shit in there? I don't even know.
Kind of, I think. I don't know. This whole point, I've honestly confused myself here at this point. But
so I think the point was Annie, or the point I was trying to make there, that I think might be the point that you're trying to make there, is that Annie understands why Armin like lied to her here, so it's easy for her to like understand him, and be like, all right, I don't hold a grudge. It was just you didn't do something bad. You just did something that wasn't in my interest, which means that what's the exact phrasing, that people who help, like he wasn't helping her in that moment or whatever. I don't know. I think
I think I get your point. I also don't think that was my initial point, but I like that. So I'm gonna say yes. That's a good point. But that's the whole thing. Yeah.
Do we move on to the next one then?
Yeah, let's just move on.
I think so. This is. I was struggling with that one there. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's confused me a lot. Let's just go to the next point.
Ooh. The first part, I think we all got the first RE point, but anyway,
Yep.
Armin saying Eren will be killed if Annie doesn't help seems to convince her to help. Does she care? Does she care? Question mark. Wouldn't the power just be reincarnated into some random baby? So this is kind of speculating on a wider, what would Annie be thinking now that we know all the knowledge she would have had at this moment? Does she care about Eren? That'd be dumb, since if she captures him, he's dead anyway. Do the warriors know that the interior nobility getting him would mean that they'd have a proper founding Titan again, and they would win the war? She had already followed Kenny at this point, so this is kind of speculating about what the fuck Annie knows at this point and what her motivation could be. So she's initially convinced to help when it seems, when Armin says that Eren will be killed. So does she then infer that he's going to be eaten by Rod Reese or somebody else, and then they'll get a proper founding Titan? And because she doesn't know about the... Like, go ahead.
Well, they'll know about the vow renouncing war. They were briefed on that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but they definitely do, huh?
Oh wait, no, maybe they won't, because they were expecting. No,
because Lily Tiber explains it.
Yeah, right? Because they were because part of the whole reason for breaching the wall was the hope that the king and the walls would reveal themselves to stop them breaching it.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe they didn't know about the vow. I suppose they wouldn't have, because then it would have been the propaganda wouldn't have been as strong for them to go over there and destroy what was effectively a peaceful
but they
island.
don't know that Eren is the founding Titan yet, because they haven't seen him use the coordinate ability. That's like a realization Reiner has, remember? When he's like, why did the coordinate go to him? So they might just think
they still basically don't know. But Eren's their only lead then, I guess, at that point, rather than Eren being their target. He's the only thing they've got.
They can't
in terms
be
speculating.
Of the power being... go ahead.
I was going to say as well, in terms of the power being reincarnated, whilst that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, it would also set them back a lot, because think about how many...
Well, it could be an Eldian back in Mali, probably, most likely, right? Because there's probably more Eldians
or just anywhere, all over the world. Like, there are subjects of Ymir outside of Marley as well, because Eldia was just the Empire.
Are they all in camps? Right? I think they're in camps outside of Mali, too. Yeah, because Udo is from a... Is that his name? From a camp outside.
From another location. So yeah, so that would just actually make the search even harder. They know at the moment that the Founding Titan, or they have very good reason to believe that the Founding Titan is...
But a baby transform when it first gets it? That's kind of weird to think about. Like,
probably
does it...
not. They're presumably babies... I think an Eldian would just get the genetic memories. That's... Yeah, it's weird. So yeah, I don't think they actually knew. I think all they had with Eren was that he was their only lead, and that they were going to take him back because it was something. It's like, oh, we have a Titan
Hold on,
shifter.
I think I figured out why she would be... Because, yeah, if they don't have any leads, then they have nowhere to search, and then they will probably end up going back with nothing. But if they can go back with at least one of the 9 Titans, even if they don't know which one it is, and even if they don't think it's the Founding Titan, which I think they would have to assume it was either the Jaws, which it doesn't look like it would be, so it would have to be the Attack Titan. and they go back with that, well, then they at least did something, and they won't get replaced immediately.
And I guess as well, in Marlowe, they'd probably be able to find a willing volunteer to take the power and then look into the memories of the Titan.
Yeah.
So they'd at least be able to work out some more shit.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because that's the thing. They basically, as soon as Marcel died, they thought they'd fucked it. They thought it was done at that point.
Yeah. That's true, yeah. Well, I think we figured this one out. It does make sense. I got my last one, my goodness. Do you think Annie is a little legitimately hurt that Armin cornered her like this? I've always felt like she was being sarcastic with the reveal, but I don't know. I feel like we've already kind of talked about this with talking about Ari's points just now. But yeah, well, it is said with sort of that Annie sarcasm of like, oh, how could you corner me like this? I'm such a small girl who can't do nothing or whatever. And Eren's like, you can flip a bloke or whatever. So it's kind of said with sarcasm, but that's kind of how Annie expresses her emotions. So perhaps she is a little bit mad. Though, if we go by the RE thing we kind of agreed to, then maybe she understands and isn't mad. Lamau. Who knows? I think we'll just go to Ari's point now.
Excellent. I'm going to say how much that Annie loves Armin. So, I mean, is this ever confirmed? Like later on, do they actually? Is
they
there
blush
any
together on the boat?
Yeah, I guess that's the most we get, isn't it? But anyway, so I think
their last lines are to each other too on the other boat in the last chapter.
Yeah, I forgot about that actually. Yes,
and Mikasa looks over and says, "How long has this been going on?" to both of them, I think. So
yeah, well, I think their love is seated right here in this interaction with after Marlowe, because, like I said before, Armin basically gives her a new perspective to life, because previously she was hearing Marlowe's philosophy about like good people, and now she's hearing a more enlightened one from Armin about good people. And I think this is where her love is seated, because Armin penetrates her rough exterior and gives her a new meaning to something.
He penetrates her exterior, Aridari says.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And they're in love now.
More than
at least she loves him. But
Indeed.
There we go. That's it.
I feel like, it could be now. Could be.
No, it's now. It is. Anyway, so.
It is. Confirmed.
Next up.
But yeah. True and based, I guess. Mr. R, the last point on Annie overall.
The last point indeed. Annie looked pretty fucking horrified when she realized that she killed a bunch of people after being punched onto the church by Eren.
Like, but Eren didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, there's not even any ambiguity to it as well, and it's both in the manga and the anime. Let me get it up.
Remember the point you made earlier about Levi hating conservatives? Perhaps Eren hates the religious. Based, Lamau. Don't show Bacon this section. Do not clip this and show this to Bacon, alright? Please.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like, it cuts to her sort of wide-eyed looking, and then there's just like, zoom-ins of like these dead bodies and everything. I think even in the anime it might even be more obvious. It's just like, yeah, she's not heartless.
Well, in the anime, it's almost shaped like a gag. Like they're praying, and then it comes in, and it's like, Lamau.
Yeah. So as I basically said, she's probably pretty good at shutting herself out from her guilt over some of her actions, but there's probably a bit where it gets too much. Again, coming back to the self-defense thing. Previously, it's like, these are soldiers, they will kill me, sort of thing. I have to kill them, even if I proactively kill them. Yeah, they would kill me if I didn't. These aren't soldiers. This is just a church full of innocent people who've just been crushed to death.
Yeah.
Because of me. And again, like, she was probably able to assuage some of the guilt over the wall, especially considering she wasn't the one who broke the wall. She was unconscious at that point because she'd been she'd lured the Titans and basically exhausted herself to the point of collapse.
Yeah, she wakes up later in the same place where Eren meets her.
Yeah, after it's all been done, so it's probably pretty easy for her to just kind of put it aside. She hasn't had to witness the horror, but this is the first time witnessing true horror, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she witnessed the horror of Mark. I guess she did witness the horror of Marco's death, I guess. And just other deaths in general. Like, when we saw her apologizing and everything. Yeah, Annie's just fucking good. Annie cares. Like, that's the bottom line. That's the most important thing anyone needs to know. Annie does give a shit, and that's what makes her great.
Indeed. This is Pastor Nick, right? This bloke here?
Yep.
It looks like him. He
Yes.
runs all the way over to the wall. Now all the way from here. How'd he get out of this half-dilapidated building? Biggest plot hole in the series. I hate this manga.
Right.
But we'll talk about Pastor Nick later. Well, and probably a lot more
Yes.
next time. But is there anything else to say about Annie before we wrap that up and move
Just
on to side
based.
characters? Based and
It's
good.
pretty good. Yeah.
We're on to side characters now, and we're beginning with this loser. You may know him, you may love him. You probably don't, though, because he is a loser. We're starting with Jean, not Mr. R, but we're also starting with Mr. R, who's got 2 Jean points that he's going to
Yes,
take us
I
through.
do have 2 Jean points. Yes. Like last arc we had we had the beginning of sort of Jean's sort of turning point, like the point where he starts to become like goes from being a douchebag to being a fucking, king. And like the speech he gives Eren, I'm just sort of reading over my notes again because as per usual, as we said before, we haven't prepped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's giving that speech about dying like Marco, and it shows the character, and it does show the what he's sort of the character that we're going to sort of see throughout the rest of the series. He has fear. He's afraid. He has like disgust at the situation. He doesn't like Eren, but despite all his desires to not be a part of anything, he knows it's the right thing to do, and he knows the fact that he doesn't want to do it is why he needs to do it. Fucking great character development that we're going to continue to see as we go. Does not want to do it, but does it because it's the right thing. Opposite of Eren, who does want to do it regardless of. I'm sure I'm going somewhere with this. And I also pointed out like Jean's talent as a member of the Survey Corps. Like this, it's their first real field operation since Trost, and he's able to hold his own against the female Titan, despite the fact the female Titan's in an open field. And we also know that Jean's biggest talent is the mastery of the ODM gear, so it's kind of like a nice little callback on that front. In that, he's able to use it so effectively in an open field, whilst most people panic at that prospect. Now, obviously, you can make the argument that Annie's not trying to kill him, but it's still pretty crazy. And also, he's also one of the top 10, which
Yeah. That means they're strong boys and girls.
Yes.
But yes,
yeah,
she might be. Does
cool.
Annie ever have a scene with Jean where she's like, I really like that Jean bloke? Maybe she did want to kill him. If I was Annie, I'd want to kill Jean. That's all I'm saying.
There might have been a bit back in the very beginning. Back in like the bit where they're all celebrating passing graduation. There might have been a bit where Annie's like, I'm joining the military police, but I don't want you to think I'm like them. Directly referring to Jean, who'd just been given off a big speech about getting to hide in the interior.
I feel like when she's shit-talking everybody to Eren, Jean is one of the people she's shit-talking when she's like, and these idiots over here. And I think Jean is, because they point out that Jean is like goofing off because he understands that hand-to-hand combat doesn't matter or something.
Oh yeah, there's that bit as well, yeah.
But I think we're supposed to think that everybody cared about each other in retrospect and they were all a happy family.
Mm-hmm.
And
yep.
Maybe
they spent 3 years together.
3 years dorming near each other and no fucking. Unbelievable. The logic gaps in this goddamn series. That's a big plot hole if ever I've seen one. Now, I've got something to say about Jean, so this will be good. And I haven't read over this, so let's see what old Kyle had to say about Jean here. I've got a quote. Jean says, shit, I'm begging you here. Don't make me hate myself more than I already do. And I don't really get it, apparently. So apparently I'm not making a point here. This is, as everybody else is walking away, I think this is when he selects to become a scout. He's already said earlier in that chapter, or maybe a previous chapter, that he's going to join the scouts. I think it's in the last group of things we did, because it's in the Burning Bones chapter. But anyway, when everybody else is walking away, not wanting to join the Survey Corps, Jean is later the one that brings up the responsibility being on him, Reiner, and Armin to try and distract Annie before she ruins the entire formation and strands the entire corps. Now, I think this is building into this point retroactively. So maybe initially, if we want to talk about, because why does Jean say this is kind of why I'm asking. Why does Jean hates himself, I guess? Doesn't everybody hate themselves, Lamau? But why would this action particularly make Gene hate himself more than he already does? Is it just him saying that, like, is it him begging himself to give in to his weakness and walk away so he doesn't die, which might be why he hates
No.
himself?
I
Or
mean,
is it that he is drawn to walk away and that's the part of himself that he hates? What's this prick talking about here? Anybody got any thoughts?
I think it is just. I mean, I think it is that internal conflict. Like there's nothing he wants more at that moment than to walk away. But
Yeah,
he knows that he has
selfishly.
to stay. And I guess what he hates is he hates that there is that selfless part of himself that's keeping him there. That part, that the good part, the part that knows what the right thing is, and he doesn't like that bit. And that's
Yeah.
what he's fighting against. So he's obviously fighting against his desire to walk away and have a comfortable life in the interior.
Yes, his
But-
burden to do what is morally right. What a champion.
And
Anyway,
that's what
I
he
hate
hates. He hates the burden. He hates that he has that burden on himself.
Yeah. I think this is a separate interesting point. Actually, no, this isn't. These points probably aren't related at all. I probably just put all my Gene points into this one thing. Shut up,
Lazy.
Minty. Gene is later. Well, I think we all did this by design, by the way. Gene is later the one that brings up the responsibility being on him, Reiner, and Armin to try and distract Annie. So I brought this up before, but it is interesting that Gene in that moment is the one that says, like, we have to stop Annie now, and we have to risk everything to stop Annie now, because otherwise she's going to fuck up the formation so bad that we're all stuck out here and everybody's going to die. I don't remember that ever being brought up in the anime. It might have been, but it is like a little logistics thing. It's an extra little detail to think through. And yeah, I like it a lot. And basically him being the one to think of responsibility more so than even Armin in this situation. Obviously, Reiner's got some sneaky motivations during this scene. But I added here and said basically a suicide mission here. There's a great panel of realization in the three of them that they have to do this. Oh, I remember liking all of this stuff. So I guess I'm generally talking about all of this right now. But I do remember this panel of like when they realize they have to act here and it's sort of the burden on them. And I love good reaction shots. I love things like that when we see
Something Isayama has always drawn quite well as well. Like looking, the shock and horror. He even like back when his art, when the meme was that his art was bad. Isayama's art's never been bad. Some of the reaction shots were really good.
Yeah. He also is the one that comes up with the direct plan of action against Annie. So again, sort of directly in the field, Gene is the one that makes the plans. This comes back in Return in Shinganshina, and probably some other aspects that I'm thinking about. And it is interesting, and I think we've briefly touched on this, but the pairing of Gene and Armin through this arc, and having them be both like sort of the intelligent characters, but having different types of intelligences. It's clever and it's good characterization when they're not just both the same thing, or one's made completely redundant being around the other. It's interesting that in chapter 27, Gene is the one that figures out first that the mission was to capture the female Titan, not Armin. This is when they're slowly figuring out what Erwin is going through, that great back and forth that's sort of Armin and Gene have as they're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. That's a great little tension thing. I think chapter 27 is the specific chapter I brought up before about really loving and the standout moments thing, and that ties into all of that. But those are all my Gene points, I believe. Cool stuff, I guess. Now I think we're moving to RE.
Yeah, so for me, I've got I have one John point, which we've talked about already, I think, and then I've got two other ones for Sasha and Connie, because we don't really have one for a section for Connie, I don't think. So my points are just all about what's happening in that internal monologue, because basically you've got, when they're signing up to stay, or choosing to stay with the scouts, they got that ocean of people like running away from them basically. And these three, I guess all the characters, but these three here have like certain things they think of. And we talked about Jean's one, which is that he says like, don't make me hate myself more than I already do. Which is like what we just talked about how he's like feeling the pressure of everyone leaving. Then Sasha, she is apparently, this is what I've written, she's afraid of facing the Titans again. Because what she thinks of in that moment is back when she was in the tower and she almost got eaten.
Yeah.
So I thought that was interesting because like you don't, at least when I first saw that the first time in the anime, I thought she was more joking about it, I guess. But here we do see that she was actually shaken by that event. It is like the most important thing to her when making this decision.
this is actually something that ties into it almost exactly what we talked about last time, a little bit about how Sasha is made to be very scared in a bunch of ways that were either cut in the anime or made to seem like jokes in the anime that I really liked last time, and this is a continuation of that here that I didn't note down, but I already did, so good on him. But yes, I find that it's only small bits of characterization here for Sasha, but there is more in the manga. And it is mostly around her being afraid, which I think makes her chapter or episode that we'll get in the next arc make a lot more sense about how she's sort of overcoming her fears in that moment to face a Titan one-on-one again when she is again stranded without her gear. Holy shit, this is more connected than I thought when I started this monologue. Like she was in the basement there, and her overcoming that by charging it with the arrow and everything to save Kaya. And remember how Kaya becomes a character? What a crazy world we live in. What a crazy story. But actually, that makes a lot more sense.
It all ties together. She has a little arc in this first three arcs. Very neat.
Yeah. Duck jockey bacon, you know? What a prick.
Oh yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, what a fool. So
maybe Gabby was a useless little bitch. Fuck Gabby. I hate her.
Alright, let's not get crazy. All right. The second best character in Attack on Titan, you're diminishing her. So Connie also has a monologue in this ocean of people, kind of describing his motivations of why he should leave and join the MPs, and that is that his village would respect him, which is something I don't know if I just missed it in the anime, but I just don't remember that at all. Like that being his like driving force for what he wants to do. Yeah, well, I just completely forgot.
It wasn't specifically. Or maybe it was specifically joining the MPs, but I remember him having fuck me, having a point. Ugh, I'm dying here. He has like a memory of his mother and father as he's riding to his village, and I don't remember if this is in the manga. We'll get there next time. But where he has a memory, and you hear his mother and his father's voice say, "Connie, grow up and be strong and be a respected soldier." I think is what the term they use. More so than directly military police, so that might be a bit of change, but I do remember that. But yeah.
That's it. Those are my three
Connie,
characters there. Connie, he has more character than I remember. Good for him.
Not as much as Sasha, apparently, though, but he'll make up for that on the back end. But Mr. I, you've got a Sasha point now.
I mean, my Sasha point, I think you guys have kind of already touched on mostly. I said that for me, Sasha's motivation at this point for joining the Survey Corps didn't feel as clear cut as like Jean's or Connie's.
Yeah.
To me, when I was reading it, it was just like, okay, she's crying that that she's joining the Survey Corps, but why? She hasn't explicitly stated like. I mean, she wants to join the MPs to get, well fed, and that was her sole motivation. So for me, it was kind of like, okay, well, she's just joining. Basically, she's joining the Survey Corps because everybody else is.
But she's gonna.
I guess now maybe she's joining because of Connie, because her and Connie are like best mates. But
you could also infer that she has sort of similar reasons to John or whatever, because they are around each other or something. Or this is sort of the motivation that all scouts have to understand. But yeah, there's not really any focus on Sasha. Yeah. They do continue the scared motif, but outside of that, yeah, there's no motivation.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's nice that kind of just, I guess you could say that by doing that action, it's inferring that Sasha does have that internal conscience the same way the same way that Jean and Connie both do as well. It's nice. It's fine. It's just, yeah, it's not as explicit as like, I mean, Connie's isn't super explicit. I feel Connie's is probably more explored in the next arc than this one. But Jean's is obviously obvious, because Marco is a big part of everything that's led up to this for Jean. So yeah,
and he's basically coming out of those first group of chapters. He's like the fourth most important character.
Well, I mean, around at least during the first arcs of the manga, Sasha and Connie were basically put in as filler characters just to fill up spots in the top 10. From what I understand, from what I remember reading from the. Connie was definitely a spot filler, and I think Sasha was as well. But then he used that to turn her into a bit of a comic relief character as well.
Yeah, that has to be
Sasha
so early.
Sasha had a tough ride as a character.
Yeah,
And then we all
The
cried.
top 10's in like chapter 2, right? So they're pretty much there
Yeah,
from
the
the
top
beginning, at least being thought about.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. But they basically just needed, like, when the first top 10 was announced, it's like, when we first see Connie Springer, Sasha Blouse, it's like there was no real intention with those characters, no plan at that point. Jean and Marco, there was clearly a plan.
Yeah, well, I assume by the time we saw them, there was a plan, but probably not by the time when Isama initially said, "Well, we'll put this ball prick at this girl in here too." But yeah. Because by the time we saw him, he's probably got a bunch of at least like the next 10 chapters planned or some shit. There's actually an identical story for One Piece. That's a bit cool. About like, oh shit, he just created these characters as placeholders, and then they literally become some of the biggest characters in the whole thing. The One Piece fans know what I'm talking about. Miller's appreciating this right now. But yeah, old Sasha. Are we moving on to Hange now?
Yes. Yep. So,
Ari, you're going first.
Yeah, so I just want to talk about how great Hange is, basically, because the note here I've got is about her first meeting with Eren, which is...
I'm going to correct on this.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. We have or is it even here? Should we even talk about that now? Do we have a discussion of Hange's gender?
I mean, I put as a point later on that there are some almost like weirdly specific instances of calling Hange Miss Hange at some points in the manga.
Yeah.
Which is really weird considering the notes that they then got later, because they don't do that with anyone else. So it's like almost this explicit decision. And then I guess, the publishing company got in contact and was like, yeah, don't give Hange gendered pronouns.
Yep. Okay, well.
Maybe, yeah.
So Hange and Eren have their first meeting. And she has this great line, Hange has this great line where they're saying, what I think is happening is that what we see and the true nature of what actually exists are totally different things. For decades now, we've made an effort to thrive on hatred and move aggressively. I want to try looking at the Titans from a different angle than the predominant point of view. And I just find this so interesting. Because I guess this idea of like seeing things from a different perspective is like the entire point of Attack on Titan, which is that you should be like trying to understand the people who you think are your enemy. And Hange like embodies this, and obviously she becomes like the scout leader at the end, or toward the end. And I don't know, it's like a really good encapsulation in her first time we see her with Eren, and it's just great. And yeah, from this, I just this scene in general where she's talking to Eren is just so interesting. How they have this whole conversation about like all the theories that she has about like Ilsa's notebook and all the Titans and everything, and we as the audience, we never get to hear them. I mean, Eren says, "Oh yeah, I already knew all this already," basically. But I would just love to see more of that. We even by the end of the story, we don't know that much more about the Titans. Like we understand where they came from and everything, but we don't understand why there's differences or like how they work, why they need sunlight, like all that kind of stuff. Like it'd be just so interesting to have like an OVA or something just about that, you know? Like I personally, I don't know if you guys care.
The differences thing is kind of implicitly implied. It's because they're being sculpted by an 8-year-old girl out of sand, but
yeah,
wrong,
I guess that
not
is true.
False,
but even in their behavior,
bad,
like they behave
bad,
differently.
That's true.
It's just interesting. I find lore so interesting. Whereas I know a lot of people don't really care for it, but I don't know.
Yeah, there is like a mysticism, especially when I think back to like 2014 and all the weird like thoughts of like, man, I can't wait until all of this is revealed. And so to now look back, a lot of it, and Attack on Titan does an exceptional job, I think, at reveals and having it live up to like the anticipation, particularly on like what are the Titans, sort of all the theories that came out of that, and all these little different aspects of why would they be solar powered and all these certain things like that. There is a little bit missing where it is like, man, going back and thinking about that stuff was like so fun at the time. But yeah, and slowly learning the lore stuff can be fun too. And your idea about like one from a Marley perspective would be interesting. And I think I talk about this exact quote either upcoming or maybe at some point later when I'm talking about Titan lore. But yeah, the first part of that quote is like particularly like fascinating, both from a planning standpoint and from like how did Hange come up with this idea standpoint? Because basically it's a tease for paths this early on, and I think last time we talked about how there was another one early on, and it's kind of insane. And I think I always bring up the fact that I thought the memories thing and the Uprising arc was lame when I was like 13 because I thought it came out of nowhere. when they were teasing like this supernatural more than exists than what we can sort of understand in nature thing from the very beginning, and I just ignored all of it, or it was too subtle for my dumb 14-year-old brain. But yeah, all the Titan lore stuff is sick, bro.
Yep, I agree. That's it. That's my Hange point.
Yeah, I guess I got to go into my point here. We'll see if that is what I brought up. Hange and their experiments in Mr. I didn't change this one. In their backstory, about hating the Titans.
I was trying to keep up, so I didn't have time to live edit everything.
Yeah. It is interesting on the gender point. I have always thought about Hange as a woman, and I think that is just coming out of the anime and all the English stuff, because that's how I adapted into it, watched it and read it initially. Because it is interesting, because I feel like most people have that, which doesn't make it right. That perception, and because I remember
the anime explicitly depicts Hange as a woman. To be fair, like, the anime doesn't make any qualms about that. Like, that is the thing. The manga is very much, the manga doesn't explicitly state they're non-binary, but Isayama and Kodansha were like, yeah, don't use gender pronouns for Hange. Let the readers can make up their own minds, is what Isayama's I think official line on it is. But the anime explicitly depicts Hange as female. So Hange is, I guess, a woman in the anime. I still consider them NB, but
because I remember like you finish, because I'm going to go in a different direction.
Oh no, I mean, I was just going to go on about when I first read it, my sort of my experience with sort of an understanding of Hange when I first read the manga. So you can finish your point first if you want.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say that because the first time I ever heard about the NB stuff was, it was one of like the original top 10 facts and all those top 10 like Attack on Titan facts you didn't know videos back in like 2014. So it is something Isam has been talking about for a long time. I remember the Connie placeholder thing was one of those. Sasha was supposed to die was one of those. It's just like a super old lore stuff. More fandom lore stuff than actual lore stuff. But yeah, you go ahead then, and then I'll keep going.
I was just going to say, I think when I first read it, like, I mean, I think the manga depictions, especially early on for Hange, were very, very ambiguous, like very ambiguously drawn. And I think that was deliberate. So there was the instance where they referred to Hange as Miss Hange, but then I'm pretty sure later on in a volume we haven't come to, they explicitly call Hange Sir as well. So I think like even reading early on, I was kind of like, oh, they've used both here. So at least there was something in my head where, at least I guess when it came to thinking of Hange, I was kind of like, I don't know. I think more than anything. And then I saw one of those Hange is Hange. I may have even Googled it, like, you know. And I think as well another part was because I don't know if it was the manga that did this or if it was the anime that got Hange's forename and surname mixed up, because Hange's surname is Zoe. But that's such a common first name that a lot of people assumed that it was Zoe Hange, not Hange Zoe. So again, like all the confusing things around it meant that I don't think I ever had a solid conclusion in my head. Which I guess kind of fits into the viewers can make up their own mind.
Yeah, because in Japanese you say the last name first. I wonder, did they do that in the Attack on Titan anime because they're supposed to be European? Do they say they never say Jaeger Eren? Yeah, it's always Eren Jaeger.
Yeah, they always say. They don't use honorifics very often either, beyond like ranks. But there is like, again, there are random instances, like, you know, Erwin obviously gets his rank. It's like Erwin. I can't remember what it is actually.
Erwin San.
No, not even San. Like the title, the honorific for commander,
Heijo or whatever. No, that's captain.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Levi gets one, but then Hange occasionally, very occasionally, gets referred to as Hanji-san. And Peak gets referred to as Peak-chan a couple of times, but it's very infrequent.
Women can be sans though, right? Does anybody ever say Misato-san? I think that sounds okay in my head. San is just a generic
mark of respect. It's not, most of the Japanese honorifics aren't gendered from what I understand, beyond I think like Chan and Kun and maybe a couple of others.
No, because you even call like sometimes they say Shinji-kun all the time. But that's because he's a kid. I think it changes in like, it's supposed to be like status. I don't know Japanese. Ari knows more than us.
Kun is generally directed at guys, and then Chan is for girls generally. But I think you know, there are swap arounds depending on your relationship. But that's the thing. Generally, a lot of Japanese honorifics are gender neutral. San being one of them. But what I just mean is like a lot of like the stuff that you typically see in anime, a lot of the Japanese language constructions don't exist as much in Attack on Titan because they're meant to be European. So, you know, they refer to each other by their first names. and very rarely, like, I don't, beyond like people like Commander Shadis referring to people just by their surnames, but that's like typical. That's like fucking Western Army standard,
Yeah, yeah. The it's interesting because also the first and last name thing isn't disrespectful because when Japanese wrestlers come out, the Japanese ring announcer says it last name first name first, and then the English not voice actor, announcer will say it the other way around. So it's not like the Japanese wrestlers aren't getting mad if you disrespect them by doing it the other way around. It's just a cultural thing. It's not a respect thing.
But what I mean is, I think it just led to that confusion because Hanji's surname is very
Zoe,
typically
and
associated
Zoe
as a
is
woman's first name. So,
but anyway,
Isayama. I mean, I think all the chaos surrounding it is just very, very it's just very, very, it's a very Hanji thing, just the pure chaos and
yeah. But yes, my point here as I try to read ahead. There's basically part of this point is me sort of saying what Ari was saying, where I'm like, this is all stuff I should have read before I made the scout leader video. What the fuck was that video called? What it means to be a scout? Because there's a bunch of other stuff that I could have added in here that would have made the point even stronger. But initially, wait, what did I say initially? Hanji and their experiments and their backstory about hating Titans. Like anybody else, and then growing curious. I think that is a point I had in that video, but the rest of the stuff I didn't have. And I say, that's important stuff to keep in mind. One of the Titans reacts a lot to pain and the other doesn't. I guess I'm getting into Titan lore here, and I've attached that to the Hanji stuff. Hanji just throws this up to him being introverted. This is all Titan lore stuff. They end up They end the talk saying that for decades now, all humanity has done has thrived on hatred and trying to fight more aggressively against the Titans. And you try and look at the Titans from a different angle than the predominant view. This is all stuff Ari just went over. It's all understanding stuff. How did Hanji know it all from the beginning? And then I bring up that I should have used this in the video series. Hanji talking to Eren all night about Titans is another piece of cute characterization. Hanji also brings up Ilse by name to Eren before they are interrupted, which is interesting. And she sort of brings it up and then they get interrupted so they can't continue. I don't remember if that's in the anime, and I'd be curious if, because again, we still don't know the release order and whether or not the Ilse chapter was just added on to the volumes, or if it came out in the month-to-month thing, because that could have possibly been the first canonical mention of Ilse, and then in the volumes it was then put in front of it, which is all interesting stuff to think about. I feel
like the chapter was a volume extra, so it would have come out with the volume release. It wouldn't have come out in the month-to-month releases.
I feel like we must have talked about this in the recording.
Considering how long volumes take to come out, I imagine they'd have been like halfway through the Female Titan arc at least before that chapter got published. Based on how long it usually takes to get a book out.
Does it usually take that long in Japan, or just when they're bringing it over here?
Oh, maybe you're right. I don't know how quick. It really depends, I guess. I guess it depends on how fast Kodansha moves. I mean, Kodansha was in a bad state at the start of AOT, but by that point they'd have probably been raking it in. So,
well, the anime might
probably need to look up. You probably need to look up volume release dates and chapter release dates to find it.
Yeah, it might be on the wiki. Later in chapter 25, Hanji has an interesting line. Eren, if there's something we don't know, we should find out. It's absolutely worth putting our lives on the line for. Is it though? So this is I guess a cute little thematic point. But it's basically Hanji embodying the thirst for knowledge that general scientist characters and I guess scientific philosophies have, of like, we ought to find everything out we can. I guess it's an interesting philosophical question about, should we find everything out? Was finding out about the atom bomb a good thing or a bad thing in the name of scientific research? There's a million different directions we could go with that, but I don't think we need to get into all that now. It might come back up when we get back to themes. But you both have other Hanji points that we can get to after that mess of points that I have.
Unlike some, we don't just put 6 points in one box. We spread them out.
Yep.
Just saying for next time, Kyle. Just so yeah, I just put I have a little thing, and it will crop up again in the Uprising arc. So Hanji talked in their background with Eren. Hanji's talked about how they used to be really just full of hatred, and their first trip out the wall sort of exemplified that. They had absolutely no no thought beyond just massacring Titans until the first expedition where they got where that sort of sparked curiosity. But we get to see a little bit of that.
I was just going to say, I never thought that when she says that later to Nick, that's a callback to her talk with Eren before. What a clever point.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, so she's threatening Minister Nick, and then they say they haven't felt like that since they first went outside the walls.
But she's not scared. Oh my god, it makes so much sense.
They're very angry, and we get to see that little bit of that the old psychotic Hange that we've heard about come through, and then we'll get to see it again when they're torturing Sanez as well.
Holy shit, I did even think that line was weird. Like, why does she think this is like when... I remember pausing and thinking about that, and I never thought about this.
Pure hatred, pure anger. There's no
discovery. Making these videos.
maybe I should be... Well, next time, everybody. Next time.
Yeah. Well, I was talking video essays here. Piecing things together.
I don't have the time or the skills to do that.
Yeah.
I don't have the money to pay other people to edit it for me, so...
One day we'll be rich and we'll all pay Bacon to edit our videos. It'll be great.
Like little bits of the past, the same way that we see bits of old Levi. I mean, Levi's still very interesting, but I guess we can see little elements of like Levi from when he was living in like the horrendous conditions he lived in poke through. We can see that with Hange. And it's just such a callback to that, because to be fair, I haven't actually generally when Hange like when I've watched reaction videos and stuff of Hange doing like that, usually it's just people screaming yes, slay queen. So, but I can totally imagine there being an argument that some people might make if they missed that original line in that discussion with Eren, being like, why the fuck is Hange acting like a psycho, acting like this? It's totally out of character, but it's not, and it's great, and it's just a subtle little thing that calls back to a conversation from like what, a dozen chapters earlier.
Yeah, it's fucking sick. I didn't even everything in my brain has been aligned. I now understand all.
Okay, so I'm very confused. So what line are we talking about with Eren?
Yeah, so Miss Ari over here is still on Kyle Entertainment level, embarrassing.
Yeah, so I'm trying to because my next line where it was different.
Yeah, Hange has a line earlier where she talks about the first time she went outside the walls. She was like, "Fuck these Titans! I hate these Titans! I don't want to understand shit."
Okay.
And she kicks the head off a Titan, and she's like, "Fuck this Titan!" And then she kicks it off, but it was light.
Yeah, okay, I get it now. I get it. Okay.
So she's calling back to her original emotions when she first went outside the walls and was like, "Fuck Titans and shit." But it's not specifically about Titans. She's just angry again because the people inside the walls have been keeping secrets too. Fuck these bricks.
I literally just opened it to it. So like Hange's exact lines were, "I've seen my comrades get slaughtered by the Titans right before my eyes more times than I care to recall. When I first joined the Survey Corps, I relied on my hatred to get me through the battles with the Titans. And then one day I realized something. It was as I kicked the head of a decapitated 3-meter plus Titan." The panel, by the way, if you can find it, it's in chapter... It's quite early into the arc. It's in chapter 20. Hange looks fucking psychotic. It's like all shadowed, except like her eyes, their eyes and their mouth are pure white, but everything else is in shadow. Proper psychotic. And then he goes, "The Titan's body was very light." And then that's like the sort of the moment. So yeah, Hange originally was just driven by rage and hatred, and that was the only thing driving them through their
it's
getting them through things, until one day a sort of chance encounter where they gleefully kicked the decapitated head of a Titan.
Yeah. I bet the people listening don't remember either one of these lines, but you should, chat. You should. But is that all we have?
The little details.
Yes, that's what the rereads are about.
Yep.
Acknowledging the little details. But anything else on Hange?
Nope.
Well, now, how am I the only one talking about this bitch boy Erwin? I don't even like him that much, but I got.
Well, you're the only one talking about it because I've realized everything I thought about Erwin in this arc came from the anime and not from the manga.
Oh yeah,
which I think
we did already talk about how he's not too much of a character in this one. He's more of.
I think I've got a bit in anime comparisons about Erwin rather than here.
Well, hold on. I think I'm talking about the anime right here. Erwin and the anime's bombast work. Oh, this isn't even about Erwin, Lamau. It kind of is. Erwin and the anime's bombast working against itself. Erwin is very stoic and understanding in the manga. Understated, not understanding. We're not going that far. He's no Hange. Which I assume will make the moments he breaks out into impassioned, loud speeches even more effective, whereas in the anime of Attack on Titan, Whereas the anime in Attack on Titan makes everything so loud and bombastic and undercuts these moments. This is not just a point about Erwin either. Dumb motion cartoon. Say it again. Dumb motion cartoon. We hate cartoons here. But that is true, especially with season 1. And probably most of at least all the weird Attack on Titan stuff. Everything is so loud, everything is so dramatic, the music goes off, it's big and bombastic, and that's sort of what Attack on Titan, at least initially, was part of the reason it was like so popular and known for, was that it was some crazy loud shit and Eren screaming and the voice actor Lamau, it's so good or whatever. Bunch of losers is what I call them.
Turns out I didn't
Losers
put anything
everywhere.
anime comparisons, but I'm going to bring it up now.
Yeah.
There is like the bit that I first sort of always thought of Erwin as the big shouty commander, impassioned speech commander, was as they're preparing to go on the expedition. Because in the anime they get like a close up of Erwin looking fucking manic as he's sort of screaming as they're leaving, sort of like the first, the 67th expedition beyond the walls begins now, and he's sort of roaring. But in the manga, I think it's like Dieter Ness or something who's shouting because he's leading that group. He's leading his formation. There's none of that sort of stuff. But I think that's because they needed the expedition. The expedition, was that the final episode of part 1 of the anime, or was that the first episode of part 2? The start of it, that bit, was that the cliffhanger they ended the season on?
Are you talking about season 3 now?
No, I'm talking about season 1. I'm talking about season 1. Sorry, back in season 1 when they go on the expedition and Erwin's leading it.
It's the end of an episode.
Season 1 was split in 2, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the Eren's
not
trial
in
was the
release.
second one.
But
Okay.
yeah, I remember the first 13, like on the DVDs, it's the first 13 episodes and then the last 12.
Okay.
Which
I'm
is,
just wondering because like the anime, they don't cover the bit where they have to like deal with Titans in the in the village just outside of is it Caraness they leave from? They don't have to deal with Titans in the anime, so they can end the anime with just Erwin looking demented as they're leaving.
Yeah,
but in
that
the
would be
manga,
the end of
wouldn't make
episode
any sense,
16, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because in the manga, they have more to do. It doesn't end with them leaving the walls. It ends with them getting out of the village instead and splitting up into the formations.
Yeah. Now I could be remembering wrong, but I vaguely remember them actually dealing with Titans in the village.
Did they?
I think he might shout after they get past that point, though I could be completely wrong. But I do vaguely.
Yeah, but there's no big sort of close-ups or focus on it, Erwin, as he talks about. Again. So a bunch of those lines I think were given to just sort of random squad leaders in the Survey Corps as they're all prepping.
Yeah. But yeah, hold on, fucking yawn. Am I moving on to my second point here? Was that all you had?
Yeah, that's all I had. Sorry, it was just like I thought I'd put it in comparisons, but since you brought it up here anyway, I figured as well.
Owen smiles and is impressed that Annie is willing to kill herself and to not let the information out. There's several reasons that he could be smiling. First of all, he's impressed. He knows he's now onto something and can fulfill his ambition to his father, etc. This is also not the last time Levi will question a suspicious smile from Erwin. So this is a cool moment where Annie basically calls all the Titans to eat her after she's been captured. The scouts thought they were winning. And then Erwin, who should be distressed in this situation, is smiling. He could be impressed at her balls to kill herself to do this thing, or he could now know that, oh shit, we're onto something. They really don't want this information to get out, that she's cannibalizing herself. Which means his motivation about his father can be fulfilled and all sorts of things like that. It adds another little extra bit thing of mystery to Erwin. It also makes him seem like a crazy bastard, which this also comes back. The other time Levi questions a suspicious smile from Erwin is at the end of season 2 or at the end of the next arc, when he finds out that all the Titans are people, and Levi also has a freak out moment where he's like, "What the fuck are you smiling about?" But yes, Erwin has these little when he can infer from something that's crazy that's happening that something more is afoot here. He tends to have a cheeky smile, hinting at his later motivation. It's a cool moment, possibly maybe the only big moment of Erwin characterization here in this arc. But sick shit. Anybody got anything else to say about that or Erwin overall before we move on?
No, I don't think I do. Again, I feel like he's a lot less. Yeah, he gets a lot of screen time in the manga because the anime had those filler episodes which gave him more time as well, like when they're leaving and stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he gets some more stuff in there.
Okay, Squad Levi it is then, and it's me again. Whoa. Squad Levi freaking out after Eren transforms to grab the spoon. Sure is a moment. I'm almost certain we talked about this a bunch in the first recording, but they all get mad and it makes you feel bad for Eren and think they're pricks, but then they redeem themselves afterwards. The characterization of Squad Levi through their stats is really clever. This is at the very beginning, when we are being introduced to each of their characters, and Eren sort of goes through their stats, how many kills and everything they have.
But it's
Ulu
not
has.
though.
It might not be. Well, it probably isn't because it's after.
In the anime, it is. In the anime, it is. But in the manga, it's halfway through during the flashback. Because the spoon thing's a flashback in the anime, in the manga, but in the anime, it's
ordered our
sequential.
notes chronologically.
Yes.
But Ulo has way more kills because he's selfish, and the others have way more assists. It's a cute little way of characterizing. This evil Squad Levi just doesn't understand, and for that they have to die. They all wish a terrible death on Annie. Right, so this is a disconnected point because, again, we're putting most of the things in one box. This is later when they all go to attack Annie. They all hate Annie and they're saying mean things about her. And they're not trying to understand, and for that they had to die. So I'm making a funny jest about the horrible deaths of Squad Levi here. I guess this is probably where we're going to talk about all the Squad Levi deaths, but who's purple? Who's commenting down
That's
here?
me. I was just saying that Ulo also, a big thing about him is that he wants to be like Captain Levi.
Yes.
Apparently, I don't know if this is like I don't know if there's like a translation-y thing here. I never thought that much about it beyond the fact that he wears the neck scarf thing that Levi has.
Oh, I didn't even recognize that.
I don't know if I didn't see much. They keep, because Petra keeps going, "Oh, you keep talking like that. Why are you trying to sound like Captain Levi?" And I'm like, "Am I missing something? Is this something that just got lost in translation?" I've never really understood that as much, but
there's actually a few interesting things to take from this. I think it might just be because he's trying to command people around or act cool in a sort of way.
Maybe,
and I think I think a lot of it ships Ulo and Petra together more because they seem to be on the same level of like she can see through Ulo and call him out on his shit, whereas she's like terrified around Levi. And because they have a lot more scenes together than her and Levi and things like that. So it sort of makes them seem more even. And that's
I'm pretty
sort of
sure
the vibe
as well.
I got
There are a couple of comments about that. That's actually just made me think of something. A couple of things actually. So I'll go through the point that I wrote down first, which is Ula wants to be like Captain Levi, so always wants to go it alone with the Titan kills as well. Levi always is like taking on Titan solo without not waiting for backup. But the Ula and Petra thing, there's a couple of lines. Like one of them is like, I don't know if one's in the anime and one's in the manga, or if they're both in the manga and only one's in the anime. But it's something like they get accused of sounding like an old married couple. And then Ulo says something like, "Jesus, Petra, if you want to boss me around or something, you better become my wife first."
Yeah, I remember that. There
is like this hints that it's them who are like the anime plays it up much more that it's Levi Petra. But I think in the manga it's much more. I think the Ulo Petra ship is quite believable. But yeah, the Ulo thing about being more stoic to be like Captain Levi, we see that when the squad starts to die, no, he just fucking the entire facade is broken. Like screaming die as he flies down at the female Titan. All the sort of the illusion is broken. The attempt to look like is just gone, and we see potentially in his final moments the real Ulo when he's screaming for.
I think we see it all throughout when he gets mad, but that's obviously the biggest moment of it. But yeah, they're all right characters, especially Ulo and Petra. They get way more than the other two, Eld and the other one.
Petra's a fucking queen. Petra is a queen. The first real AOT waifu.
Well, whatever. If you're an old man watching it, but if you're 12 like me, I was an Annie from the beginning. You're the old man, Mr. R, by the way. That's
I am the old man. Yes.
Ari, you're pretty old too.
No,
we're both gonna die.
I'm young.
I'm gonna inherit I'm gonna have to do the rest of the reread on my own, especially the pace where goal. I think we should probably, because Mr. R, you got one more point here. I think this might be where we talk about the deaths. I don't know, the deaths. I felt sad for them. It was sad.
I did.
They weren't trying to understand, but yeah, I cared.
I just noticed a little thing. The Eld says it's not a sound effect as I thought it was the first time. I had to read it a couple of times. Eld explicitly says tap tap during the fight with Annie. It's not an SFX. It's in the speech bubble, and I wonder if that's like a code word they use in their maneuver.
Yeah, I remember seeing your point about this before and thinking it was cool.
Little codey words because it's like, because Eren's like, oh, it's amazing. Eren's like, they can
know what to do without talking.
Yeah, but it's like, but are they just talking, but just not saying, obvious words?
Yes,
Because you
it's a
need to be
cool little
quick.
bit.
That's the thing. You need to be really quick. Something quick like tap tap would be, quick code word for do this.
Yeah, it's sick. But yeah. Ari, you got nothing to say about Squad Levi? Don't care about them all? Spit on them when they were dead? Is that what we're getting?
Okay. My only point is that I felt it's hard to say because now that we're a bit divorced from when we actually read it, like however long ago it was, but
Yeah.
I think I was very from memory. I know definitely when I watched the anime, and I think when I was reading the manga now, it's very visceral, the feeling of their deaths. Like when Annie essentially one-sidedly destroys them, right? Like they never stood a chance. They all get completely destroyed, and it's like these are the people that we've been following and looking up to, kind of like from Eren's perspective, and they just get completely demolished, and it's just so visceral of a feeling to see them die, which is why I think it's such a good thing to do in the story.
They all have pretty visceral deaths. Yeah, the first one is cool, and he cuts the nape, getting revenge for the fucking Titans. I must have made that joke in the first part, but it's sick. Or maybe it's in a note later. But yeah, and then the bite. And then the stomp.
Yeah.
And then how does she kill Ulo?
Oh god,
just grabs him?
Like hits him against a tree or something, isn't it?
I think she spin kicks him in the air.
Yeah, that might be it, yeah.
So crazy. I think as well with Squad Levi, now this point's kind of countered by Marco's death, but I think Squad Levi as well is like one of those times where we get to know and love the characters before they die. Yeah. Like a lot of the previous arc, because of the sort of structure of it, a lot of character deaths happen before, they die, and then we got to learn about them in flashbacks. But I guess Marco's a bit of an exception because he went from a flashback straight into finding his body. But this squad, we'd spent time with them, getting to know them properly.
Yep.
And I guess that's kind of lost a little bit in the anime, because the anime like we had that same effect already, because in Trost happens after the training arc in the anime rather than before. Yeah. So we'd already sort of been through that sequence of, we get to meet these characters, we get to know them by name, and then they all die. Whilst this is one of those times where it really hits home that that's happened.
There is a video that I vaguely had the idea of making about characterizing characters before and after they die, and sort of the unique differences in doing them. But when you do know them beforehand, obviously the moments of their deaths are more visceral in the moment, right?
But if you know them after, it feels more tragic, I guess.
Yeah, this is also the similar things when you do a flash forward type situation, even with like the beginning of Berserk, where it's sort of like there's a doom clock over, like when you meet the Band of the Hawk and you're like, oh, this doesn't really mesh with what I read for the first 3 volumes. Mr. R no longer getting spoiled about this stuff.
Literally me right now, as at some point I will get volume 4 of the deluxe and read it.
Yeah. But even like Gold Roger in One Piece is another big thing, where like the first scene is his execution, and you don't get context for that until like 800 chapters in, and there is like a moment of him walking away where you're like, oh, he's gonna go to get executed now, and it's like it's a very different feeling of like almost melancholy and tragedy. Walking in, I like both of them is the point, because a lot of people shit on this stuff. I've seen One Piece people specifically, and not even with the Gold Roger, with a different example. That I guess I want to spoil because it's not the first scene in the manga, where they give characterization after the character's dead. But I always like that stuff. I think it's cool. It's just a different effect.
I think, it's just another storytelling tactic, and or device tactic method. I'm trying to think of a word that doesn't sound like condescending. Sorry?
Technique?
Yes, technique. It's another storytelling technique, and all good stories will have a mix of different storytelling techniques. Or they may adopt one really well. But either way, it's a totally valid way of doing it. And I think Attack on Titan utilizes it very well.
Yes. Squad Levi, what a group. The next point here is I've got a quick one about Reiner. Now, this is probably the last time we're only going to have a quick one about Reiner for the foreseeable future. Though that Uprising arc, I guess there's like one scene of him in it. He's fighting Zeke? What the fuck? Who is Zeke? Yeah, that's some cool shit. But anyway, we get momentary Reiner internal monologue in chapter 23, where he says Gene really is different. And I thought that was interesting. Is he thinking that he's a bigger threat and that should be kept an eye on? Also, Reiner charges Annie with his hood down, even though he was told to keep it up, so she'd recognize him and grab him clever.
Genius.
These are two separate points, and they're both great. The first one is cute. I don't know, just the idea of getting Reiner, like, what is it, small, short period? A little bit? What word am I looking for here? A little bit of Reiner internal monologue is just, a glimpse into his mind very quickly, just not to spoil anything. But in retrospect, you're like, oh, if we'd kept with that for 2 more seconds, the whole jig would be up. This manga would fall apart. But yeah, it's just, that's really cute. It's something to note. It's like, Reiner internal monologue before the reveal. Crazy stuff. But the big plan is, I think it's Armin that actually comes up with this more so than Jean. You got to keep the hood up because Annie's checking to see if it's Eren, and also she didn't kill Armin after she realized who it was because she loves him. Yes, but Reiner not in accordance with the plan because he wants to be seen because secretly he's in cahoots with Annie, and it's a little foreshadowing thing about how he didn't go with their plan because he was trying to get captured. It's all very clever shit in retrospect. Also, I think this is maybe bigger in the anime, though it's pretty big in the manga too. The Reiner death fake out, I remember the first time before I knew what was going on. That really got me. It was like, because they build up Reiner right before that. You're like, he's the second best. He's so fucking... No, actually, they do that afterwards. But you have that going in where it's like, oh, Reiner's like, cool, I like him. We've had like 2 scenes with him in a row now. And then he gets squashed immediately. You're like, this Attack on Titan kills off characters immediately just to fuck with you. And then he cuts out and you're like, man, this Reiner prick, he's so cool. And then later he gets recontextualized again. And you're like, he wasn't actually that cool. It was all a plan. I don't know, great stuff here. This moment obviously will get recalled back to at the end of this arc, and then going into the next one when they figure out who, actually it's not at the end of this arc, it's just in the next one when we're figuring out who the Armored and Colossal Titans are, and Armin notes it. There is also a shot of Armin looking over it as it happens, and it's like, Armin took a mental note of this in Telltale style. Sick shit. Anybody got anything to say about this?
Genius.
No, again, I feel like for me, I didn't think a huge amount. I mean, it's interesting to see little things like looking out for some facial expressions just to see if there was any sort of foreshadowing in there. Because I presume Isayama knew at that point that Reiner was going to be the Armored Titan. I assume he did know that. So I was just looking to see if there was any sort of subtle stuff there. But beyond that, Reiner just doesn't have a huge involvement in this.
Yeah. Also the line that gets called back to later where he's like, well, where the hell is Eren then? It's like, that'll be years later. That's cute. But yeah, it's all basically the same thing. He's only really in that portion. It's not really the Reiner arc. We'll get plenty of them. Moving on. But now we're on to Historia / Krista stuff. My goodness. Did Historia / Krista run towards the emergency flare hoping to die? I think I'm only half remembering her pre-Historia motivations. Now, again, we're going to get to this next time when we get into all of Historia's motivations. I'm pretty sure on the Snowy Peak she was trying to kill herself and not actually trying to save Daz, and that's the sell him. My goodness, she captured him to sell him. But Ymir calls her out for this, and that's part of their whole thingy. We'll get to that next time. That'll be all fleshed out. So I can't remember if Krista's supposed to be suicidal, and if she is supposed to be suicidal, she did run directly where there was an emergency thingy, which maybe a sane person would have gone the other way or something, or avoided that. But she ran straight towards it with a horse. Maybe she was trying to get eaten by a Titan, or maybe she was just trying to pretend to come across as somebody who's trying to save somebody, which she does because they all think she's a goddess and they're all horny over Krista Lenz here.
It is also interesting, though, that Krista looked absolutely fucking terrified at the choosing ceremony. I mean, obviously you can still be scared even if she is trying to get herself killed.
Well, the whole point is that she's usually the point is, and I think I brought up this Guts example last time too, where there's the scene where Guts is thinks he wants to die, but his body instinctually fights back against the wolves when he's got an arrow through him and all the cool stuff. I think that's usually this. Maybe I think no, we were talking about this in Black Sails, Ari. I think, with Vane. But yeah, usually when characters have this moment, they aren't actually suicidal and they have an instinct to fight against. Even Mikasa has that moment where she's like, fuck it. But then she has the memory of I gotta remember Eren, and she fights back against the Titan or whatever. Actually, she doesn't fight back against the manga. This is supposed to be about removing these anime memories, but they're still in there. But yeah, so I think coming down to the minutia, I don't think she actually wants to die, but it could be her putting herself in that position. I think if a Titan had come and attacked them at that point, she probably would have fought back instinctually. But yeah, Historia also will be a bigger character moving forward. But it is funny thinking about her running towards the fucking the flare, being like, "Yeah, it's my time to die. Let's go." But oh my goodness, it's me again. Now we're on to Hitch.
I love the side characters.
I do indeed, especially Hitch, but not yet. Change your hair, bitch. Bitch rhymes with Hitch. That was a good one, right?
Very
do you think Hitch actually only got into the top 10 of her class by blowing blokes? Oh, this is a funny time. Or is she actually competent? There's no evidence really in the entire manga that she's competent. The weapon selling thing is anime exclusive. True. She shows some competency in episode 23 of the anime where she kind of diffuses the situation between like the older military police blokes and Marlowe as they get into a fight over selling weapons and stuff. That's all fake bullshit from the anime, not in the manga, not canon. Lamau. So in the manga, she is really never shown to be competent. I'm thinking even to the visual novel. No, not visual novel. Wait, are they called visual novels?
Light novels?
Light novels, that's what they're called, of Lost Girls that I read.
You read a light
Lost
novel?
Girls are manga, though.
Yeah, I read the Lost
manga,
Girls.
not a light.
No, it is a light novel first. I'll have nobody saying otherwise. I own it. And
wait, a light novel is just a novel. Like, so it didn't have images, right?
Yeah, it is a little book. It's a little book of all text. We talked about this last time, I'm pretty sure. I don't know why you're both popping up now saying it's a manga.
Because I read the manga of it.
Yeah, I have the manga too. I can't believe that I actually do. Okay. What a waste. But yes, it was a light novel first. Google it. I'm almost certain I'm right on this. Because I read the light novel and I don't think I ever read the manga, even though it's on my shelf. I even have the Mikasa one, and I didn't read the book for that because they were both in the same book too. It's only short. But I'm trying to remember if Hitch was ever competent in that. I'm pretty sure she was just going out dancing or something, and Annie was like, this bitch is annoying. But she will cover for me tomorrow when I go out to try and kill Eren, and then she gets in the shower. Booyah.
Crazy.
But yeah, Hitch competent? Doesn't seem so. Blowing blokes? Potentially.
I mean, I disagree. I think that she probably is competent. Because if you look... No, I mean, based on that, no one in the military police seems that competent.
Yeah.
Overall, like they're all a bunch of fucking layabouts and slackers. Like Hitch to me gives off a lot of the same vibes.
Maybe they're all blowing blokes.
Except for Marlowe.
Hitch to me gives off a lot of the same vibes as like Ymir. In terms of just fucking was
Ymir's
obviously very good,
but didn't blokes, by the way.
But didn't.
She's not into that.
Ymir definitely not blowing. Yes. But also, I really don't think... I mean, I think it's probably just like a jealous rumor spread by a bunch of...
Annie, she did it. She spread it. I know she did. And by spread it, I mean not spread it.
But like the spreading and just the dislike. But I really don't know if Isayama would have wanted to make some kind of commentary on... I mean, it feels like it's just an offhand sexist comment. Otherwise, the implication is, and I don't think Isayama ever addresses it again... and I feel like it's the kind of things where if you want to drop that implication into your story, then you probably want to do it and you probably want to actually like address it.
How does nobody get paid with Hitch by the end? My goodness.
Is it there's some big old pedos in the military police?
Oh yeah, she's 15 or whatever. Maybe she's 17 or something. Still pedo shit, I guess.
Hitch is 15. Hitch is 15 or 16, I think. But yeah, I think she's either the same age or 1 year older than the rest of them.
Well, blowing blokes, I guess we have to be inconclusive on our discussion here on whether or not she is or not. But Ari, you've also got a Hitch point.
I have a very short point that Hitch is very sassy, and I completely forgot. Like when I was reading, I was like, you know what? I don't know anything about Hitch. The only thing I remember from Hitch is her in season 4, part 2, I guess. And she has this great line in this arc here where she says to Annie, "You talk too much, and you're boring too." And I was just dying. It was just the funniest thing I've ever read in my life.
Never speaks.
Yeah, it's great. So yeah, a little bit of characterization from Hitch with that, which I just had no idea. Here we are.
Oh yeah. First of all, true and based. Second of all, I have another point about blowing blokes. It could just be that the implication is that she's a flirt, which will probably get you further than actually blowing blokes, because then blokes will get jealous. But if you're flirting with all of them, then they don't get too jealous.
Yeah, black sails.
So Hitch is a flirt. That's my conclusion. Also, definitely sassy. And she's fun. I like her. Anything on Hitch before? Oh, I was just talking about how Hitch never got hitched to nobody, and that's a shame. But Marlowe's right here. She's still in love with Marlowe, man.
Yep. So
So
apparently
there
I have
was
a
a ship
point on
regarding
Marlowe here.
Hitch. Indeed.
This is just like literally summarizing Marlowe, I guess, which is that Marlowe, not Marley, Jesus, wants to reform the military police and punish those who were selfish. And I guess his motivation here, which I think we talked about this when he talks to Annie about it, but he basically thinks he is different from all the other MPs because all the rest of them are worthless, and he's trying to do something. But I mean, that's just basically what Marlowe is, and then Annie like corrects him in a way. But we talked about this already.
Yeah, we talked about that. What a bowl cut this fucking Marlowe is, huh? What a prick.
Yeah.
I put here that Marlowe represents the moral heart of the series, and I'm trying to remember exactly what I meant by that. I feel like we talked about Marlowe quite a lot during the Annie bit because of Annie's conversation with Marlowe. Yeah,
Now,
I guess he's the moral heart in that he's one of the few, I think, genuine moral characters in the series. I don't think he engages in, like, he thinks down of people who are immoral. So I guess, like, is that a vice? But, like, for the most part, his entire existence is about just trying to do the right thing to the point that it gets him killed.
Yeah. Because I usually say this about Gene. So Mr. O's taken everything he can from Gene because secretly he hates him too.
Absolutely not. Gene is like
something I used to say about Gene, I think. But yeah,
Jean is like I'd say maybe a more realistic yet moral heart. Like Jean has the morals, but also understands things.
Yeah.
Understands how the world works. Marlowe kind of is. Marlowe has the heart and doesn't really care how the world works. He still believes that it needs to be of how things need to be done.
I don't think I would even say, because I used to say that all the time about a bunch of different characters from a bunch of different things. They're the moral heart of the series. I don't even know if I understand what that means. What a dumb prick this old Kyle was. My goodness.
As I'm looking at this point and going, did I really write that? To be
fair, I'm not mad at the Marlowe.
It's a weird line for me to write and then not actually add any justification to.
Yeah,
like not add any sort of what. It's been a long time. I clearly wrote that and was like fucking yeah, and then was just like nah. Now I'm just like absolutely not. Yeah, so again, for anyone who's watching benefit, I think we wrote our notes for this 2 months ago or something.
Something like that. What I was getting at when I brought up that I used to say that is I was going to lead into saying that you might have been making fun of me by making a parody of something I would say. So that might be a way to get yourself out of it.
No, I was just being old you, I think. That's the much worse reality.
Damn.
Uh-oh. Nobody wants to be that. But I do have a Marlowe point here, and it starts out with a bro, so this is probably some funny shit. Bro Marlowe just straight up starts theorizing about organized threats from outside the walls. What a bloke. Marlowe then starts thinking systemically after Annie's speech about people. The system should facilitate selfishness, ? It's kind of a confusing conclusion to come to. I do remember being confused at Marlowe's ending conclusion in chapter, I was going to say 23, but it would have been episode 23 in the anime. I don't remember what exact chapter it was. It would be 32 or something. I know, it doesn't matter. But he was like, man, there has to be an organized threat outside the walls if we actually had to guard Eren. This doesn't make no sense. But he actually was onto something, this Marlowe bloke. As I said, what a bloke. How intelligent. Even though I was just shit-talking him in his bowl cut. And the systemic thing is interesting. The system should... oh, my fucking throat. The system should facilitate selfishness is also an interesting thematic thing we could get into. But we might do that later. I don't know if this is the time. But selfish is actually altruistic because in the end, if everybody was perfectly selfish, they would want to help out everybody because together we could all make a better world. I don't know if that's the point they're trying to get at. This is some fuckboy philosophy shit about how selfishness is actually great. And I don't know if Isayama is down with that or if Marlowe was coming to a different conclusion. Does anybody else remember this at the end of the monologue? Well, I fucking fix my throat here. And were they confused also?
So, in my head, I'm confused because I brought up a similar point when I was going through Vinland Saga and they have a speech. So I don't know if I'm conflating my point there with what I'm thinking about here, but the point in my head about that selfishness thing is that instead of a commentary on the selfishness of humanity or whatever your big point was about, your big thematic point, the thing in my head is more about how if you just want to design a system of governance, you want it to be so that a selfish actor will be will not be harmful to
Yeah.
the system, and instead it will like promote the system, and the system will benefit from people being selfish. Which is kind of the opposite of what Marlowe was saying. He was saying that he wanted to be like he wanted to lead the system and like change everything. Whereas instead, you should have a system where instead of punishing people who are selfish, the system is designed so that they will help the system by being selfish. But I don't remember if that's at all what this is, and if I'm just mixing it with Vinland Saga. But yeah.
To be honest, I don't remember the monologue too well either. And I'm not talking about Vinland Saga. I'm talking about the Marlowe one. But
Yep.
yeah.
There's an interesting as well with that bit. It's a weird bit. I don't think it really gets brought up much later again. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. They did cut a lot of stuff from the Uprising, so maybe Marlowe has a whole thing about that when he's reintroduced there. I don't know. That's what this is about. Keeping an eye out. We'll save it to the memory banks, hopefully.
Yeah.
The last point on side characters is the last RE one.
Oh, what a genius point. Pastor Nick. Can you believe he is an alcoholic who lost his family? I just had no recollection of this whatsoever. I don't know if it's in the anime. It's what a strange thing.
It's the last chapter of the chapters we read, I think, is the Pastor Nick one, where he's more, well, I guess he's introduced earlier a little bit, but by name, and he actually talks about things. And there was a bunch of little different characterization details in there, if I remember. And this was one of them, and probably the most interesting one. Was that like, oh, I used to be an alcoholic who lost my family, and it's like, oh, I don't remember that from the anime at all. What a neat little bit of.
Is that the reason he gives as to why he's not afraid? He's not afraid to die because he's already lost what was dear to him, or something.
Oh boy,
there's more to it, but I can't remember it right now. Again, this is a while ago, but it would have been chapter 34.
Yep.
Scroll over. Well, I guess Mr. R doesn't have to scroll over. He's got to flip the pages. And I'm actually going to go.
Pages to chapter 34. Let's see.
Scrolling down. Oh, here we go. But this is a cool, like the Pastor Nick, where he's like, I'm going to throw me off the wall. I don't give a fuck, is a cool Pastor Nick moment.
Yeah, after all, I'm an alcoholic who lost his family. Nothing but a vile wretch. The only way I can go on living is by clinging to God. That's the line. It's like halfway through.
Kind of a damning expositional monologue, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it's like just him talking about how he has nothing, and you can, Hange, let go of me if you want. I've got nothing, basically.
Yeah, I think it's also supposed to be another, like, Isama, I don't think it likes religion very much. So I think it's supposed to be another, like, Lamau, dumb religious people don't got nothing, so they go to God and annoy everybody else. Lamau, having people die because they won't tell people about this wall stuff. What a bad person. And that sort of goes through. And dare I bring up the original leaked ending again? That definitely wasn't the original leaked ending. He hates the fan fiction. That's what made it believable. This fake ending is that yes, Isayama does hate the religious. Of course, this is true. 2014 was a different time.
Yep.
But yeah, Pastor Nick, what a crazy bloke. And did anything else?
No. I noticed as well. I had it in my head that he revealed some information after Hange let him go, but I don't think that's actually the case.
No, I think that's later when he sees all the refugees piling through from Walrose, and then he's like, Historia, Lamau, what a girl, and you got to go find.
Which I guess kind of fits because he said he didn't care about his own life, or he didn't cling to his own life as if it was some precious thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and Parsnick ends up being all right. So
yeah,
what a bloke.
He's an okay bloke.
Yeah.
But that's it for side characters, and now we are moving on to the greatest of all time. The only thing that matters, character interaction.
Yep.
I'm going first. My first point here is that there is a cool, dark stare down between Mikasa and Levi after Levi promises that he'll kill Eren if he gets out of control. Is in the trial scene. It's pretty cool, teasing the Mikasa-Levi relationship, the rivalry, who is the strongest boy or girl in humanity, how that ends up come the very end of the series, how it sort of relays throughout the whole thing, them relating to each other when they find out they're related. My goodness gracious me. There's a bunch to this little thingy, and this is like the first tease. They don't like each other.
Not much ever comes of the fact that they're related, does it? It's more just like a tool to explain why they're both superhuman.
I remember the initial reveal. I remember talking about it with my friends in the 8th grade, and I was like, man, that's so fucking cool. They're both super sick, and that's sick. But yeah, they sort of have a little thingy where they're just like, oh, we're related. Did you ever know about this power thingy? And then they sort of talk about it. But in terms of Mikasa's heritage, it's the other side that's much more important. Well, even that ends up not being that important, but that's kind of the point there. We'll get to all of that when it when we get to it. But their relationship, removed from all of that, is cool, and we'll get more of it going in the future. We even get some of it in this arc when they interact for the first time and they are on the same side and they sort of have an understanding. And they're a lot less cutty than they were in the anime, but I'm almost certain we went over this in the Mikasa and Levi section already. But Ari, you're up next.
Yeah, so I honestly don't remember this, but Armin and Annie have their meet cute in chapter 21 during the gear inspection. Now, I don't remember if this was the gear inspection, like what this. Do you guys remember this gear inspection? What it was for?
I do remember this.
It was after Sunny and Bean were killed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep.
And
they were seeing who used their. They were seeing who used their, which is really weird because it seems like there's no way they could actually be tracking that. It was just a good excuse to get those characters there to get Armin identifying that. It's a bit of a weird thing.
It becomes more plot important later when they figure out, like, oh.
I mean, it does become plot important, but at the same time, it's like it just feels like such a, without, the risk of sounding like a fucking, it's not realistic idiot on YouTube. It's just a bit weird that they're able to sort of track usage of gear. I guess maybe
like they could check like if there's any residue or something in the gas pipes or something. I don't know. I guess it might work. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
But yeah, the interaction itself is I do remember it, and it is the shot where we get the Armin looking over and noticing the gear thing, but he doesn't say anything at the time, and that'll come back later. That's cool too.
So I got a quote here.
Annie makes fun of him.
Where I think Annie says to Armin, "You're a weakling, but you've got spirit." Or maybe she thinks this, but I don't actually remember.
I think she says this out loud.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she says this. So you're a weakling, but you've got spirit. And then Armin says to her, "Annie, you're actually pretty nice." That's cute, Yeah. Anyway, that's it.
But that went nowhere, Lamau.
Yeah. What a shame.
Didn't even kiss come the end of the series. Can you believe this shit? Maybe the ending wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just because Isayama's like afraid of any kind of anything like that. Isayama's afraid of intimacy. It feels.
No, he saved it for the right moment. 138. What a chapter! Best chapter. Second best chapter. There we go. Love it.
Mr. R, you're up now.
Yeah, so I've got a little bit about like the interaction when Petra and Eren are talking as they're being chased by the female Titan. And it's all about Petra talking about trust and, trust in us. Do you trust your comrades? And then it goes directly into the flashback where we see why, that bit moving into the flashback, why we see that so important. It just works so well rather than if it had been a sequential sequence of events. Like, if we'd seen that scene way back and it just called back to it, it's going into it. It's really good. We get all those moments and it just adds to the tragedy. And I feel it just adds to the tragedy again because Eren puts his trust in his comrades, like they say. We saw the back story showing why they should trust each other and they all fucking die.
Yeah,
I agree.
Cool.
And it's that trust he put in them that got them killed. Because if he had just transformed, they'd have fucking bodied Annie. But we'll get to that later.
She would have beat them all up and fucked him up. No, Levi was around back then, so maybe not. But
Levi, his whole squad, and transformed Eren, and he would have had zero chance.
Yeah, that's
now if Levi wasn't there, then we could fight about this. But I guess you're right. Maybe I guess. I'm up next. The initial I'm with you, but back off a little. Oh, from Levi to Mikasa is interesting. I'm talking about Mikasa and Levi again. My goodness. Also, I think it's cute that because Mikasa said right before that she was going to get Eren out of that filthy place, as in Annie's mouth. Levi is in agreement. He doesn't like filthy things, you see. It also feels a lot less annoyed than I remember Levi being with Mikasa compared to the anime. That vibe continues throughout the whole scene. I feel like I definitely talked about this last time, but in the brief case that I didn't, in the anime, it seems like Levi and is like talking down to Mikasa a lot here and is like, you dumb bitch, you're in love with this idiot and it's clouding your judgment or something. But here he's very nice to her and they seem to be on sort of equal footing. And Levi doesn't talk down to her at all. I don't remember the exact dialogue with the... Yes. Though not too much, because we did talk about last time how Levi was not understanding certain things. That I don't remember exactly the line with the filthy thing or how that plays into... I think I understand now. They're already together following Annie, and then Mikasa's like, we got to get him out of that filthy place, and Levi must nod or something or smirk or something. And I was being like, haha, Levi doesn't like filthy things. All right, I think I get it more. But yes, I think we already talked about that. No need to dwell. But then in the next one, I just posted a manga panel thingy, which is from the very end of the arc, where I think Eren's passed out at this point, and Jean, Mikasa, and Armin are surrounding him at bedside. And Jean's must be talking something, being loud, and Mikasa tells him quiet, and there's a cute little smile she has, and she puts one finger up, and then Jean blushes as he apologizes. They end up together, Lamau. It's a cute little Jean x Mikasa moment. There aren't too many of them, but this is one of them. Mr. R?
I was just saying they do end up together. It's good. You know,
Yep.
setting the bar here.
And reminder that who said that before the bonus pages come out? No, it wouldn't be me, would it? Wouldn't be me.
I mean,
oh, shit,
I mean, to be fair, I was simping for Jean Peak at that point. So you know, I'll take my L there.
Oh, I remember like 2 years before it ended, getting in a massive fight on Twitter about how it was going to be Jean and Mikasa, and the validation come the end. My goodness. Anyway, to be fair, the other people on the side of that internet argument were saying that it was going to be Mikasa and Eren, so I guess we were all right. I was right in the end. Fuck you. My last point here is the Connie/Sasha stuff at the end of chapter 34, with them both hands on heads, resting and being stupid is the best. When I read the first bit of that sentence, I was like, man, I don't remember this at all. But I remember this exactly. This is when we're teasing the next arc stuff at the very end of chapter 34, the last chapter that we read, where they are being watched over by Mike and the crew. And they both got like their heads down, and they're both just saying some stupid shit. It's funny as fuck, and they're very cute, and I like them both. Yeah, I don't know if there's much more to say about that, but I'm smiling right now thinking about it. Great characterization stuff. I love it. Anything to say about that, or character interaction overall, fellas?
No, I think we've done good there.
Yep.
It was a fairly short thing, because I think so much of what we had was covered in the actual main characterization section.
Yep.
Indeed. Now we're on to the most visual part that we're not going to show visuals for unless Ari edits them in.
No way.
Which would make him, which would be inconsistent, because I didn't do it in the first one. But we start with Mr. R in the art section here.
Yes. The first time we see Hange appear is when Eren's in his cell, and Hange and Mike have been drawn with like 2-foot necks. It's really bizarre. I don't know why it happened. I don't know if it was to do some kind of weird height thing. Like Isayama got the body heights wrong and was like, "Fuck it, I'll just make the necks longer so that they're the right height now." But
yeah,
Hange has like a fucking gooseneck. Yeah. It's weird. It's really weird. And once you go back and look at it, you just look at it and you're like, "Fucking hell."
It was Ari last time that was complaining about how Levi looked, right?
It looks like an anime character.
Kind of, yeah, this goes hand in hand with that. Yeah, but Mr. R, go ahead.
Despite that, I think there's been some significant jumps in Isayama's art style over the course of this. Like, you know, he excels in action and in like sort of high, very kinetic action scenes, and there was a lot of that. The first appearance of the female Titan is so good. The whole thing looks sick, and there's some incredible shots as well, non-action shots of like close-ups, like the bit where she grabs Reiner, and I think the bit as well where she's like lifting up Armin's hood, and like her entire face is shrouded apart from just her eyes. Those panels are fucking sick, like incredible stuff. There's some absolutely outstanding stuff to accompany the usual litany of not great stuff that happens in some scenes.
I use the hood one in videos all the time. It's one of the things that's saved in my Attack on Titan folder. I also love when she's chasing Eren down, and it's like the crazy Annie Titan face above him as she realizes that she found him. That's another. I mean, I might mention that.
Yeah, it's just clearly during sections where it's just like chapters where it's just characters talking. You know, Isayama's a bit more chill when he's drawing it, and maybe makes mistakes, but when it comes to the action, he just fucking snorts a fat line and just goes to town. No fucks given, and it looks great.
Indeed. Did that cover your third one? The shots of Annie? Oh, yep. So
that covers all my points.
All right.
Elite Ari is up next.
So I've got 3 examples here. The first one, I guess, is me just agreeing with how all the female Titan art is just basically amazing. And the one panel that stood out to me the most is at the beginning of, I think, well, essentially it's the double page spread of where you've got the female Titan about to step on Armin. it's amazing. I just love it. It's like a white background and a big female Titan stepping, and it's great. The next standout one is from chapter 20, and it's one of Sunny and Bean, and the lighting is just really harsh, and it stands out from the rest of the chapter, basically. I thought that looked really good. And
it looks like the burnt bones stuff.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Sunny and Bean.
That's just in general, whenever that kind of art style is used, I really like it. And it was used there for Sunny and Bean. And then... Oh, there's also, I'm sure we've mentioned this, but we have that alternate panel, or alternate reality panel, where it's Jean, Connie, and Sasha when they're afraid of joining the Survey Corps. And it's like them dead, basically, and being eaten by Titans, and it just looks so cool. That's probably in this, so far, that's probably the best piece of art, like in this entire 2 volumes, or like, not 2 volumes, 2 arcs. It's just the detail in it, and it's just so good. But, yeah. And
he's got on fire with that one.
Yeah.
Maybe. Pretty good. But yes, I quickly had to look up chapter 21 title page is the first one I've got here. I've always thought it was sick. I was like, what is it? But it's the cool shot of Eren throwing like an overhead fist that I used in a bunch of videos. I think mostly in older videos, but chapter 21 title page. Opening the Gate. What a chapter title. The next one I have is Reiner cutting out of Annie's hand, and her just staring at the hand is a sick visual where it's like Reiner's carrying away Armin. And in the background, you see Annie looking at the hand. That'll be called back later. But also, it's a sick visual. Chapter 25, Annie chasing Squad Levi double spread. I think that's the one of her looking down at Eren. Chapter 28, the pile of Titans eating Annie's Titan and the surrounding bodies. The Titans is fucking sick, bro. This is true. This is actually a particular one that I didn't remember at all when I saw it. I thought, man, that's sick. I'm trying to get it up now to see if I can reference it. But chapter 29 is the next one, which is a title page with Eren on top of Annie, a long shot in Petra's body lent up against the tree in the foreground. That one's sick too. I don't know how much more we can say about these art pieces besides, man, that's some sick shit. I just got to the crushing blow, chapter 29 title page. That's some sick shit. It is Petra. It's a double page spread. Petra's just here. Fucking sick, bro. And then my last one, chapter 34, the full page of the Titan seeing through the wall. Not a double page spread, but a full page spread. Makes it look like it's busting out of the page. The page is completely white, and there's no like borders for the paneling or anything, so it just looks like the whole page is the wall. It's a cool little fucking with form thing that Isayama doesn't do too often.
Yeah, that is really cool.
It's not too meta of a manga in terms of visuals. I guess when we get to the path stuff, maybe a little bit, but yeah, that was sick. I didn't remember it being like that.
I was gonna say, not Isayama, Mikasa's face as well, even though it's quite simple still at that point, like he hasn't quite worked out how he wants to draw her fully. I think it's really good, just like her eyes, but the sort of the really wide eyes, deer in headlamp sort of look. Very good.
You can't see her face in the specific thing I'm talking about, but yeah.
But like, sorry, in that same sort of, around that same sort of area,
yeah. God, and then
because that's a pretty large panel as well, I think.
Yeah. God, it does look so cool. This fucking stupid page. It ain't stupid, it's cool, but that's all we've got for art, our standout art bits. Now we're on to paneling. I don't know, we were kind of just talking about paneling with that last art point. We've got more 3-line thingies. It looks like it's just a cutaway or fadeaway transitionary device. Miller already screamed at all of us being stupid. What a bitch boy. It's not like exactly what Miller was saying from One Piece, because they're all straight and these ones are like diagonal, so Attack on Titan is cooler than One Piece. But yeah, we squashed that, and that's all I got for paneling. Now it's Mr. Ross.
We also didn't get any, like, it was kind of weird with the inconsistencies with the flashback paneling. When Eren turns his arm into a Titan, that whole bit, despite being a flashback, doesn't have the flashback paneling.
Do you remember we kind of came to a conclusion about this last time? Do you remember what it was?
Was it to do with because it happens between chapters? Like there's like a transition chapter between the two.
Yeah, because it starts and ends a chapter. So I guess that would be weird or something. But that's all we could come up with last time. But yeah, Ari. All
right, I got 2 paneling notes here. The first one I actually just went and checked. If you want to reference, in a bunch of chapters, but if you look at chapter 24, you can see an example. There's speech bubbles or thought bubbles where it's like the character thinking, right? And they've got, instead of circles or like looking like a cloud or anything, like the thing that connects the big bubble to the person's head are like weird like rectangles and triangles and stuff. I don't like that at all. It just looks weird. And when I see that, I don't think, oh, this person's thinking something. To me, it just looks weird. But I don't even know why that's in paneling. It's not really a paneling thing, but so there you go.
Speech
paneling's just kind of become the new sort of the inconsistency or the weird or the weird things that
the quirks,
the weird ways Isayama the quirks of how Isayama depicts parts of the manga. I think it still fits in paneling a little bit.
I guess paneling is more just form, which paneling would be part of.
That's true.
Yeah, style maybe.
Yeah.
Even like text, text would be
typography. No, that's
Yeah. All right. So the final big paneling point here is in chapter 31. We have Annie and Armin talking to each other in that little alleyway. And there's this cool, I don't know how you describe this, but there's a cool like panel or two panels where you've got Annie on the left and then Armin on the right, and they're like split into two different panels and they're looking at each other across the panel border. It's a neat, cool way of showing that.
It's another little form thingy. Yeah.
Yep.
It's cool. That's the paneling section. Cool little details. Now, my God, we're on to the monolith. The Goliath. That is themes.
I get to put my feet up for some of this. So,
oh boy.
You're starting. So
there's some big fucking Kyle and Ari essays going on in here.
Yeah, I hope I remember any of these.
But Mr. R, you're up first.
I'll start us off with themes. I think we did these. I think these are in chronological order, aren't they? I assume. Or did we split them up so that people...
Who knows? But yeah, we'll do Gene.
Yeah, so here we go. Jean references the burnt bones when coming up with a plan to tail the female Titan, which I actually originally thought was Armin's plan. I don't know if that happened in the anime or if I'd just forgotten because Armin usually makes the plans. But you guys have brought this up already anyway, that Jean sort of came up with a lot of the stuff. The plan to tail the female Titan. Anyway, it was Jean who came up with the plan and references the burnt bones when doing so. And this kind of brings up sort of is like John's defining sort of philosophy, the theme of it, one of the big themes around his character of inaction will allow you to survive, but not really live, and especially not live with yourself. Like they could not tail the female Titan and they'd survive, but would they be able to live with themselves if the female Titan went on to cause more devastation? Similarly, John could not join the Survey Corps and he'd live. And
he could join the Alliance, or he could just stay with fake Mikasa and fake Mikasa baby and fake reality.
Yeah, God, living as like a hero of the fascist paradise.
That's chapter 127, I believe, the opening.
So yeah, there's that's kind of Jean's defining thing. It's like inaction will leads to survival, but it doesn't. But he wouldn't be able to he wouldn't be able to live with himself, even if he did survive. Like, just like what would that survival even be if he fucking hates himself as a result?
He's burdened with moral fortitude. This prick. He can't live with himself if he does the bad action. But there's not much to debate there. I think everybody agrees this is a big Gene meme. Now we've got Kyle / Ari. My goodness, here it begins. Eren's monologue about the scouts being filled with oddballs and eccentrics is what we're going to talk about. And I've sort of memed on this, saying that this is loser artists thinking other loser artists are going to save the world from the evil normie thought. Coming through here. This is sort of an old B talking points. And then I've got a quote here: a group of people looking to change the status quo. That's the Survey Corps. On this in chapter 25, Eren is almost disappointed when he realizes most of Squad Levi is relieved he can't turn into a Titan in the well, and that they don't want to change the status quo. So he's saying that they don't want to change the status quo because they are more relieved that he can't turn into a Titan. Game of Thrones, Black Sails, etc. This is kind of before we let Ari go, I guess I'll do my bullshit here because his is sort of more about changing the status quo than the artist memes. Writers tend to not be the popular kids in school. They're writing, they're reading, they're doing all those types of things. And in a lot of like I guess, teen movies or things like that, there's usually this idea of like the oddballs and eccentrics are the ones that are going to save the world, not like the Chads and the Stacys and all the evil popular kids. It's kind of funny. This is then obviously reflected through art a lot. You'll see this. The biggest example of like this theme and a lot of things is sort of like that a good story will change the world or will save us all from our from evils or whatever. This is a big thing at the end of Game of Thrones, which people really don't like, where the meme about Bran has the best story and a story will unite the kingdom and change everything. I'm almost certain that will be in the books, by the way, so get excited for that. But hopefully then Bran might actually have the best story.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I would bet my life on it, but he's never going to finish, so we can't bet it. But Black Sails has this exact same ending with Jack Rackham talking about how art will leave the mark or whatever, and he talks about his pirate flag thing, and then it's kind of a meme because he's a little disappointed in it at the end. And it's sort of a prepping for people potentially being disappointed with the Black Sails ending, though I don't think people were. It's sort of a shield against that. It's in a bunch of other things. I feel like everything has like a Naruto isn't actually the cool kid. He's just sort of the hyperactive, knuckleheaded ninja or whatever, but he ends up being the one that unites them all. It's sort of this, it's a reoccurring thing. I remember B, because in old Digibro videos would always talk about this and how she used to say that it was autistic people because everybody that made anime was autistic and everybody that enjoyed anime was autistic. Old B talking points. What a great time it was to be alive, to be obsessed with her content back in 2018. But the autists were going to save the world with their autism. That was her big thing. A lot of things have this sort of thing. And I didn't really pin Attack on Titan as a story that embodied this theme very much. But it was interesting to see Eren bring it up here. The Scuts kind of are oddballs. Like Hange's a little weird. Levi's a little weird. Erwin's a little weird. Eren's a little weird. It's also a bit self-aggrandizing with like, oh, we're the weird ones and we're cool and we're actually the best. It's cute. I don't actually have any problems with it. I was just memeing on it. But that was that point thematically. I will be interested to see if in any of these other earlier arcs we bring this up again, or if this is just left here in sort of a description of the Survey Corps. But now, obviously, I made a big video about what it meant to be in the Survey Corps, and I didn't bring this up, which could be seen as like a problem with that video. And I actually haven't thought about this too much, or at least nowhere near as much as the understanding point I did in that video. But I guess that's my monologue on that. If anybody has anything to say, or we'll hand it over to Ari, who has a similar point about sort of this stuff.
All right. Essentially, I have no idea what I've written here. I wrote about how because this is the theme section, how one of the themes is about changing the status quo, which is what you brought up, Kyle. But essentially, I don't have much to say. It's just something that permeates this volume, and I don't think there's any conclusions that happen from this, where Eren brings it up a few times in the story, and then toward the end we get Marlowe and Annie discussing it. But honestly, I don't know. I don't have any conclusions from this or even anything interesting really, but it permeates the whole arc for some reason.
I guess that was kind of my point in the end too. It was like, oh, I didn't really expect this to be an Attack on Titan too much. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. But when you talk about changing the status quo, it could just be as simple as like change as a theme. And like, well, we're going to change the monarchy in the future, and then we're going to change the way the military works on Paradis, and then we're going to try and change the world through the rumbling or whatever. I think that's a little reductive, but
yeah, I guess just me thinking now, and maybe this is completely wrong, but like, I guess what's the point of like, say we have a theme section here, we're talking about themes, and me bringing up like changing the status quo. Now I'm trying to think of like, why do we even think about themes? And like, what's the point of like introducing this idea of changing the status quo if there's nothing conclusive about it? I guess that I could.
It doesn't make you feel good, like character interactions, which are obviously more based and more important.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, overall, I like themes, which when they're very clear and I can have like these interesting ways that they're told to you. But in this changing of the status quo, it to me just feels like it's a theme, like an idea, a recurring idea that has been brought up throughout the arc. But it didn't make me either. It didn't like give me some insight, or it didn't feel like it was very clear. And like,
there's like two ways to go with this. There's like why theme and what theme, kind of, which is like, is a theme, like, is being thematically consistent even good? And it depends what you want art to be, right? Do you want art to be in conveying an idea, and do we judge art on how good it conveys an idea? Which means like, if you do it like that, like art is kind of pointless, and like just make a speech about changing the status quo that's much more direct and it'll probably be more effective. Now, the opposite argument would be like, oh, some people won't get it if you just say it directly to them, and if you sort of abstract it with characters and an interesting thing, and they'll be more interested in watching something if it's entertaining or something like that. And there's the other side of like, is art just meant to entertain? And in that case, a theme's really important. Now, themes could be more entertaining if you have this big realization moment, and people tend to like, I think, when things rhyme in the George Lucas fashion, or when things come full circle or something like that. There seems to be a sort of an innate human thingy of like completion when that happens. So there's sort of like is art then about making you feel good, or is art supposed to be challenging? It's a more axiomatic, like you got to figure out what is art and why art. And it's a much bigger conversation than probably we're ready to have here. But there is an interesting thingy. A discussion to be had here. I don't know if we want to do it now. And probably not. But this is probably the weakest, like, and maybe the least interesting theme here. Like, it goes into a bunch of different interesting ideas potentially, but they're not really Attack on Titan related. But we'll have to see if this is brought up, or if something connects later.
So go ahead with your next interesting theme.
Well, this is this understanding nonsense. We're kind of sick of this fucking shit by this point. I talked about it in 17 videos, 3 different reread parts now. My goodness. Understanding. Oh, this is where I bring up the understanding point. Understanding and things I should have put in the scout video. Hange says her goal is to look at Titans from a different perspective instead of with anger. When talking to Eren, we already talked about this. Erwin announces in his speech that what recently happened in Trust and the acquiring of Eren has gotten them closer to understanding the true nature of the Titans. Is mentioning understanding directly in the text. Talking and communicating and understanding as ways to solve problems. Once a slight bit of communication is made by Ilse with the Titan, she starts screaming at it and insulting it while it's fighting its primal urge to eat her, the escalation potentially causing the Titan to rip its face off in conflict. And go through with eating her. If we are looking at understanding through communication here, Ilse fails thematically. Hard to blame her, though. Aren't you just worthless lumps of meat? Get out of our world, is what she says to the Titan as it's trying to worship her. She's not very nice here. And she does start screaming, and it's like, oh, maybe if she was quiet there, she might have been able to slip away or something. I don't think Ilse is the biggest example of understanding here, because I don't know if you really could understand a mindless Titan, even if you really, really tried. But yes, understanding is brought up. It's a big theme. I feel like we've talked about all this stuff. Ilse's notebook is great. And I've got to continue because the next one is also mine. Anybody got anything to say about understanding any further before I move on to trust and duty?
I think I very much like your Ilse point, like, because obviously, understanding is a big part of this whole story, and it's just something I'd never considered, how she like yells at it instead of.
I mean, we need to think back to the time, I guess, when that happened. Was that expedition was post Fall of the Wall? I can't remember. We discussed this earlier, and I can't remember.
Yeah, it was 2 years before Trost.
2 years before Trost. So yeah, they were nowhere near the position they were in now. So I guess just the pure concept Ilse would have been met with she'd have had no idea how to deal with it.
Yeah, well, that's why one of the big points about understanding is you got to have equal knowledge first. As I pointed out in the video. So she's mindless Titan, and poor Ilse did not have equal knowledge. What a sad time. But I kind of cut you off in stride. Do you have other things to say?
I don't know. Do we see Ilse later in like the scout flashbacks? I can't remember. This is a completely different thing. It's just an interesting. That is just completely random thought about Ilse more than anything that popped into my head.
Is she in the thing where they watch where Hange watches the plane fly off after she sacrifices herself?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. I think she's in the background of Erwin's speech, but that's because everyone's in the background of Erwin's speech.
Yeah. Can you see him, Levi, or whatever? Fucking sick.
Yeah. Did we discuss Ilse's notebook that much in general? I mean,
I think we did a bit in the first part, but other than saying it's great and that point, I don't know what else. Because I brought it up in the Levi section. I'm pretty sure we talked about it quite a bit. Yeah. And I think I have some other things about it in miscellaneous, so we'll get back to it. Yeah,
I might do as well.
Trust and duty to trust your comrades is a massive theme throughout this arc. Erwin doesn't trust everybody in the scouts and isn't honest about the plan of the expedition here, and seemingly he absolutely shouldn't have been because there are traitors in the mix. But isn't it important to trust guys? And then I put 2 question marks here to be funny and exaggerate. I think I'll read the rest before we talk about this part. Eren, when he thinks Squad Levi has beaten the female Titan, thinks it's because of the trust they have in each other before he's cut off by a doubt, remembering Levi's speech about being unsure whether or not trusting in others or strictly yourself is the right option. Eren then has the monologue regretting trusting his comrades and wishing he had just done it all for himself from the beginning. Rumbling Lamau. Of course, this wasn't successful either, talking about the rumbling. I see a lot of people, and I think I might be one of these people who point to this moment particularly where Eren has this monologue about how I shouldn't have trusted in them, like I should have fought them, I should have done it all myself, as sort of like the first inkling of the idea for the rumbling, I guess, outside of like, I'm going to kill all the animals, Lamau, on this planet. Not really animals. I didn't really narrate that monologue too well to get the point across, but in terms of trust overall, it is interesting because usually trust is a good thing. You should trust the people around you, and you'll all succeed. But Attack on Titan doesn't seem to have that simplistic of a point here about trust. I don't know if there is a direct point about trust that's being made in the arc. I think it is more of the ambiguity side of Isayama embodying his will through Levi's speech here of like, I don't know, if you should trust each other. Like sometimes it could lead to good outcomes, sometimes it could lead to bad outcomes. And I think this ambiguity is sort of important to themes as well, as it's like, well, are themes important? Like these themes something that should always be followed? The themes that Attack on Titan maybe tries to implore, is understanding always good? Or would Levi also give a speech about is understanding really the best thing, and how he's unsure about things like that? I don't know. Anything come to mind about any of this stuff from either of you?
So my whole next point is about blind trust, so I'll talk about that after, I guess.
Yes. Oh, it is a big point. My goodness. Mr. R?
I covered a little bit of the only thought I sort of really had about trust, about some of the trust stuff, was I guess when I mentioned the Eren Petra interaction earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think it is interesting that do it all myself point, which is literally the theory, is literally sort of the mindset that potentially leads to the rumbling as well. It's isn't successful either, and I guess trust is what ends up putting down the rumbling in the end.
Yeah,
like trust in others. Sorry, is what.
Yeah, it's sort of what the alliance wants, and then the confrontation between the leftover Malayans on the top of it with what's his name, Mueller and Annie's dad and things like that. Yeah,
Mueller.
Jeez.
Mueller. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But Ari,
that's a different bloke. Ari, your blind trust point.
Yeah, so I'm okay. Essentially, I think that the themes of blind trust, or not themes, I guess, the idea that just blind trust as a concept and the concept of being a good soldier are just two things that are like intertwined and are like constantly throughout this arc. Like I feel like these are the two biggest themes in this arc, kind of like what you were talking about just then. And yeah, just even just the idea of trusting in the chain of command is like a big thing. Now, once again, as usual, when it comes to themes, I don't have any big conclusions about this, but I have a few examples that I'll just go through, and I don't really have any points, but if you want to say something, then go ahead. But I guess it's
quickly,
more...
before you start.
Yeah.
I actually, just then, maybe when I was reading, I was thinking about it, but the good soldier thing is a good thing to tie into this, and I didn't do that in my previous point. Because that is like how most like military structures are, right? You just sort of like, you don't even really get an explanation. You're just told what to do, and you sort of has to trust that like your commanding officer has your best interest in mind, and their commanding officer, and then it sort of goes up the chain, and it's sort of built on this like trust in the system, I guess. But then there's obviously very obvious criticisms of that, of it just takes one like corrupt leg on the thing of one commanding officer that's like, all right, fuck all these foot soldiers, just send them out to die, which is not in their best interest, so we can like distract them and go around the side or some shit like that, which is in the best interest of all of the men, I guess, which might, there's a bunch of moral issues that come up there, but yeah, it's that's definitely part of it too. The Levi is like the biggest example of this. Like he trusts, he doesn't ask for explanations usually with Erwin, and he just takes sort of his orders. But yeah, right. Go into your examples.
Okay, so I'll I think I'll just breeze through these. So the first one, Eren is surprised by Levi's obedience initially.
No.
Says, what? What about now?
I'm saying we're talking about it now. Yeah.
Oh yes. The next one is about how what is it? So I've written double check this, but even in the lengthy description of the scouting formation, we talk about how each piece of the scouting formation is vital. It's another bit of like you're a smaller part of a larger whole. The small squad of Jean, Armin, and Reiner, them realizing how important their choices are in the interaction with the female Titan, and how that's going to be vital for the entire mission as a whole. Chapter 26, which is called The Easy Path, which is a reference, I think, to Eren's realization at the end of the chapter that it's easier to believe in your comrades than to believe in your own strength. And I've got a long quote here. I'm not sure why. I guess I could read it. We'll see if it seems relevant. But he said, "Wait, I could fight on my own. Why am I always turning to other people for help? I should fight myself. Why did I choose this?" And then an image of a dead body he could have saved. "I might have been able to save them. I left them to die. That's it. It's because I wanted something to rely on, something to believe in, like I did when I was with them. I'm sick of being treated like a monster. I've had enough of being shunned, so I just wanted to think that I should believe in my comrades because it's easier that way." I don't know. I put a quote here for some reason. There you go. You're welcome.
That's what you were just talking about, right? That's the easy path monologue.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. And then the final point is Eren wants to save the lone scout fighting the female Titan because he doesn't understand the purpose of their mission. He doesn't understand why everyone is blindly following orders.
This ties into the original Eren points of like he thinks he's sort of having this selfish, unselfish view of like the trauma he's gonna have or the weight on his shoulders for all of these people dying, and he's like, well, this doesn't make me feel good, so therefore I should stop this, when really this actually ties into something Armin also says earlier that we covered earlier, where he's like, well, if I knew what I was dying for, then I would be fine with it. Like maybe that scout who's fighting Annie understands that he has to hold them off for them to do it, and he's okay with dying there. Whereas Eren sort of selfishly wants to save the person, because then he doesn't have to think about the death afterwards. But yeah, it's kind of interesting turns on things there.
Yep. All right.
You got one more point here, right?
Well, I've got one quote from Levi, which, again, I don't know how relevant this is. So Levi, in response to... I mean, I'm sure maybe we're all familiar with this, but it's the speech Levi gives after Eren doesn't know what to do, and he says, "The difference between our judgment and yours is experience, but you don't have to fall back on that. Choose. Believe in yourself or believe in me and them, the Survey Corps. I don't know the answer. I never have. Whether you trust in your own strength or trust in the choices made by reliable comrades, no one knows what the outcome will be, so as much as you can, choose whatever you'll regret the least." There we go, quote. And that's it.
There is another interesting idea, especially in the two quotes, where it's sort of like, do I bring up an existentialism point later? I don't remember. If I do, we'll cover it now and I'll ignore it later. But it's sort of the choice thingy of like, oh, it's up to you. A lot of stories, even more than maybe the oddball point earlier. And again, I'm not a philosophy boy, so if somebody's mad at me for using existentialist in the wrong terms, my sincerest apologies. I learned all of this from a Preston Jacobs video. Fuck you. But it's sort of this idea that you get to choose, and sort of like whatever happens is because of your choices. It sort of is, you have ultimate freedom to choose what happens, but it is also your ultimate responsibility of everything that happens. And this could obviously be taken in very destructive and very positive ways of like, there are going to be things that are out of your control sometimes, but those usually aren't the things stories are about, because it's not like we're going to watch a character who does nothing. Could be an interesting concept for a story, but usually characters have actions that ripple throughout the narrative, and usually we are following main characters that have massive ripples through everything in the narrative, like Eren will eventually have and really always has. So it is sort of like, and then it also highlights this sort of, what's the opposite of determinism? Free will thingy of like, you get to choose. You do, like, you have an effect, and it's sort of encouraging thematically by proxy the audience to make choices and do things basically. That kind of connects this stuff, but
yeah.
I guess a part of that could be like on every layer of the the pecking order. What we had a better word for this before, on the ladder of command, the chain of command. People usually say, C, chain of command. Brilliance, these English fellas. On every layer, no, on every chain in the chain of command, there's like choices have to be made, and sort of choices can come down from the top, but it relies on the chain of command being there, of like everybody sort of trying to go in the same direction, which they can't if they don't understand what's happening, if you don't tell them because you don't trust them. And it is interesting here, and it kind of ends up paying off for Erwin here, that he doesn't tell everybody what even the idea of the mission is. And he is sort of, by proxy, indirectly asking them all to make the proper choices in trying to achieve a goal they don't even understand they're trying to achieve. Crazy stuff. I feel like I went on a tangent there a bit. Blind trust. RE, you figured it out yet?
I will when I re-listen to all of this, I'm sure.
I wouldn't be certain about that. And yes, there's lots of stuff generally about blind trust being a good solver. Yeah. Duty too, I guess, is another word. It feels unsatisfying to move on right now, but should we?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Mr. R, you figured it out in the background? You've got it all. You're going to tell us right now what it is all about.
Oh no, sorry. I'm afraid I don't have much.
You're chilling?
I'm chilling. I'm vibing. This is
you're having a good time.
Oh my god, yeah. There's 4 paragraphs all from me coming up. My next one, we're gonna move on. All right, chat, you tell us. You figured it all out. You're gonna tell us what it all means. Squad Levi keep telling Eren to face forward. Oh, this is the dumbest point I've ever made, but it's also the short one. To face forward and keep moving. Now this ends up being potentially the wrong choice. So is keep moving forward a bad thing? I kind of tried to make it seem like they were telling him to keep moving forward. It's not really, I guess, kind of. They are kind of telling kind of, but I don't think it thematically fits with the keep moving forward thing. And how?
I do think it's a little bit different. I feel like keep moving forward is a lot more just like never giving up.
A statement of will rather than a literal moving forward. But yeah, a bit of a stretch there, but whatever. That's all we got for that one. They nearly said the thing, is what I am saying there. Next up, I got Levi has a monologue defending Squad Levi's reaction. I think we already actually talked about this, so we might be able to skip this one too. Eren's reaction to Eren accidentally transforming. I think that's supposed to be. We talked about this last time.
Yeah, I think we have covered this.
Let me just read through this in case I say anything particularly poignant. That it's hold on. That it's on the making tough decisions in tough situations theme. And then I quote it here: when facing a Titan, you never know enough, think all you want, or didn't we even read the quote before? However, and then he also brings up here having no regrets. This regrets thing with Levi, my goodness. Then at the end, after I quote it, I say, trust your instincts, ? Seems kind of problematic. I think like we even talked about that before, where like, trusting your instincts could get you in some very bad positions. Hitler was probably trusting his instincts, guys, and we don't like him. But yeah, I feel like we already talked about all that stuff. Trusting your instincts probably not the best thing, but in life or death situations, fighting Titans, maybe you got to do that. I don't know. I never fought one before. The next one, the theme of this happened because I chose this or because I wanted this. This is the existentialist idea I just talked about. My goodness, we're skipping through these.
Oh, we can skip this then. Yes, let's.
Hold on, let me see.
This is a big paragraph, so
when Eren thinks to why he chose to stay with Squad Levi and didn't transform to save the scouts fighting Annie, we've also talked about that particular situation in great detail. This also gets into a clever conversation about progressive ideals versus themes and how to wrestle with that because this is not a very progressive theme. We've got some progressive gentlemen on the panel here. But usually existentialist ideas are very individualistic, of like almost pull yourself up by your bootstraps memes and go out and change things, whereas usual progressive things would indicate that usually you need more systems to change and individual actors really can't do too much. That's very unsatisfying for a character to come to in a story, though, that we've got to change the system and it's not really in your control. Kind of depressing and doesn't make for a good story, I guess. Close up of Eren's eye in chapter 26 embodying this is cute. I don't remember the exact panel, but if you want to go look it up, I'm sure it bolsters my point here. Eren also goes on to say that he chose to believe in his comrades because it's easier. We also kind of talked about this, what is right and what is easy. Being accepted is more important than doing what's right. Was potentially my takeaway from that, though I'm not sure that's my takeaway anymore. So this could also thematically be about sharing the burden. Now taking into account chapter 27 and Armin and Jean's conversation about choice, we're tying everything together here. A lot of this arc is about choice and making hard decisions and the responsibility that comes with that. Outcome accountability is something Armin even says. Oh, no, I think these are two different points. Armin does bring up outcome accountability, which is something I had to look up. We can talk about that after I'm finished this fucking bullshit. Armin even says that the commander might be an evil man, but that's still a good thing, which would probably make him not an evil man. But Lamau chapter 28 is literally called Choices and Consequences. This is me taking notes as I keep reading through and being like, oh, this point is bolstered by every new chapter I read, and me freaking out. Eren eventually decides that he may have made the incorrect choice when he fights the female Titan, but it's actually her fault. Everyone is dead because she killed them, which is outside of sort of that pure existentialist idea, which shows Eren sort of overcoming that. Quickly, to talk about the potentially most fun thing about this mammoth paragraph. Did anybody know what outcome accountability was when Armin brought it up? Because I had to Google it.
I still don't know. I could take a guess at what it is, but I honestly don't even remember him saying it.
It's like a whole bit of a chapter, and it's like interesting because it's like, oh, it's like I think it's like an accounting term or something like that, where it's sort of like in retrospect, like accusing people of accountability or something. I think I honestly don't really get it entirely either, but it was interesting that it was like Isayama introducing a term that obviously he understands or has heard a lot about or probably read about in an article or something, and then trying to introduce it through a character's monologue here. It seemed a little ambitious. And it seemed a little preachy almost. It was interesting. I didn't hate it, but it was definitely interesting. Did anybody? Let's Google outcome accountability and read, because I'm almost certain everybody, unless they're reading along with us, which my God, you've taken a long time between drinks. Nobody remembers this outcome accountability monologue from Armin. But even when you Google it, it doesn't even come up with a definition. You got to click on an EDU website, process versus outcome accountability. My goodness. I don't know if I want to read this whole paper, but obviously Isayama read an article or a book about this or something and thinks about it often and tried to introduce it here. I don't know if it ever comes back up again, but I think I kind of summarized it a little bit.
There's a definition here someone said, which is sometimes people are evaluated based on the outcomes of their decisions. Outcome accountability. Yeah. I guess it makes sense.
Because I guess it includes, what word am I looking for here? It disincludes the like having to make split-second decisions in the moment and sort of like, I guess it's like hindsight, I guess. Or discounting the opposite of hindsight, of in the moment choices, and sort of if you judge Erwin by that, like if the people in government when they get back were to judge Erwin by that, it would be like unfair because you're only keeping him accountable to the outcomes rather than the situations or something.
Yep.
But about the rest of that bullshit, did anybody have anything to say there, or
there was a lot there.
There was.
I mean, I feel like we covered a lot of what you just went through. We've kind of covered in bits in various different sections. We should just fucking sack off the themes section and just cover and just cover it. Cover it in every other section.
Technically, yeah.
Everything falls into it.
But yeah, I feel like that's about it for that one.
All right.
My last one before Mr. R has themes to talk about. I'm excited. There's a vague theme in Attack on Titan that I've never been able to puzzle together about using your imagination, not just logic, to puzzle out the enemy. In chapter 28, Erwin talks about this a little when justifying to Hange why he made Levi replenish his swords and gas before returning, reuniting with his squad, something that might have actually cost them their lives because Levi wasn't there quick enough. And if he was there quicker, maybe he would have been there when Annie attacked the one bloke. And later in the return to Shinganshina, Armin makes everybody check the walls for Reiner and Bertop because it's something out of the box. Some things to think on. Also, I'm just remembering this from our earlier discussion tonight, was Hange also kind of brings this up when she teases paths, when she's like, we need to stop thinking about things just in sort of the natural flow of things, and there's things outside of that at work here. So that might tie into this. But are these things that you guys have ever connected or thought about or anything? Because I've thought about it vaguely without a conclusion, but yeah.
I feel like it's just more meant to emphasize because it's always like the characters who are meant to be sort of indicated are the big, the smart lads. So like Erwin, Armin, Hange, who can.
But
I mean,
I
suppose a big thing that goes on in Attack on Titan, at least especially on parody, is how much suppression of knowledge there is and how much they're expected to just everyone lives and thinks within inside a very, very restricted worldview that has been enforced upon them. And I guess we need, I guess only the people who are able to think outside of that very restrictive worldview are able to get results, I guess, maybe. I don't really know where I'm going with this.
Ari, you got anything?
Honestly, I don't know if I even understand your point here. So you're saying the theme about like using your imagination rather than logic to puzzle out the enemy.
Well, it's basically that like there's no logical reason for Levi to replenish his shit. There's no logical reasons for us to think that Armin and Reiner might be hiding in the walls. Now, the cynical man's explanation for this, well, it's just Lamau. The plot needs this to happen, so you need more.
I feel like the walls thing. I think there is a logical reason because we know the walls are hollow, are at least partially hollow. So
yeah, well, they know that, but like they don't have any indication that they could be hiding there. But that's not just me saying that, because Armin specifically says like, oh, we have to think like out of the realm of like logic or something. He has a monologue like that, I remember from there. So that's why I included that. Not that that's some crazy idea or whatever. But yeah. It's sort of, I guess it's sort of like logically thinking through everything and being traditionally smart isn't everything. It could tie into like an instinct thing again of like, oh, it's sort of like going on instinct, and you sort of, I don't know, storytellers, and this might get back into my first theme point about story people jerking themselves off is Isayama isn't a scientist. If he was going to be a scientist, if he had a scientist brain, he would have been a scientist who purely operates on studying natural laws and logic and things like this, but instead he's a storytelling bloke who writes about emotions and things like that. So it could be just like his sort of worldview and invoking that into the story or something like that. I don't know. Anything else to say about that, or do we hand it over to Mr. R now? Sorry.
No, that's good. Let's move on.
I didn't really have a conclusion for that point.
Yep.
But Mr. R.
Okay, so this first point we've kind of covered this a little bit, specifically to do with like I think like Armin's characterization and so on, and like just scenes we liked and so on. But I'm gonna come back to it again. And it's about like the willingness to sacrifice in order to enact the biggest change. And I feel like the biggest change maybe isn't the right way to put it. Maybe it's just like
to achieve, I guess,
maybe not even worthwhile. I feel it's more to achieve revolutionary change is possibly because like there are two theories to how you change things: there's evolutionary and revolutionary. Evolutionary is a very slow, gradual process that kind of, I guess, has less immediate risk with any of the individual things, but it does take a very long time to actually come to fruition. And a lot of people can potentially suffer whilst waiting for evolutionary change to happen. Whilst revolutionary change, the risks are very high, and there's a lot of potential sacrifice involved in revolutionary change. And I feel like that's I think a theme that AOT's going forward. They can't afford evolutionary change. They're just not in a position to. So the revolutionary change they're going for will always come with sacrifices, and we get this sort of match cut with the shot of Pixis, who sacrificed basically 30% of the garrison at Trost.
Yeah.
Ian Dietrich sacrificed he sacrificed his entire squad, his elite hand-picked squad, and his own life, in the hope of achieving the change. Zackley's a bit different in that Zackley obviously is in charge of the entire military. There's a lot waiting on him.
He's kind of risking his position, really.
Yeah, he's risking his position, and he is potentially risking the entire military and safety of Paradis on the trust of Eren.
Yeah.
And then we also finally see Erwin, who throws hundreds of Survey Corps members into the meat grinder on the regular. So
yeah.
And Erwin's is actually technically for a more, as we find out later, for a less altruistic purpose at first, anyway. At first.
Yeah, well, so is Zackley, right? Because they have a mutual conversation where they realize that about each other. So yeah.
Well, I mean, Zackley's less about saving.
He's a sick fuck.
Zackley's sick fuckness was more about just staging the coup. He didn't stage the coup for the good of humanity. He staged the coup because he hated the people in charge on a personal level. But I think the putting the trust in Eren probably was. Although maybe it was just like, haha, that'll show those stupid fucks in charge. This isn't what they want. This is the opposite of what they want. So maybe.
Yeah.
Zackley's a weird one, I think. Yeah, so that's just like a thing I had about a big theme going through it is sacrifice.
Yeah,
it's about sacrifice and the necessity of sacrifice under extreme conditions when other avenues have kind of failed.
I agree.
Yeah,
but you got another one coming up.
I do. I like this one. Just because I do kind of like this one. So
everybody, get ready for this word. Get ready for this word. It starts with a P, and I'm not sure how it goes.
I like this word. Did I use it in our previous discussion, or is this something?
No, I think we probably talked about it when we went over the notes that time. But
okay, yeah, I like this one. Yes, it does start with a P. So Trost, we had Trost. Now Trost was a Pyrrhic victory. It was a victory all the same, but it was Pyrrhic. Yes.
Keep going.
Yes. Pyrrhic victory is where there's considerable loss, basically. You can barely call it a victory because of the cost that came to. That's effectively what it means. But anyway, it was still a victory. And there was that sense of hope, the belief they could begin to fight back. You see Rico crying, and it's like, we've finally done it. And Pix is like, humanity has had its first ever victory against the Titans. And it's like, there is this moment of hope at the end of Trost. This little moment of hope that things are on the up and up with actual proof. Not like when Eren's like, when they're manning the wall and Eren's like, humanity's comeback starts now, and then the Colossal Titan appears. It's not like that. There is an actual sense of it. And then we get to the female Titan arc, and they get fucking bodied. Absolutely destroyed. Squad Levi dies. Half of the senior Survey Corps members dies. Stoas is, wrecked. Tons of innocents are killed. And all they get for it is Annie and a crystal, which will not get them anything until Eren does the rumbling 4 years later. They failed. Fundamentally, they have failed. There is no victory in the female Titan arc at all. It's not a Pyrrhic victory. It's not any kind of victory. They have just suffered a crushing defeat. In fact, one of the chapters, I believe, is called Crushing Defeat, isn't it? Or is that one of the anime
that's one of the ones in the forest, I think. But yeah, one of them is called that. What do you think about Owen's speech about how it was actually a victory? Is that in the anime?
I don't know.
Or that's in the manga too.
I don't remember Erwin giving a speech about it being a victory. I mean, I remember
it
Erwin giving
at the beginning of the next chapter.
How they would root out. I mean,
it's
there was
definitely
a bit
in the
about
anime.
Erwin saying, "What was it? We'll root out all the enemies hidden in the."
I remember specifically in the anime, he basically one of the nobles says, "So you achieved nothing today," and there's a big grand speech, and the ED starts playing. It's like, "No, we have achieved everything, you fucking idiot." Oh, Mr. He might have called you a fucking idiot just in my monologue there, but well, I honestly don't remember the context. I don't remember his justification.
I've got the chapter. I've got the bit. Do you have any proof that you did indeed prevent humanity's demise? Possible transformation. Your efforts were in vain. I believe that there is value simply in having captured one of the Titans. Yes, I know there are more. Must hunt down every enemy hiding within our walls. So that's what he says. He doesn't frame it as a victory. He feels there's value.
Wouldn't you call that a victory?
Maybe this is with the benefit of knowing the future, but having Annie in custody doesn't benefit them at all. I mean, I guess
she's not
actually
fighting
trying to
them.
get Eren, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just the whole vibe of this doesn't feel even remotely.
It's not as
victory. It doesn't-
monumentous as Trost. Yeah.
Yeah,
you're
it doesn't
right
feel
on
like
that
it doesn't feel like they've achieved much. That's the whole point. I mean, even if Erwin's saying no, I think you need to look at it differently, the overall feeling given off of it is that they haven't achieved much. And then one of the worst parts of that is that if Eren had transformed when he first wanted to, they would have won. It would have been probably a pretty solid victory.
But they would have just captured Annie or killed her, right? So wouldn't it be the same? Or I guess less
But they
people
wouldn't have
would
had. But they wouldn't have suffered the catastrophic losses that came with that.
Mm.
They're fine.
That's
in the long
more
run
the thing.
anyway.
Oh
Mm.
boy. Hey, I want to say I agree.
Fuck them
I
dead
think that's a
people.
very, very interesting idea. How it changes from the trust, how it's a Pyrrhic to now a complete kind of. It's a depressing
Yeah.
and well, not even depressing. I think it's just it feels like all that time that was spent and all the people that were lost was a complete waste, which is just
Mhm.
yeah, unlike trust where it felt like the sacrifices achieved something. Interesting. I like it.
Yeah. That's
I'm
kind of
out.
the point that I
Pretty
was sort
happy
of
at the end of
working
the
on
arc.
with.
But I'm outvoted 2-1.
Mm.
My good.
Yeah, you are.
You'll both slowly die before the next part happens, and I will have no culpability in it.
Yes.
Oh, is it me now? Oh my goodness. What a good or bad person is. Oh, we kind of already talked about this. It's tied to selfishness in chapter 31. We're talking about the Annie chapter here. First with the Annie/Marlowe conversation, then with the Armin/Annie conversation. Armin says when people call somebody a good person, it's just someone who benefits themselves. True selfishness is a virtue. I've also already talked about that. Being good is relative apparently. Armin and the stresses then stresses that she would be if she turns him down a bad person to him. And that's more important than being a good person or a bad person because Annie likes Armin. Annie ends the chapter telling Armin that he's lucky she was a good person to him. That is, I don't think we brought that up yet, but that is a good little. That's like the end of that sort of conversation thematically.
Mm.
I still don't know what exactly to try from it, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of said being good is relative, apparently, as if I don't believe that, but I don't think we need to get into a moral relativity conversation here. So I think we've already gone
How
over
long
all
this
of that.
video is going to be getting.
Yeah. These two videos. But yeah, we covered all of that mostly. Anybody want to say anything about that, or Ari?
No, I feel like I've
We
talked
ended
about
it
the
up.
Armin Annie conversation too many times in
Yeah,
this
like
video.
7 times.
All
right.
So I'm going
Ari,
to talk about
and
my
famous
my
choice.
famous and original. I honestly thought this was pretty original, but I don't know the idea of how to become a Titan, you need two things, which are you need to be in pain or to take damage of some sort, and you need to have intention. And it's just interesting,
Oh,
like
I
because
remember this now.
because we don't know when we're reading the story for the first time why those two are the conditions, right, to transform. And we still don't know for sure, but like some theorizing I was thinking of, and I'm not sure why I brought it up in this arc particularly. I guess I just something made me think of it, but
Well, because of the spoon thing, right? Probably.
yeah, that is
They're trying to
something
figure
about it.
out.
But I guess that is when it first happens. I was like, oh, why did it happen here? But the first thing about the pain is it ties back to how Ymir's first transformation was when she was damaged. Like she was emotionally at her lowest point. The king that she loved had cast her out, and like I feel like maybe she like imbues that trauma into when she creates people, like creates the new Titan shifters. I don't know, something like that maybe. And then also I guess the intention could also come from the directions that King Fritz was giving. So like kind of like I wonder if, because really what Ymir's life was a lot of pain and then being given directions. So I kind of just wonder if that's kind of why it does tie back to why the Titan shifters have to do that. But the more relevant to this arc particularly is about what Hange says. And she made me think of a way of why the intention part is important in a way that I just never thought of before, which is she says that when she's talking about, I guess, Titans in general, she says it looks to me more like there's some kind of purpose at work, a tool-like quality. So she's implying that the Titans exist to perform some type of like as a whole, they all come together to kind of create something, and It's just interesting.
Another
Like
party.
yeah, it
What
all
the
comes
fuck?
back to the fact that initially these Titans were used to create things by Fritz. Like Fritz was the purpose of Ymir as a Titan was to be used as a tool to do work. So now she's creating these Titans in an image to like in the way that she was created to kind of create work, to do work. I don't know if that made any sense, but that's
That's
kind
why
of
the Warhammer creates things.
I honestly have no idea. I don't know how these special powers come into play. But the second point here, which I don't know, so I'm going to read through it. A shifter cannot shift without intention because Ymir... Oh, I guess this is a summary. Yeah, a shifter cannot shift without intention because Ymir is bound to King Fritz's orders. She would only transform when he gave her a task to complete, and so she's passed this restriction on to everyone else because that's all she's ever known. I think that's... I kind of agree with that, like in retrospect. Yeah. Where...
It fits.
Yeah, it's like... she's still that slave. She's creating these Titans to do the thing that she only knew how to do, which is to serve the king and to kind of create to do things with an intention. But that's it. That's my ramble about pain and intention. I still don't really get it, but
I think I still agree with all of this.
good, very good.
Yeah, I think I follow what you're saying. I think for the most part it makes sense. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, especially the final
Ymir.
point, like without the
My God.
intention, like the binding of Ymir to Fritz as well. I think that definitely has purpose. Whether Isayama intended it at the time or not,
Yeah.
or whether it was
He
just
Planned
like,
it all
yeah,
from the
later.
beginning, bro.
That would be something really interesting to plan out from the beginning.
That's like the same
well,
with every
even
bit
if-
of literature though. It's like, oh, did they
Yeah.
plan? Was this actually planned, or are we just being fucking? Are we just
Overanalyzing.
reading way too much into
The,
it?
Yep.
Potentially more likely could just be like this theme was always in there, and then when he came to Ymir, he also imparted the theme there. So
Yeah.
therefore, it's all feels
Mhm.
connected and what word am I looking for here? Connected like paths, Lamau. It feels all feels consistent, if you will.
Mhm.
Well, we conquered themes onto foreshadowing / subtle hints. We got an Ilsa's notebook thingy here. And it's my point. Ilsa looks quite like Ymir, and obviously the Titan recognizes this and tries to pray to her. An early hint of what the Titans truly are, and that Ymir as a character has some extra significance. I also didn't remember that it said subject of Ymir. Had no idea the phrase existed this early into the manga. Why do you eat us? Is also something Ilse asks. It's cute. Subject of Ymir. I thought it was invented at the end of season 3. Turns out it was invented in Ilse's notebook, probably around the time the female Titan arc was ending. Can you believe it, fellas? Can you believe it?
Crazy.
I know. I mean, if we're talking about Ilsa's notebook, just that entire chapter, like, how the fuck is that a bonus chapter? Like, it is one of the most significant chapters for foreshadowing that early into the series. Like, I kind of understand you could leave it if you wanted, but Ilsa's notebook, you come out of that with questions that are not going to get answered until the halfway through arc, the end of Return to Shiganshina, basically.
Yep. Some crazy fucking
Because if you're reading the manga as well, Ymir's flashbacks, where we see that she was considered a god, that doesn't happen until the end of Return to Shiganshina either.
Yeah.
Having it earlier in the anime is an anime thing. So yeah, we don't get So yeah, we're getting something at the in the manga at the start of the female Titan arc. Obviously, for people who are reading it monthly, they got it at the end of the female Titan arc, most likely. But for us as rereaders, the start of the female Titan arc, we are getting a multitude of questions that are not going to get answered till the end of Return to Shiganshina. That's fucking wild. Just as a whole.
Now, as somebody who was theory crafting in 2014 or some shit before all of that had happened, I don't remember anybody talking about Ilsa's notebook in terms of theories, but which seems like some crazy shit. But maybe it was just because nobody was reading the volumes.
Yeah, you.
No, I was going to say that.
You were all pirating
but I'm
your
almost
manga.
certain I was reading the volumes for like the first 8 parts because I got them from the school library. I've told that story too. So I'm pretty sure I'd seen it, and I probably would have also, because 2014 by this point, the OVA is already out at that point too for Ilsa's notebook, because I remember watching it after right after I finished season 1. So I don't remember if they say subject of Ymir in the anime episode. I have no idea.
You say that though. I do wonder if perhaps reading it back then, because it happened so far back, and it's never called back on again, specific directly, maybe people just did forget about it.
Yeah, it's just so
When all
out
the
of
reveals
context
happened,
that you have like
they
no idea.
They weren't like
You don't even know that
when
it's foreshadow.
when we finally got the answers in season 3, people had largely forgotten about Ilsa's notebook because it is like a one-off about a character we never see again or hear from again. So maybe that was it. Maybe that's what happened till teenage me when I first teenage me. I wasn't a teenager. I was in university when I first read Attack on Titan. Shit. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, when I first read Attack on Titan when I was like, I think I might have actually even been 20 when I first started reading it. I would have been because it came.
Hey, I was 20 as well. Now that I think about it.
Well, I was 12.
Jesus. Anyway, yeah. So it's probably just something that you just kind of put aside, and it was like, oh, this is mysterious, but not like this changes everything. Titan speaking obviously is a big deal, but obviously that will happen pretty soon anyway. So you kind of forget about that because we get Zeke in the next arc. So maybe that's why I forgot about it. And it's just having read it, you look back and you just go, holy shit, Isayama was just dropping everything back in like chapter 18.5.
I wonder how this fit into the leaked ending of the time too.
Jeez. Some random person wrote a fan fiction. Look at us. Just bring it up.
It'll live forever in infamy, and I will make sure.
Don't look at me. I don't even know about this leaked ending, really.
Oh,
I read it on stream that one time. Were you not in chat? My goodness.
Yeah, and then you click on the author's profile, and they have a bunch of other fan fiction for like Legend of Korra and stuff, and it's great.
Listen, it wasn't me. I only found out about it through other people's YouTube videos covering it. All right.
Listen, you don't come to my No Requiem streams. I don't come to your fan fiction streams.
My fan fiction's cool and good though. Yours sucks, bro.
Listen, No Requiem's been getting better.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
Let's not get into this discussion.
Yes.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of it. So,
you don't even watch the videos on YouTube. Fucking shite friends.
Your ones? No, I'm not gonna watch it about some shit I don't want to see. Listen, do more Dragon Ball stuff. I'll watch that one.
Right. Okay.
Actually, I'm not until you put Oolong and S tier. Anyway, you got.
Should we move on before this is the fucking? Jeez,
what a funny.
Who do you think the enemy? Who do you think the enemy is? It's not even like. I'm sure we had a discussion about this of like, is this, was this like, because I said it's not even subtle, but then I'm pretty sure Kyle or one of us said, I don't even know what it means though.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck?
So,
this is like my biggest confusion point. But yeah, because
I always assumed, for me, I always assumed that the answer was just obvious. It was like, who do you think the enemy is? Oh, obviously it's humans, not Titans. That's kind of, I think even then that's what I interpreted it as, but.
Even Ari now.
Yeah, okay. No. So now I see why I wrote my answer. Yeah.
So I then said it under Mr. Ari's, not Mr. Ari, Mr. Ari?
Yeah.
Change your name, fellas. They're too similar.
All right.
Miller, Minty, what the fuck? I said, does he ask this question to everybody or just Eren? Squad Levi say they also didn't get it as if they were also asked by Erwin, even though I wrote Eren here. Or are they just recalling Eren's story? So it seems like Erwin went around to everybody to ask, which seems like he's
pretty funny.
To say something weird. What were we saying, Ari?
I think it's pretty funny, him just going around the circle and whispering the same thing to everyone.
Just whispering in everyone's ears, who's the enemy? It's like, Commander, what the fuck are you doing? Kind of like when, is this like the new initiation? Like how Mike goes around smelling everyone.
Yeah. But, so yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I guess humanity's the enemy. I guess that fits. He's trying to prime to see if you. Well, actually, I think I originally thought that he was trying to suspect people to see if he asked this fucking Reiner prick, and Reiner's like, he freaks out because he thinks he's onto him or something, and then they know that Reiner's a traitor or something.
Yeah. Well, bearing in mind as well, Erwin probably already does believe for a long time that humanity's the enemy because of his dad being murdered for asking questions. So he already believes that humanity is the real enemy of humanity, or at least people. Yeah, some people are the real enemy of humanity.
I think yours makes a lot of sense if he only asked Eren, because then it's just like, oh, we had this one character moment where he slips out and he's like, see, this is my point. Humanity's the enemy, and that's supposed to be what you take away. But the implication that potentially asked this to everybody, including at least Squad Levi, would be like, no, he's trying to prime people for something, but Ari, weigh in here.
Yes, I think I'm pretty confident in my interpretation, which is that I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Erwin is fishing for the. I mean, maybe they explain this later, but is fishing for the answer that it's the military police who are the enemy here, because the military police are the ones responsible for the cleanup here. So he's asking people, who do you think is the enemy? In that, it's someone who's in the military police is the answer that he's looking for. Now it's been a while since I wrote, like, I thought of this, so I don't know what evidence there is. But when I thought of this, I thought it was pretty clear that was the case. Like, I'm looking back, it's chapter 20. Sorry?
Mr. R's point that it wasn't even subtle and that everybody got it, and we all
yeah.
Well, I mean, at first I thought it wasn't subtle. Maybe I thought it was like, oh, it's obviously humanity. That was my gut reaction.
Yeah. And here I am. I'm like, oh, it's obviously the military police. And he no idea.
So yeah, it's obvious, just obvious in different ways to different people.
Yep. Which is why it's such a good
Eren
test.
Either way, Eren was too thick. Like that's the real thing on display here. Eren's a dumbass.
We might be dumb, but Eren's dumber is the conclusion for this.
Yes, let's go with that. I like that.
But is that actually the conclusion, or does somebody have anything else to say?
I think.
I don't have much to say. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this to become a. When I first put this down, and then I didn't expect this to become a thing where you would come in and go, "I don't get it." So
almost
honestly,
I can see this in the Discord after this comes out. Miller is going to respond with a completely different thing, calling us all morons.
Yep.
Getting it.
And then Minty's going to call you a moron just because.
Yeah, because I tweeted something wrong or something.
All right, let's move on.
Should we move on?
Discord.
Okay, yeah. So
reread. Star again.
This next bit, I was going on a fucking spiral every time I thought about this. Something else was coming up. So like Reiner being crushed by Annie, right? Oh, such a good scene. There's so much that you can sort of take from that. So like obviously Annie and Reiner are working together, right? And that's like that's what we take out of that. But also, as we learn later, Annie doesn't like Reiner, so would have, maybe made it a bit more of a convincing crushing, maybe put more effort into it. And the fact that she knows that Reiner can just survive and heal the injuries anyway. So, if she breaks his ribs, if she causes a bit of damage, it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, Reiner was also second in the class, returning to Super Squad that squads have now. I can't remember if we've actually covered that in full or not. So it's totally believable him escaping. It just keeps working. Like all the different elements of it work. Annie can give it her all because she knows Reiner will be okay. She probably wants to give it her all because she fucking despises the guy and has her chance to get a bit of revenge at him. But it's still totally believable that Reiner can escape from everything because he's like, the fucking second in the class. It just, to me, it was just like, oh, all these little things, it just works, And knowing Annie and Reiner's relationship during that scene, it's like, oh, Annie probably enjoyed that a bit. Getting to, because like, I mean, I don't know how established is how much pain they feel while they're in the Titans. Reiner carving up her hand probably wasn't as painful for her as her crushing him a bit.
Yeah,
it's usually ambiguous in like mecha type things. Like sometimes Shinji screams when the Ava gets beat up. Sometimes Eren squints when an arm gets ripped off or he breaks it himself or something. That's always a cute thing. But yeah, it all works out. Everything here follows.
It's just a nice little thing. I don't even know if it's foreshadowing or subtle hints. It's just a cool.
Yeah.
Well, it all works, right? It's all consistent.
It's more of like one of those sort of hindsight things where you look back for knowing what you. I don't think it actually foreshadows anything. But looking back, it's kind of like a bit neat, I guess.
Yeah. It
sort of realize that Annie's probably being a bit more sadistic than she needs to be in that. She's probably getting there's the possibility of her getting a bit of petty revenge. I say petty revenge. Reiner fucking choked her out. It's hardly petty revenge.
That was after
justifiable
she kicked the fuck
revenge.
Out of him. But yeah, this
is true.
Indeed. 3 Kyle points in a row. This can't be good.
This isn't good.
Eren wonders about how he knew that biting himself and self-afflicted injuries was the method to transform into a Titan. Eren, in the scene also, when talking to Hange, says, "I don't have any authority over myself these days." I guess it's because he intuitively...
Fucking, beautiful.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't hear the beginning.
I was just saying that authority line is kind of beautiful, actually, considering what's going to happen to Eren.
Oh, that was my point. When I just read it, I was like, oh, what the what does this have to do with anything? Does this have to do with him, like, is knowing self, like, that he has to cut himself? But no, it's a rumbling meme, you dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Mr. R got it. But yeah, because his brain is all messed up, remember, at the end, Lamau? But also, this is... Oh, I think I was also tying the first point into that of, like, oh, he knows through paths intrinsically because it's, like, passed down. It's one of, like, it's like an intrinsic knowledge you would have from, like, his father and everybody before him. I think that's the subtlety foreshadowing thing I was referencing. But anyway. Owen, in his speech, announces the basement is the goal for the first time, and Reiner is the character that does a spit take and says out loud, "His basement." It's cool. Reiner just figured something out. They're gonna alter plans. Little insight into what they're thinking piece by piece as the plot develops, and it works and is consistent. Cute. Now I've got a quote. I know. Apparently, not everybody gets a dramatic death is something that Jean says about Marco, which on a first read comes off as a meta thing about how postmodern Attack on Titan is not giving important characters a dramatic death. It's supposed to be about a realism circle jerk about realism and things like this. If you were circle jerking
Japan's
about realism.
answer to The Walking Dead.
Yes. But in actuality, he had the most dramatic death. He died and nobody was there to see it, is another line that Jean has. But actually, there were a bunch of people there to see it. Because they killed him. Lamau, what a foreshadow. It is cute. It is cute that it's inverted, where it's like, oh, he didn't have a dramatic death. Actually, Lamau, most dramatic death. We'll be talking about this in 100 chapters.
No, it's like in.
I mean, his death basically fundamentally impacted Reiner and I'd say Annie as well.
Yeah, especially Annie. She's freaking the fuck out. What did you say, Ari?
Isn't it revealed in the next arc? Or am I like misremembering? In the tree episode with Ymir and Reiner and all that?
No, it's revealed in the Return to Shingashin arc, right? And then later, well, I was talking 100 chapters later because that's when they have the fire talk and they're all like, oh, we have to talk about it, Lamau, because it's still relevant then. And that would make it the most dramatic death.
Maybe I'm just thinking of the anime. God.
No, the anime
I think it is teased in the... Wait, isn't it teased in the anime in one of the episodes in season 2?
Yeah, when Reiner's having his psychotic break and he thinks back to when he killed Marlowe, right? Wait, are we thinking... not Marlowe, sorry. What are we even talking about?
Marco.
We are talking about Marco.
Yeah.
I swear that's Return to Shiganshina as well.
Well, it's definitely expanded upon there, but
isn't that
I think they might tease it.
Isn't that like Reiner's flashback when he gets his head blown up or something, and he's just like a brain and eyeballs, and that's like what's going on in his head at the time.
It definitely happens then too, but I think they might tease it in season 2 as well.
I guess we'll find out when we read the next when we do the next arc reread.
Well, no, because I'm not talking about like in the manga for season 2. I'm talking literally the anime put it at the beginning. Like,
I mean what I'm talking about is like they're in the tree and like Ymir and Eren are missing their hands and legs or whatever. And then Bertolt's like, you're a person, you're a soldier, a warrior, not a soldier. And then he has like this flashback or whatever of killing or telling Annie to take the gear or something. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure something happens there.
That's not in the manga, I'm almost certain, but I think it might be in season 2 of the anime.
No, the anime stuff that they added was Ymir's stuff.
I know they added that too, but I think it's
poison in my brain.
I guess we'll find out regardless.
But how are we going to find out? We're not watching the anime.
I'll keep it in mind and I'll watch the anime. We'll discuss it next time. About how right I was. Right? Let's move on.
You don't need to watch the anime. Just watch a reaction video.
True.
They watch enough. They watch enough of it that you'll be able to find out.
Yeah, it's not a market substitute, but I guess it is. All right.
But my 3 points are over now, and it's back to Mr. R.
Oh, apparently it is. Oh yeah, Armin about the Wall Titans. He just flat out says it. He's just like, oh, it might be about time they decide to go for a walk.
Yeah.
All at once. It's like, fuck. Not even, seeing that line again, I was like, no fucking, absolutely no way. But it's there.
Yep.
And it's great.
There. And I laughed when I saw it, and I was like, I'll put this down, but Mr. R had already done it.
Yep, already beat you to it.
Perfect.
It's actually kind of funny as well. So, like, one of the things I think is interesting about the end of the Female Titan arc is that the last chapter is actually the start of the next arc as well as the start of the Clash of the Titans arc. And it's just there's that line that they have. It's like it seems there are no Titans among the 104th Survey Corps, and it's like knowing what we know, it's like I think I put it as anti-foreshadowing and like almost laughable. Knowing
it's like
knowing what we know.
it's like dramatic irony in retrospect, but it makes
and
sense
it's
why they would
definitely-
think that. Like the armored
and-
titan
yeah.
and the colossal titan must have appeared and broken down the wall, and they were right there. But actually, that's not what happened.
Yeah. And it's definitely there to throw off the scent potentially of Reiner and Bertolt.
Yeah.
You know, just like that. You know, because it's like, oh, you know, we're led to believe, oh, the wall's been destroyed, so it can't be anyone there, and those are the only Titans we know about. But obviously, we have, you know, it was destroyed by. It wasn't destroyed. It was Zeke doing that, as we learned much later. Zeke just made the Titans appear.
He gassed them.
And we also have Ymir as well, who is a new Titan that we haven't met yet. It's just, it's almost, as I said, it's almost laughable. There's almost like this, you know, knowing what you know comes. It's almost like comical looking at that line.
Yeah, it's like how wrong they were.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, I'm trying to think as well, like what the actual if like, yeah, the actual box where it says it seems there are no Titans amongst the 104th. Bertolt, Ymir, and Reiner are in the picture.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That is what we call foreshadowing, I guess. The next one is just me with a panel out of context which is Armin saying, these guys are trying to save themselves, but without knowing it, they're heading down a path that's going to doom humanity. And then I just said, well, I don't remember where this is from. I assume it must be from the trial. Though I don't think Armin talks about the trial.
Armin's got a Survey Corps cloak on.
I don't remember where it's from then.
Yeah.
But I guess that's foreshadowing stuff. That's stuff that happens later. Lamau. That's my last point.
Well, I've got a foreshadowing one, which I think I've talked about like before a few times. But during Eren's trial, Niall talks about he talks of taking Eren, of killing Eren. Essentially, Niall says, we're going to kill Eren so we can prevent a civil war, because those who hold the reins of power in the center regard him as a threat. However, the masses see Eren as a hero for his part in the counterattack. As a result, we may even see a civil war consume what territory we have left, which is pretty much exactly what happens in the final arc with the Jaegerists and the non-Jaegerists. And it's just interesting that they just, I don't know, they figured that out so early that something like that could happen. And it is, and I guess the point I've made here is that it is interesting that one of the potential future like endings with the epilogue is that a civil war could be the eventual undoing of Paradis. But I don't know, that's just like a dumb theory I've thought of, but interesting foreshadowing there. And then also I wrote that Pixis also tries to prevent, that's just my Jaegerist point. Yeah, Pixis tries to prevent the civil war with the Jaegerists later, but yeah, crazy. Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's good. It's good shit.
Yep.
There's a lot of rumbling stuff being foreshadowed in this arc. Having thought about all the different times stuff like that's mentioned, and it's like, was the rumbling even on the cards at this point in Isayama's mind? Because isn't this before he fundamentally changed the ending?
Yeah, but do we really know about this?
But then again, actually,
we know everything
again,
about
actually,
the ending, but
but then again, actually, you don't fill a wall full of Titans if you're not going to use them.
yeah, I assume because the changed ending was just everybody dies. That's all we really know about it, right? So it could have just been Eren kills everybody in the rumbling.
We got that interview with Isayama lately with with Yukimura, the Vinland Saga creator.
Did he say more?
I think he said that he had, I mean, I'm sure he's also said this in volume bonuses, but he said that he has the general ideas of what he's going to do from the beginning, but he fills it out as it goes, right? So I imagine he probably had a general idea of how it would end. And I feel like the rumbling is a big part of
But the big difference was that everyone was going to die, and then the anime fans ruined it by liking the characters too much.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Well, no, that's the thing. He said that he didn't kill From what I understand, he said he didn't kill everyone because he didn't realize he didn't realize how attached people would get to the characters.
Yeah, this could have been something. These mangakas, they a bunch of idiots, say a bunch of stupid shit in their fucking interviews. But the anime is always the official good version of the story. But that is another one of those, like, that's like one of the original top 10 facts you didn't know. Like, yeah, Isayama changed the ending, and that was people were even talking about that in like 2013. So
but the thing is, I was under the impression that we are memeing about that, but I was under the impression that he's changed the ending several times, and that the last change that he did was the one where not everyone would have to die. I thought there was a much more fundamental change that changed the entire direction of the story that happened much, much earlier, like around the time of the end of this arc, sometime in the next arc.
Well,
I thought-
my memories
I
could be
thought-
lying to me, of course, but I do remember back when I was first getting into it in like 2014, the big thing was like, oh, he changed the ending because it was the because people got too attached meme.
Well, I feel like
if
like we can look it up afterwards, but if he did change the ending like drastically, I feel like that's something he would talk a lot about, right? Like because the ending is such like a big part of the story.
Well,
if
it depends.
Yeah.
It depends if it's just like, oh, the Alliance would have died fighting Eren at the end, and then Eren would have died completing the rumbling or something, and then everybody dies, and that's just a big
true.
change. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Maybe he was lying. What
let's get an interview with him after this reread, all right?
Oh man, yeah. What was the first ending? Tell us.
Yes.
Give us all the info.
We can even read that
tell me
fanfiction
about
ending.
Dr. Kaminko or whatever, and he was going to burn everybody for now? Question mark.
All right.
That's it for foreshadowing and subtle hints. Nobody wants to say anything in the interim.
No, I think so.
That's it.
On to
how long have we been going, by the way?
2 hours.
Hold on, I got 30% left. 30% left. Okay. So we should be able to get through this, because this is quite a long one, I think. Or it might just be because there's images.
No, this one's
We'll see where we're at after this one.
This one and anime comparisons, I reckon, can be quite short, because anime comparisons is largely just individual things.
And we've almost certainly gone over most of them already.
Yeah. Kyle, just promise you won't spend half an hour on that fucking bird. We're going to get to at the bottom of confusion.
We'll get to it.
It's so good. I'm going to get the fuck out of this.
All right, points of confusion. First point is Kyle's. Go ahead, Kyle.
Is the trial the first time we seen/heard of the Wall Priest? Question mark. I don't remember. I'm not going to read it like that. That was a good bit, right? That was funny.
Very funny.
I don't remember seeing them earlier, and all the I'm not even doing any attention now. All the scenes with them from before episode 14, the trial episodes, I think are anime only. And then Mr. R says, well, I guess you can say his part.
Yes, they in the anime they deliberately added more scenes to make it feel like they were more a part of the world and didn't just appear in the trial. So yeah, we got them. We got them. I think as early as episode 1 in the anime, and then in episode 2 we saw a Wall Priest being eaten by a Titan as he sort of is preaching.
That shit's stupid. The manga did it better. Dumb motion comic. I like him just coming out of nowhere here. I thought it was a sick thing. I was like, oh yeah, these blokes. And I like that. I think they specifically say in the manga, like over the last 5 years since the wall started getting broken in, that they've been getting a lot of popular. Doesn't mean there were none of them at the beginning, so the anime's like not contradicting that, but whatever. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, I got another one here. What if the nobility/Rod? Oh, this is a good speculating one. What is the nobility/Rod Reese's reaction to the news in Trost and the trial initially? Why don't they just rule that he is to be handed over to the Interior Military Police, or whatever Kenny's unit is called, and have Rod eat him? I guess Rod's is a coward, but why not fetch Historia quicker? Which is, and Mr. R's got a response to this, but quickly. It is interesting. I do this a little bit, and just when I'm sitting around thinking about things, I'm like, what was this Rod Reese prick doing here? Why didn't he just do this? But I think Mr. R has an explanation here to explain why.
Well, I just said, I mean, I think I initially agree with you, and then I sort of sat down how we think about it, tried to have a proper think about it, and I was like, and I do wonder if like part of the facade they're trying to maintain is to not overreach in their power. Like, how suspicious would it have looked if they were getting heavily involved? Like, no, you have to hand Eren over to us, but we can't tell you why, sort of thing. And already, and the thing is, they allow the military a lot of power. And at the end of the day, Zackley's in charge, and Zackley isn't one of their puppets. So, you know, their influence can only go so far. They've kind of almost fucked themselves a little bit on that front, where it was a military tribunal, and they only have so much reach on that. But I think they were trying to influence the results. Like, I don't know how much of Niall's conclusions were entirely came up with by him, or whether he had some sort of communiques from on high saying, well, you know, this would be better off for the walls.
This is actually something that's been a continual point throughout our reread, is that the sort of government in Attack on Titan is portrayed as much more competent in the manga rather than the anime, because there's a lot of time spent in the anime of thinking like everybody's useless. That added scene of Pixis playing chess with the one fat merchant dude who just doesn't want to do nothing, and he's just nobility Lamau wasteful or whatever. There's a bunch of other added things in the anime that make you think these fucking idiots are all incompetent, and like in the manga, it's been going to great length for me to. this was like a big thing in the first part, and maybe it's somewhere in the notes here, or we already talked about it or something. But the military seeming more competent, not competent, and not being like really dumb a lot of the times in like their opposition. Whereas I feel like in the anime, it's portrayed as like the scouts are the only people that have any clue. If we leave this to everybody else, everything's fucked. Which is kind of true, but it feels way more true in the anime than the manga. So them not just being like completely corrupt, I think works. But yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I wonder if that's partly done on purpose, though, in the anime to try and move away from some of the allegations of sort of like pro-authoritarianism that the manga has had. Like, one of the big things about like fascist and authoritarian governments is they're usually pretty fucking stupid and pretty incompetent at what they do. It's why they usually tend to implode. Some obviously last a lot longer.
I don't know if like
how they function. I don't know if that was if that was purely the intentional thing, but it's like, there is obviously the concern. It's like, because at the end of the day, at this stage in the story and throughout the story, the government of Paradis is a very authoritarian military one, and it becomes even more so when they actually stage a coup to overthrow the royal family. The military overthrows the royal family and supplants himself.
Yeah, I would say at this point they're really not, right? They are kind of more monarchical at least in this period. But also, I think in the anime it might just be to be like, oh, it makes it seem like more black and white, and it's easier to get behind the scouts if everybody else is incompetent. It's like sort of just dumbed down a little bit.
I guess.
But yeah.
Anyway.
Maybe. But you were up next.
Yeah. I just said I'm certain the numbers don't add up for the Survey Corps losses. Lamau, 90% in 4 years, but only 21 joined up this year, and it's probably representative of the average. That just doesn't. That's wild.
Well, you can't be expecting me to do math right now. So
the Survey Corps apparently has 300 members. How the fuck do you get 300 members if you're only getting 20 people signing up a year, and 90% of them die within 4 years?
You'd think he would do the math beforehand, though.
No, it's just like, it's just one of those things.
It's just to make it seem bad. Like, 90%, we're fucked. Because even when you hear, 50% of the people die if they go outside yours, you're like, I'll be like, that's 1 in 2. I'll survive.
Oh, Jesus.
That's how I think about it, because I'm a fucking idiot. But, 90%, it's like, nah, I'm fucked. I ain't joining that shit. No way. But, yeah. But I choose to agree to avoid doing math.
Yeah, I mean, you could also you could also have like a headcanon of I mean, I also don't remember the context of the statistics, but maybe after the wall or Shiganshina fell, maybe then it dropped a lot, and everyone's like, oh, I don't want to join. But I don't know.
They seemed in chapter 1. They seemed to think the cervicals were a bunch of dumb fucks.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah,
died all the time. Well, my next one here is I just pasted a whole page and said, what the hell is Hange talking about here? What's seething?
Is this what we clarified?
Did we clarify this thing? I can't remember.
Isn't this the anger thing? Or not? Is it another line?
No, it's just like
no, this is a different line.
If you read it through in order, that bottom right panel makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wish, hold on.
Let's put some context.
Has no idea what we're talking about here. I wish we had the page number. It is Hange and Eren are talking about the Titans. It's like their midnight talk. I don't know how else to describe it because I don't have a page number. And Ari's not going to go through the effort of editing this fucking 17-hour monolith. Monolith is the wrong word there. I think I mean Goliath.
No, monolith is whatever.
I swear this fucking Minty Brink one time I said monolith and he pissed me off by saying I was wrong.
Monolith is a big hole, I think. Anyway, whatever.
This fucking monolith
fight with me, all right?
Of a video.
Yeah.
But yeah, fuck it.
It's in
Levi,
chapter 20, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, about 12 pages into chapter 20.
Yeah, so somebody go read this page and explain what the fuck she's talking about by seething here. Well, you see, it's just seething with rage. And then I guess the next panel is Eren with a question mark. So maybe she said some stupid shit. I said she twice there. And
you said a lot. I abandoned that a while ago.
I caught myself this time. But yeah, Eren seems confused. Maybe it was intentional. Probably not. I don't know. I remember reading this page. There was a page like this in the first group too, where I was in the first arc and the first 2 reread videos where I was like, it was a Historia Ymir one. I think I was like, what the fuck? And I read it 7 times, and I was like, yeah, it could be. Maybe the Sisama prick is a hack and we should all hate him.
Yeah, we just blame the poor
What a
translators.
terrible ending. Oh my god, everything else is my points.
Perfect.
My next one here is Squad Levi demanding orders from Levi scene. Is a cliffhanger to an episode, I believe. It makes the moment feel real dramatic, but in the manga, it's just in the middle of a scene in chapter 25.
What
it's
scene
very
is
different.
this?
This is when like Levi's like gone silent for a little bit, and like they're freaking out because a female Titan is right on them, but Levi just wants them to continue riding, and he's like, "Your orders!" And in the anime, it's a big end of the scene thing, end of not scene but episode thing. In the manga, like the tones of the scenes are completely different. They clearly engineered that to
make it better. Yeah.
I don't know why this is in this portion. Like this isn't really a point of confusion or thing to clarify. This is more of an anime comparison, which is the next thing. Whatever. It was here. Enjoy it.
Nice.
Let that sit in your mind for a little while. There's an interesting look that this is the next point. There is an interesting look that I'm not sure I totally understand between Levi and Mikasa. Mikasa? What the fuck is this bitch's name? In chapter 30, after Levi realizes that Mikasa is Eren's friend, from the courtroom, is it him falling for their love story? Now, we're going to have to find this fucking specific goddamn thingy in chapter 30, Miss Raz. Going through the pages
chapter
right now.
30. I am looking for a look in chapter 30. Great. That's,
Between Mikasa and Levi. I'm also going to manga see right now. A revamp for the chat. Because we're live right now, obviously.
Yep, chapter 30 is starts with a 3, and chapter 139 is 139, and the number 9 is significant because there's 9 Titan shifters and 9 arcs or something, and
9 people survive.
9 people survive. Crazy.
The Battle of Shingansha.
Is this the bit where Mikasa goes, if you've done a good job protecting Eren, and then he's cutting them? Oh yeah, and then Levi's like, I remember you from the courtroom, Eren's friend, right? Oh, there we go. And the next page, he goes, I see, and then there's just this weird, weird silence, and there's like a wind whistling sound.
Yeah, so yeah, Mr. O found it. I guess it's just like, oh, they care about each other and they're friends, and now I'm fallen for their friendship. I'm invested in it, so we have to go save Eren. Not that he wasn't going to save Eren anyway. So I'm just not sure what this. I think this is another thing I read like 3 times. I was like, huh? It's just maybe it's just reinforcing my Levi cares the most point.
Yeah.
Lamau. Next point. Falling for their love story. God, I'm funny. Why does Pastor Nick know anything? Also, why does he not want Annie to reach the wall because it had exposed that there were Titans in the walls? Question mark. Why does he quit? Why does he care? And if he knows that, why does he worship them? Wait, is he and the war cult just government plants as an excuse to never touch the walls? Question mark. Oh my god, what a genius final point.
I wonder if they are government plants, but I wonder if like part of the reason Nick acts the way he does is perhaps like some of the senior wall priests have had their memories altered partially by like Uri Rice or their father, like depending on how long this religion. I know they've been gaining traction lately.
Yeah.
But what if perhaps like the top level of the thing had their memories altered?
I mean,
so they don't know entirely by the founding Titan. So they don't know entirely what's going on, but
there's never really anything like that though, right? Like there's no indication of that really.
No, there's no. It's not a thing that gets explained. It's just like
Wait, so this will be fleshed out in the next 2 arcs, right? So Pastor Nick knows that there's Titans in the walls, and he's also just coincidentally a wall priest, or do all the wall priests know? Because maybe just the wall priests and priestesses, not just like everybody in the congregation, are government plants.
Quite high up, because not all. I can't imagine every wall priest was at the trial, so he's obviously quite a significant member of the church, like quite high up in the church as well.
So
but like
in season 2, there was a scene.
But he also is connected
Historia,
to the police, right? Yeah.
Well, what happened in that scene with the church?
What scene with Historia?
Wasn't or was it Ymir who was like, that's how she found out Historia's identity or something from the?
Oh yeah. Ymir was overhearing a conversation in a church. Yeah.
So I mean, there's something with the royal family and the church.
So they knew. It might just be they might like literally give us an answer
Yeah.
to this in the Uprising arc, but just the anime like cut it out, or we're just misremembering.
Something to keep an eye on, I guess, when as we go into the next couple of arcs.
But I feel like the other questions are also interesting. Like, why does he care if the people know that Titans are in the walls? I guess that would freak them out and make them not want to worship him because they would hate him.
Well, I guess maybe his concern is if the populace discovers too much, maybe he's worried that the founder will wipe everyone's memories again.
But why would he be concerned about that?
Because that's what Rod Reese, I think, said he was going to do. If once Historia became the founding Titan, I think Rod Reese planned to wipe everyone's memories again. Because too much
if
was
Pastor Nick is presumably down with all this because he knows all this stuff, would he care about that? I don't know.
Well, his memories would presumably get wiped as well.
I guess.
He'd lose memories of his family. I don't know. I'm just...
He's losing their memories in the bottles. That's what he's doing. He's self-erasing. But yes, we'll keep an eye on Pastor Nick and his motivations and whether or not these
what a character
things that make sense. Now we're on to bird point. Now I don't remember why I did the bird point. We had a
brain rot point.
We had birds in the last. Oh, this is me proving myself correct. I don't remember which side of this argument I was on, but somebody is looking real stupid right now, and I kind of mean me. No. So last time, for context, I think last time, and originally in the first incarnation of the first reread recording session that we cut, because we just spent like 3 hours on the very first chapter scrolling through panel by panel and decided this was not a good way to do it, and instead we went to the note-taking thingy. There was a conversation we had in that I'm pretty sure we brought over to what you guys did here, what you heard, chat, last time, which was like whether or not this was a bird or a bird statue, and this was from chapter 1, whether or not it was a little bird on top or a bird statue. And the first time I brought it up, it was just like, oh, bird symbolism, Lamau, that's important at the end. Very important at the end. So this is relevant. The bird is a symbol in Attack on Titan. What a great point. God, I'm a genius. But then we got into an argument on whether or not it was a little bird or a statue because it was stuck in place. But manga is, it doesn't move. It's on a page, you idiot. So it could have been just a real bird in place or it could have been a statue. Now, Ari is now conceding this.
Yeah. I thought it was a real bird.
Context. No, wait. Context. In this, when the scouts are coming back from their fight, there's another thing of a bird, but it is like a statue of a bird. It's not actually a statue. It's like a wind thing. Weather vane, whatever. They have them in England or some shit in these European countries where there's wind and stuff.
Yeah.
Pathetic. Get some sun, you pricks. God, it's so fucking hot already. I can't believe it.
Also,
Summer's got
Scotland.
like 3 more months. It's all the same thing in Europeans. I don't know. It's not like in New Zealand or something. Be quiet. But the point is that it was a fucking statue, and Ari is conceding that he thought it was a bird and I thought it was a statue, which makes me a genius and Ari an idiot.
Yep.
Well, like idiot Ari, am I right, boys?
That's how it feels. I was so confident.
Are you sure?
Yeah. But again, I mean, you clearly, you can only claim so much superiority, Kyle, considering your own notice. I don't remember which side of the argument I was
flexing
on.
right now. My hands are crushed in the back seat of this car, and they're up in a flexing motion. You can't see it, but it's fun.
Yep.
Yeah. I was right.
Should we put? Is there like a chapter number or something for people to see it? Any ideas?
It's when they come back, so it'd be 31 or 30. No, it'll be 30, I think, chapter 30.
Yeah, so look out for a bird on a sign, but it's not really a bird. It's like a statue of a bird. Look for that.
No, it's a wind veil.
Oh, it's right.
Yeah.
I think
that's what I think that's what Mr. R said it was called.
Weather vane.
Oh, like Charles Vane. Yeah, wind vane. Okay.
Yeah, like Charles Vane.
We're never gonna forget it now. All right.
This is honestly not a fucking thing in Australia.
It probably is.
I
don't know. I live in the suburbs, all right? I don't know.
Don't they have them at airports or something? Like for the...
I've been to an airport once in my life, Ari. Right?
Oh, wow.
Flex on me, Mr. Well-Travelled. All right, I went to Canberra in grade 7 too, you fucking prick.
Oh, yeah. I drove there.
Yeah, well, you live in New South Wales, you stupid prick. Don't get in the middle of this, Mr.
Oh my god. All right, let's
go ahead. What were you actually saying?
I was going to say, I mean, it looks like a weather vane, but it doesn't make sense as well for it to be on top, be it on a shop.
Yeah, because it's not turning, right?
Well, I mean, it could turn, but normally you put them on the top of buildings, not on like I don't fucking. Anyway, enough of this bird shit because I am literally feeling my brain decaying.
Yes.
As we continue this.
It's a great point. His brain is being built. He just doesn't understand. We're moving on to anime comparisons here. That was our last point. We ended on a high note, saving the
Yes.
best for last,
Okay.
as they say. And
The motion
again,
cartoons,
somehow,
Kyle's favorite.
it's me. Something we brought up last time was the question of whether or not Pixis and Erwin meeting on the wall happens in the manga. It turns out it doesn't. A lot of the setup for the trial is expanded upon in the anime from what I remember. Zachley's introduction, build-up, and notable down-to-earthness is different. And we are kept in the dark that the trial is happening until Eren walks out through the doors. And no Caesar getting stabbed tapestry either in the room. If I can defend this disgusting fucking motion cartoon, I think all that stuff is pretty cool at the beginning of episode 14, I believe it is. Especially Zachley's introduction where he gets this big dramatic build up and then he says like, "Ugh, what a hot day" or something. And it's like, oh, he's a dumb fuck. Just like all of us. How relatable.
Yeah, I just checked there as well, and like in the manga, he just doesn't have his big sort of overcoat on, and he just comes in like the white shirt. But in the anime, they have this whole thing of him like, is like, oh yeah, as you said, the hot day, and he like takes his coat off and everything, and it's like,
he's very casual
approach. Yeah,
casual and informal. Yeah, it's cool. It's a neat little characterization. The Caesar tapestry was also interesting. I remember so many theories about that, especially for me. I'm like, Caesar exists in this world? Oh my god, that means it's real life, and we go on this thingy? It could have just been any random bloke getting stabbed by a bunch of quartz blokes. I'm sure this happened more times than just this Caesar prick. Lamau, remember when they stabbed Caesar? What a funny time.
Yep.
Also, that's how Attack on Titan was going to end. That was a theory. Turns out that shit wasn't even canon. God, 2014 was full of idiots. And 12-year-olds like me, probably. But, Mr. R, now it's your turn.
It is my turn. Well, I've got a few, and I think Kyle hates most of them.
Oh, let's get to this fucking anime, huh? Actually, no, do them in order.
Hey, no spoilers. Okay. The entire sort of like return scene, so they basically almost like half of an extra episode they added. When they're coming back after they've lost against Annie. I'm not a big fan of the actual action part of that. That I can take it or leave it. However, and also the fact that it led a bit too heavily to Levi being into Petra because we get that slow-mo of her body being chucked away and stuff. But I do really, really like that scene where Levi hands the badge, Petra's badge, to that dude who not only went back to get his friend's body, but got his other friend killed in the process. Hands him that and is like, yeah, this was Ivan, whatever his name is, badge. And it's like, and it's just really it's really sad that, the guy proper breaks down. It's a really sad scene, but it's also really heartwarming. Again, Levi fucking cares. And you know what? That is, nothing about that is out of character for Levi, in my opinion. And even though I don't like some of the action that surrounded it, I thought it was like a really nice, heartfelt scene of Levi giving up something that was clearly very special to him for this random dude. This random, probably fairly inexperienced, might have joined with Eren's, it might have joined with the 104th.
And definitely ends up dying.
He would have ended up dying, yeah. I mean, that's...
Like all of us.
But,
yeah.
Yeah, so it was a really nice moment surrounded by preempted by a very pointless action scene.
It's okay, I suppose.
No, I think I agree. I do like that. I didn't know it was a change when I guess I initially saw the anime. Reading it now, it wasn't there. I was like, oh, that's weird. It's not there. But yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. The anime, the work they put into when Krista shows up and like it's the goddess scene, like all the filters and everything, and like it's just really funny.
Yep.
It's just a lot of emphasis. That's just like the anime getting to have its goofy. Attack on Titan doesn't have a lot of super funny moments. Super sort of levity, humorous moments, and the anime gets to have a bit of fun with those when it does.
Yep.
Like when Sasha steals the bread from Krista and so on.
Remember when Sasha has like that potato? That was pretty funny. Right, Bacon? Right? But yeah, this one's okay too, I guess.
Yeah, this is a take. Well, this is a take that's saying that the motion cartoon is bad. So this take.
Well, I was talking about the Historia one, but this one.
Oh, the Historia one. Okay, yeah. It's just funny. It's just cute. It's not anything significant. It doesn't change anything. But this does change something. Now, this was an absolute fucking guilty moment of fucking filler, and I don't know why they did it. I really hope Isayama didn't sign off on this because it's stupid, like really stupid. The fact that in the anime, Eren sort of basically is doing okay against Annie, and then she beats him, but then he goes into that fucking flaming berserker mode. That's like what they call it. They call it like berserk mode. I think that's like the name it's been given. And he's like on fire and chasing after her and everything, and then like, you know, after Mikasa cuts her down, Eren's the one who fucking, you know, squishes her face and rips her arms and head off and shit. Having gone completely psycho and effectively threatening Annie, whilst in the
they try to fuse. What was going on there?
Yeah, and in the manga, and then also Eren losing control and almost eating her, whilst in the manga, and then Levi with the fucking broken leg has to come in, which makes no sense. But anyway, the whole point of the thing is, in the manga, Annie just fucking bodies him again and tries to run away, and then Mikasa stops her, and then that's it. And Annie, it's the fall that basically fucks Annie. I mean, obviously Eren does come over and presumably rip her limbs off so she can't escape, but Eren's barely involved. Eren gets, I think, one punch because he basically bursts out the ground in front of her and punches her into the cathedral. Annie tries to run, Eren chases her, and then Annie's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, and just destroys him again. Yeah. And it's great. Annie is just better than Eren, full stop. There is no sort of ambiguity about this that the anime, I think, creates in trying to make Eren be more.
There ain't no ambiguity, he just beats the fuck out of her. So he's better.
She beats the fuck out of him. Yeah.
Well, no,
we've just done this.
Oh
yeah, we've just done some. We've just done this by person, haven't we? Someone to another one.
Yep.
Annie laughed good. I will not be out. Do not at me. Annie laughed.
Is anybody else feeling stupid right now, or is it just?
Wait, you don't like the laugh, Kyle?
It's
Kyle
not
hates
better.
the laugh.
What a dumb, goofy, silly laugh. Why'd she laugh?
She laughs in the manga, doesn't she?
She smiles and
she's about to laugh.
Oh.
Isayama, and here we go, some more behind the scenes. Isayama originally had the laugh in, thought maybe not, took it out, and then regretted it and asked them to put it in the anime.
Anyone else realize he's manga? Bunch of idiots. Don't know how to do anything. Get back to drawing, idiot.
Listen, I'm not trying to have no parasocial relationships with the authors going on here, but good fucking. Good,
I think it's overstated. I think it's another bombast anime moment, but
nope, I love it.
And if it was in the manga, it would have been different, and I would have liked it.
Laugh is good.
Less.
Oh yeah,
I did laugh. I did love to laugh when I was younger, by the way. But yeah.
So my final point on the anime comparisons, and this is a fucking great one.
Notice how quickly he's moving on. What a coward!
Yeah, of course I'm moving on quickly. I'm correct. There's not a discussion to be had. So in the anime, the arc ended with the reveal of the Colossal Titan. So we got that was a post-credit scene actually. There was like the discussion of, I can't remember what was happening. I think it was like Erwin justifying his cause. Then there was the credits, and then the post-credit scene was like a bit of the wall breaking away for the base. It worked for the anime, but the manga ended with the reveal that Wall Rose had been breached. How fucking great would that have been if the anime had done that as well? Imagine Imagine if all those fucks had to wait, 4.5 years or something on that cliffhanger. It would really, It would have been really funny to see everyone freak out if season 1 ended on that. The wait would have been horrendous for everyone. Because the cliffhanger, it's significant. It's the thing, but it's not like an action cliffhanger, which I think does get people more. The cliffhanger between season 4 part 1 and season 4 part 2 got a lot of people because it was literally the fight's just about to start and now you're ending it and we have to wait a year. So
there's also another thing, I think, that the post-credit scene that they did, if there never was a season 2 or the anime flopped or whatever, it's not too big of a thingy of maybe you could think that the story was, you might be satisfied with stopping there. Whereas if they say Wall Rose is literally getting breached, we got to go to a different scene right now. Oh wait, season's over, and then there's never another anime. Lamau.
I guess the thing is though, adding in all the stuff with the Titan's face and everything, that would have been at least another episode or 2 as well. So it would have been even longer season 1. But there's plenty of fat they could have trimmed.
No, I was saying if season 2 never happened, if it got.
Oh yeah, no, I get what. No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying as well. Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't understand what you were saying. Oh, you're saying not to do it post credits?
I was more just thinking aloud of my own point again, going, if they did do it that way, then season 1 would have had to have been even longer to accommodate that.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Because they'd have had to deal with because all the
Another
Minister
whole
Nick
scene,
stuff
yeah.
happens in season 1, not season 2.
Season 2, not season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's.
Or would have happened in season 1, not season 2. Yeah.
There's no Marlowe confronting military police members selling weapons scene. We already talked about this. It doesn't imply that Marlowe is secretly a coward or show that Hitch cares for him or competence. We already talked about that. But Marlowe doesn't, like, he backs down a little bit after that, right? In the anime, I remember vaguely. So it's like, oh, maybe he isn't made of the same stuff as Eren. But that's not in the manga at all. Am I making this up, or did this happen in the anime?
The coward bit?
I feel like that did happen in him. I honestly can't remember that scene very well at all in the anime. Because as you said, don't watch the garbage motion cartoon.
Yeah, well, I was confident when I wrote that note that happened. So if I was wrong, blame Ari.
Wait.
It's
So
not
what?
Very obvious.
Because I also mentioned that point later. What exactly are you talking about in that point?
So I remember I think Annie's or somebody's like, no, right? He catches older military police people selling weapons, and then he goes over them and says, "You go and sell that shit." And I think they beat him up. So they first give him $1 and say, "Go buy a whore," and then he's like,
"Oh, I don't remember."
Yeah, fuck you. And then I think they beat him up, and then they go to maybe beat him up more, and everybody intervenes and says something, and then Annie goes over to him and says, "Oh," because they do end up selling the weapons, right? And then Annie goes up to him and says, "If you want to do something, I'll help you," or something. If you want to actually go over there, and he like backs down. So that's him being a coward, I guess.
Yeah,
but that's not in the manga.
All right.
So that would be an anime comparison that belongs in this part.
Genius.
And I was right. It's not very obvious that Levi hurt his leg saving Mikasa in the fight with the female Titan. The anime makes this far clearer. Now, clearer isn't always better, so don't get that twisted. But that is certainly a thing. Do they mention that after? I think they do mention that later in the arc where he's like, "Oh, I fucked up my leg. I can't do shit."
Yeah.
There's no fusing stuff in the manga. We kind of already touched on that.
You said the anime makes that far clearer, but then Levi just fucking shows up in gear anyway to cut Eren out of his Titan, which is also really stupid.
And then
he lands on one leg.
He lands on one leg. You can't count on this motion cartoon for nothing, all right? Marlowe and Hitch be worrying about Annie while she's being dragged underground right behind him. This is a great thing. This is not in the anime ever. It's a great little scene of them worrying about I think it's at the end of chapter 33 or maybe the beginning of chapter 34, which is the last chapter we read. They're like, "Man, this carnage is everywhere. What happened to Annie? She's probably dead, Lamau." And literally in the background, they're like dragging in secret the thingy with the tarp over it underground. Funny panel. Not in the anime. This is where the anime starts changing the ends of arcs so they feel more complete for a season of TV, whereas the manga blends the arcs together so much better. It's seen here first, but then at the end of the next arc, it's particularly bad. This one, obviously, they cut everything off. They have the thingy at night, which we were just talking about, the post-credit scene and everything. Mm-hmm. And instead of having the Minister Nick stuff here, it's in the next season and things like that. And it all blends to it. And again, the end of the chapter being the start of the next arc, it's a cool little thingy. That month wait would have been very fun. It feels much more like, not like arcs. It feels like a flowing story, I guess. Seasons of TV, they just got to do things differently, right? It's not coming out every month. It's coming out week to week in patches each year. My last one.
You can do it.
Chapter 31, before the Annie reveal the Annie reveal stands out to... See, I fucked up my voice actually by trying to fake that my voice was fucked up. Fuck you. Chapter 31, before the Annie reveal, stands out to me more than it ever has, maybe because it isn't as drawn out in the anime. I remember liking it a lot more, I think, is what I mean by stands out. Whereas in the anime, I was like, man, episode 23 really fucking drags before this Annie reveal, because they got to fill like 17 minutes of bullshit.
What is chapter 31?
Chapter 31 is the Annie wake up. We're with the military police
one.
now.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Whereas chapter 23, it's equivalent in the anime. That should be long and drawn out and boring.
Well, bearing in mind, the anime is long and drawn out because you've got that whole extra scene of Marlowe and Hitch.
Yeah. They got to fill 20 minutes somehow, and they wanted to end with that fucking cliffhanger. But now we're on to Ari.
Yes. So, some anime comparisons. Eren's trial There's this one great shot that they use in the anime. It's an insert shot of, I think it's Nile or I think it's one of the MPs actually, like picking up a gun and like aiming it at Eren. It's like a point of view like of the person shooting.
Yeah.
So cool.
It's sick.
I love insert shots like that. They do it in the anime, stands out. Also during this trial, when Levi is kicking Mikasa, no, Jesus, when Levi is kicking Eren, Mikasa's face, in the anime is more angry, whereas in the manga it's very like panicked and concerned for Eren. That's a difference I've noticed.
Oh, they just did Mikasa dirty, didn't they? Fucked her up every way, made her annoying and obsessed, and
made her different. That's for sure. Yep. In the anime, in the female Titan in the forest of the giant trees, like when we're heading there, like in the scouting formation, we get that one shot of the female Titan spinning that guy around. That just stood out to me as something terrifying and really eerie in how they portray it in the anime. How it's like it's slow motion, but you zoom in and you see it's a body and it's just like no music or something. It's really effectively done, I think, in the anime.
Yeah, and like at that point, his spine is clearly snapped in half and stuff. But he's basically like
spitting blood.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a lot less cruel in the manga, which means Annie's a good person. You know, didn't do nothing
that's
wrong.
it. You're right.
Fucking dumb motion cartoon.
So this, so my next point is about the transition to Petra's hand, where you get that flashback, and then we go back to the present, and Eren sees Petra's hand with the bite mark on it. And in the anime, this was the moment where I was like, this is a fantastic show. Like, this really got me. This is easily my favorite moment in the first season, where you get that transition back to Petra's hand. Because of the music that they use in the anime, it's very, I don't know how to describe it, but it gets to me emotionally when I watch it. So that scene was... I don't remember it. Oh, you got to rewatch it. It's the moment that's made the anime stand out to me as special, and when I'm reading the manga, that moment just did not feel that special at all. So that's another moment to me where the anime did better just because of the music, you know. So well done, anime.
My next crossed out blue hardening make no sense.
All right, so I wrote blue hardening makes no sense. Why isn't the armor Titan blue? That was wrong. I did a bit more research after I read that point. If you look at the anime, you can tell that. I mean, you could interpret it as being blue, but you could also interpret it as being a bit like gray, but slightly weird lighting that makes it look blue. So I think it's perfectly fine, especially when you get to season 4 and it definitely is gray, but the lighting makes it look a bit blue. And I think that's why I crossed that.
I don't know. I still interpret it as being a bit off and being very sort of meant to look very crystally. Whilst, from what I understand, the hardening that they can do at will is meant to be basically identical to what Reiner's armor is made of. So they should look the same. But I mean, Reiner's armor is not even depicted correctly in the anime because Reiner's armor is white. The hardening is always white, like just pure bone white, basically.
Yeah.
They made it more tanned more tan color in the anime.
You know what's good about this manga? No colors, just black and white.
That's very true.
Never getting tricked with this nonsense.
Yep. But anyway, minute point that I crossed out because it's a bit of a in contention.
I don't like the idea of the hardening being semi-translucent because otherwise then the walls would be semi-translucent as well.
Well,
the walls are just made of
but then we have Annie who's like semi-translucent in the crystal, right? Like, and that's like a big thing. I don't know.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's like the hardening. I don't think it's very well thought out.
When you gotta see it, you're gonna see through it. When you can't see, I think that's what it'll ruin the plot. You ain't seeing through it, kid. Now get over it.
Yep. All right. Next point. So now this is a point that I think is pretty interesting, which is that in the anime, when the female Titan screams, when she's about to summon all those little Titans, her mouth... Wait, what is this? Oh, in the manga, her mouth glows. Just like Zeke's does in the anime in season 4, part 2. And maybe in the manga, I don't remember. But
I think Zeke's does in the manga too. But...
Yeah, which would make perfect sense. But in the anime, her mouth doesn't glow in this situation, which is like a weird thing to leave out. Or maybe they just thought it wasn't as important as it turns out to be later on. But so that's something that'd be cool to add in like a Blu-ray release, even though they have that. But you know, so next point.
When they make Attack on Titan Kai, they'll include it, Ari.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
they're gonna cut out all that filler from season
when
1.
Mappa makes seasons 1 to 3, it'd be great. Okay, so I was surprised that the other MPs seemed ashamed and supportive of Marlowe. Oh, so essentially this is my like rant about that whole filler stuff at the end with Marlowe, which is that it just wasn't there at all. Like me, who's only read the anime who's only seen the anime for this part and hasn't read the manga, I was just surprised by how quick all that stuff was and how it really framed Marlowe's friends there completely differently. Whereas like I thought they were bullies before, they just seem kind of ashamed of being bad people, and they kind of seem supportive of Marlowe in the manga. So to me, that like characterized them completely differently in my head. So the next point,
there's a lot of filler.
Yeah, the next point is just more on that. Yeah, it just feels like there's so much filler in the anime when it comes to the Marlowe, Annie, and Eren. Essentially, that whole final stretch of the manga feels a lot padded out. In the anime. Yep.
Oh yeah, of the manga.
Yes. They also, but I remember when we were talking about season 4 part 2, and I think they put up that Stowe has district, and essentially they say Annie is somewhere, and it's not consistent with where she's where they are now at the end of this arc. And people are like, oh, it's a plot hole, they've got it wrong, Mappa got it wrong, Ziyama got it wrong, but they're taking Annie somewhere, and they don't say where they're taking her. So I mean, it's just, it could be completely fine.
Yeah,
but that's the thing. Then the final point,
that actually might be more anime fault, because they say like, oh, we got to get her underground quickly. I don't know if they say that in the manga. So in the anime, it's like, oh, we got to get her underground right now.
Yeah,
it would also make no sense to leave her in Stowe, because like that's the first place people would come looking for her, the scene where it all happened.
That's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah. All right. The final point, just about efficient storytelling is what I've written here, and talking about Vinland Saga and Attack on Titan, because those are the two things where I've read the manga for Vinland Saga, I've read the manga for Attack on Titan, and in both cases, I always prefer when there's no filler. Like, I always prefer the version that is more efficient, I think, and I don't know why, because sometimes you can get some filler that is really, I don't know, you can like it, and it's really effective, and it can get to you emotionally even sometimes, but I don't know, I think like 9 times out of 10, or even 10 times out of 10, the version of the story that I prefer is the one without the filler. It's weird. I don't know.
Do you think it has more to do with, in these two cases, that the manga is the original version, or does that have nothing to do with it?
Well, I don't know. In both of these, I guess the thing that's unique in both of these cases is that I watched the animes first.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. And I'm like, when I was watching the anime, I was bored by those parts, maybe, and I was like, oh, thank God it's not in the manga.
Also the thing you said. Generally, filler, from what I understand, filler usually happens because they need to wait for the manga to have more content. That's why that's definitely why the filler, and that's why there was both filler in the first season and a colossal wait for the second season, because they needed needed more chapters. Dragon Ball, I don't know. I don't know enough about the release schedule of the Dragon Ball anime to know for sure. Dragon Ball Super is the opposite. The Dragon Ball Super manga has like cuts out entire arcs that are like some of the best content in Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah.
Like
the
fucking Resurrection F, Broly, both cut from the manga, and it's unbelievable when I was reading that they were both cut from the manga.
Filler is some crazy shit, apparently. But yeah, efficient storytelling is fun. Doesn't waste your time, I guess.
Yeah.
For now. And that's it for anime comparisons.
Well, let's transition into Titan lore now, which is an entire section that we've made. This wasn't in the past video, but here we are, and it's like dominated by me. So I guess I'll start off. And the first point here is about what the hell are abnormals, basically. Because they obviously permeate this this show. We have a bunch of normal Titans. We have abnormals that are basically, I'm assuming, like by the definition of the actual manga, it's like they're Titans that are basically just different, right? Like abnormal is just like a descriptor. But what are they, guys?
Yeah.
What's so special about them? Why can a
do you
Titan
remember
speak
what we
to
had
Ilse?
this conversation last time?
No, I don't at all.
About the abnormals. Remember the R-word Titan meme?
Oh,
That's
yes,
what the internet used to think?
Terrible.
Yes, that was a classical.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, this one can speak.
Yeah. That's the most abnormal of all the Titans we've had so far. Because it just seems like a normal Titan is talking to Ilse, but here we are.
There's another normal Titan that speaks, right? Or am I just thinking about Zeke and Ymir?
I think that's it.
It's just Zeke and Ymir who speak. The one who speaks to Ilse is, as far as I'm aware, the only non-intelligent, the only non-sort of... is it intelligent Titan? That's the term, isn't it? For
Connie's mum says one word, right?
Oh, she does.
Oh, you're right. Oh.
I knew I was thinking
All
of
right,
something.
all right. It's all coming together. Okay.
Despite the naysayers. But yeah.
So I guess, like to a degree, there is like you can trigger like core memories in Titans.
Yeah.
That's still a little bit of them inside. How cute.
Beautiful. I
Well,
like
there's
that.
a lot, because if you eat somebody, you can they'll come back. But I don't know if Connie's mum is an abnormal Titan, or even if this one is an I guess this one. Well, abnormal is just sort of a description of their behaviors. We see some
Yeah.
of them that are like they just ignore people and charge at the people. What? How come? I was trying to think. Do the abnormals just go for the biggest group of people?
Well, there was
But
one.
like I'm thinking of the one in the forest in this.
Yeah,
Well,
arc.
the one that
exactly.
don't forget, there's the one that eats Thomas in like the Trost arc as well. They call that an abnormal because it leaps, like it jumps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think an abnormal is
I
just
know, I
any
guess-
Titan that does more than shamble. Because most Titans, I think,
It
do
c-
just walk, don't they?
It could be like the older the Titan, the more experience it has, because we do see in this arc that they can learn to climb trees kind of after trying
Yeah.
a little bit. So maybe like the older Titans have more experience, so they do a bunch of different shit. The newer Titans just walking around.
I don't.
So maybe
I don't
abnormals are
actually
just
think,
old Titans.
I don't think there's any actual specific biology to it because like abnormal is just basically used to describe any Titan that they can't predict the behavior of.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. To
That's-
support my theory here, this one recognizes Ymir, right? Which means it's like 60 years old. At least, right?
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Ymir is like 60. What was my other examples of abnormal
Well,
ones?
it does. Yeah, I
I
guess
don't
it does
think we could guess
recognize
the
you.
time frame of any of them.
Well, the one that
Connie's
eats,
mum is really new,
Yeah.
so maybe this theory has been bowled over.
Yeah.
Though again, I
the
don't
one
know if she's an
the one that eats
abnormal.
Thomas is 60 years old as well. Because like a lot of the Titans we see in like the Trost arc, a lot of the early
Oh.
Titans we see are all former
Well, those are
Restorationists.
Jaegerists, right? So they're a little old,
restorationists.
but they're not 60 years old because Grisha
Oh,
is 60.
I just had a
years old,
genius theory in
he's-
my head.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
Are you ready to hear
Well,
this
what
theory?
is
restorationists, not
Sorry.
Jaegerists.
So, I think,
Yeah,
because we know Connie's mum was turned by Zeke, right?
yeah.
Maybe
Oh,
this
so
Titan that's
Ilza's
speaking to
son.
Ilza was also created by Zeke, like in some experiments on Marley or whatever. And they can both talk because he like commanded them to talk or something when he was making them. And obviously it's based on
No,
nothing.
because-
but-
Maybe.
Because that Titan that speaks to Ilsa is over 60 years old because she was one of the
Yeah.
followers of Ymir 60 years
Why
ago.
don't you listen?
well,
Ari?
okay, no, but there
idiot.
is that's like a There's no guarantee of that, right? Like, because she says Ymir, and she could be thinking like firstly she says subject of Ymir or something, and then she
Ilsa
says
looks
Ymir
just
itself,
like
right?
She says Lady
normal
Ymir
Ymir.
because Ilsa
Yeah,
looks
Lady
like
Ymir.
Ymir.
But maybe she could be interpreting it as the actual Ymir, like in history. Like it doesn't have to be.
Then why would it
because
do that
I
to
think
any
the Titan,
random
the Titan
person?
actually is drawn to look like one of the worshippers from Ymir's time as well.
Oh yeah, I think
Mm.
that is true.
All right, there
me
goes
see if
my
I can
theory.
find it.
Okay.
Yes, sorry to burst you.
Yes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't think Connie's mum would qualify as. Oh, well, I guess do abnormals try and eat people? I guess they must. But I was gonna say because it does just try to mindlessly bite Connie, and when Armin tries to jump in at the very end in chapter, I think it's 26. Remember when they're standing over it and he's gonna throw, but then like Armin goes to jump and she chomps before after Connie saves Armin.
Yep.
But I don't know. I guess. Oh well, that one chomped Thomas, so that doesn't matter at all. Abnormals, crazy stuff.
Oh yeah,
huh?
abnormal.
Again, it's just kind of weird. Again, it's just kind of weird behavior. Which the cheap answer is to just explain it all away of they're being just assembled by a little girl.
Yeah.
This assembling nonsense again. My goodness.
I like it.
Ymir builds them out of sand. Like that's
Yeah.
canon now.
Fake
Yep.
news, not true.
Yep. You prefer Attack on Titan pre-time skip, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I find it. If
Yeah.
you look at the Attack on Titan wiki,
And for
or
pre-female
Attack on
Titan,
fandom,
frankly.
there's an actual Titan called the Talking Titan, and it shows both its human and Titan form, and it's from when it's one of
that's
Ymir's
this one, yeah.
worshippers.
Okay.
Wow. In the original ending, he killed Eren, and it's crazy. So next up in this Titan lore section, Ymir can. Oh, I guess this is just speculating on the powers that I don't know. Like it's like for instance, Ymir can turn them all back into humans in the end, right? Or maybe it just happens that they all turn back into humans. I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't
this
know
nonsense.
honestly, I don't know what this theory. This is a useless theory. I guess my one point here is that do you think that Zeke can command Titans to speak? And I guess he could. Like if these Titans are speaking, maybe he could.
Well, I don't know. I think it depends a lot because like Eren can't speak in his Titan form, and he was trying to.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is to do with the biology of how they've been assembled. Like if they've not been assembled with the right setup to be able to speak.
Isn't there a thing where Hange says that they all have vocal cords, they just don't use them? Doesn't he say that in the Titan experiments?
Okay.
I vaguely remember that.
Maybe Eren never trained his Titan to speak. I don't know.
But also, like, it's not just vocal cords though. You need like, I mean, they can make noise, but you need like, don't you also need lips to speak? And not all the Titans have lips.
I have no idea.
Even like the skinless ones, I don't know. How much lip do you need? Do you need skin on your lip to speak? I don't know. Eren's one has a weird jaw, and Annie's has a similar jaw, and Annie can't speak either.
Mm-hmm. Reiner can't speak.
So we ever see Porco speak? Yeah, we do, right? Pieck speaks too obvious.
No, Porco doesn't speak. Porco always emerges from his Titan to speak, and I think that's because, you know, Ymir could barely speak in hers, but Porco's jaws are like rock solid hardening at that point, so I don't think Porco could speak.
Because we might have redesigned that Titan.
Because of how his Titan was built.
Alright.
So maybe some can speak and some can't. We've said
I like that. We did it. Another abnormal solved, speaking solved. Okay, so next up is just me pondering about how great it would be for the fact that Zeke can tell the Titans to freeze, right? Like he does in the beginning of the next arc. Imagine how much research they could achieve instead of having to pin them down like they do in like Sunny and Bean. Crazy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's my big point there.
But they still are a little dangerous. The little one that he squeezes the eyeball out of is still running around. He doesn't
really listen.
Which is probably Connie's little brother, Lamau.
Oh, really? I guess he would be. It could be, yeah. No, we see him in. I don't know if we see him in the manga. We see him in season 4.
Now that Titan was definitely a middle-aged man, just from like the appearance that it took on.
Yeah,
maybe. But there's 2 of them, and Connie has 2 younger siblings. That is no coincidence. And they're always fighting at each other like little kids. They're ripping each other's ears off and shit. Those are Connie's little siblings.
But being a child doesn't denote your Titan size, though, because look what fucking Falco turned into.
Mm.
I mean, this is still it's not that big though. It's not like Eren's size, I don't think.
Yeah, it is, because he's literally the same size as Reiner, who's Eren's size, because they grapple.
Is he?
He's actually taller because of his neck.
I thought he had a small neck.
Maybe I'm just this guy here just can't remember his manga.
Yep. What a shame.
I talk about Ari and not remembering things, or we'll divulge into Black Sails discussion again.
Terrible. Okay, well, next up then, I guess that's on freezing. We talked about this already. Sunny and Bean have different personalities. Interesting. Our natural enemy is like a phrase that gets brought up a lot, and it's just something I'd never really internalized. Like I'd always heard them say it. I'm like, oh yeah, you know, Titans, they're enemies, but I guess they're the natural enemy because they only exist. Like they exist purely to kill humans, basically. Makes sense.
Yeah,
you know, that's
they
their
say
whole
the
purpose.
food chain thing a bunch. The food chain thing a bunch is something they'd say.
Yeah.
Like
but the difference is like
I think that's a dub line.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, keep going.
But yeah, the difference is that like you've got say a shark or something, and it doesn't have a natural. Like, it's not a natural enemy to anything, because it will eat a bunch of stuff. Whereas a Titan only eats humans, so that makes them, like, the natural enemy of humanity. Because they don't eat anything else. It's interesting.
But don't animals just do things to survive? And aren't Titans just trying to eat people so they can go back and be normal people again?
Yeah, but, like, from the human perspective, like, they're our enemy because they only attack us. That's the thing.
But yeah, but that is an interesting thing. Like, Titans do technically eat humans as a survival instinct. It's just not the survival instinct we associate with because they don't need food. They are trying to hopefully find a shifter. It's why, like, when they identify a shifter, they will laser focus the shifter instead of other humans, because they kind of instinctively know this is.
Yeah, it's a subconscious drive thing. It's interesting that one of the very interesting things about the anime is that one shot when we see, like, from the perspective of the Rodriguez Titan, and he sees all the humans as like little lights. That's kind of cool. That came into my mind here because they're trying to eat people to survive or whatever. Snuff out the lights. Crazy.
The natural enemy of
dumb
humanity.
motion cartoon.
So next up, during the explanation of the scouting formation, we hear that when a Titan's energy is spent, its movements become extremely sluggish depending on the individual. So I guess another aspect of individuality, so interesting. Then, what is this? Oh, this is a theory about the forest of the giant trees. Because at the end of chapter 24, they have like this special like public information section, and they talk about how there's multiple forests of giant trees, and they say that they grow wild along the side.
This is something we talked about last time, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, was it?
We speculated. Yeah, we had an argument about where the forest of giant trees that Levi and Zeke fight in was, and whether or not it was the same one. I can't remember who was on which side.
Yeah.
But then in the we thought it was like a retcon or something they changed. But no, indeed, this thingy here explains that the publicly available information. God, Isam, covering all his bases. What a great writer.
Indeed. I just find it so interesting how there's other forests like that. Because obviously at the end of the manga, in the epilogue, we create another one with Eren's dying head, I guess.
Yeah.
It's just an interesting, like, subtle bit of, like, mystery. Like, what's going on with those trees? Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I always assumed that I'd thought that the trees were more there as like a sort of, rather than having any kind of explanation, were more there as like a sort of a nod to the sort of the Attack on Titan Chapter 0. Because in Attack on Titan Chapter 0, they don't have walls; they have trees instead. They have a super high they're surrounded by a forest of giant trees, exactly like those ones, and like the border guards live in the trees as like. And that's how they're protected from. That's how they're protected from the Titans. This super thick forest of giant trees.
Interesting. What is this chapter 0? Have we already talked about?
Have you never read the chapter 0 thing?
No, I don't know what it is.
Oh yeah.
The chapter 0 was basically what Isayama used to pitch the series to publishers with. It's actually quite interesting when you go and read it because Gabby's in it.
Whoa.
Even though
Gabby
she
is
doesn't
like
come in until later.
Gabby is like Eren's no, she's not. They're not called. I don't think Eren's called Eren either. But yeah, Gabby's like Eren's protege.
Okay.
The Eren kind of character, yeah.
I'll post a link to it for you.
Maybe we'll talk about it at the beginning of the next one.
Very true.
But yeah,
all right.
Are you gonna read out your other tree points here because there's some interesting stuff?
Oh, I guess. Yeah, they grow out. First one is that they grow wild along the border of one district. The next one is that no one knows why trees of this size exist, but some have proposed the nature of the soil as the cause. Which I guess for me, that's really interesting.
Because something in the soil.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it all comes back to how in the end, Eren's head is in the soil, and that is really what is giving nourishment to that forest. Like, it feels so intentional, the fact that like he portrayed like a
thing where it keeps happening.
Yeah, I guess
this is where the last Eren died, Lamau. Maybe, I don't know.
But do you think it is actually like, is that a big deal, do you think? Like, is a thematic thing when you get to the end of the story and you see that there are these giant trees forming? Does it kind of... Like, I feel like it could be a big deal.
There's like one giant tree, which is the one Eren's buried under. The rest of them look kind of like normal trees, right?
Yeah, I guess. I think it's the fact that it just grows so much.
It's on like a hill.
Like,
it's not like...
Yeah, I mean, I think the
hill
tree
itself
is very
grows.
much more meant... I feel like the giant tree that Eren turns into as well, and the tree that Ymir fell into are very, very different than the normal forest of giant trees. I think the forest of giant trees are just like big fuck off sequoias, whilst probably because they just look. I'm gonna be honest, probably because they just look cool. Whilst there's much more significance because the one that Ymir fell into
3D maneuver on them, right? That's the point. But yeah.
Sorry.
Well, practically, it's so they can 3D maneuver on them and have a cool fight in the forest. Because obviously if they go outside the walls, there's no buildings around, and that's all Isayama had done combat in yet. So, but that's the boring explanation. But
yep. All right.
Yeah, but I feel like those trees are special. They're not giant trees the same way the others are. They look like a different sort of type of tree, and
yep,
they're wonky, unlike these trees. But yeah,
they're god trees.
Interesting.
And the other shining centipedes thing kind of plays into what we were just talking about.
Yep. So, we've already talked about the next point, which is what does the Wall Church know? And then 2 more Kyle points.
Yippee! Isn't that from your Star Wars shit, Ari? Don't you love that?
Episode 1, the Phantom Menace.
Reference I just made.
Good job.
More like the Phantom, bad.
Oh,
Menace works if you're trying to insult it.
Yep.
like the Phantom.
Menace.
Never mind. Hange theorizes on what's happening when Eren's Titan body appears out of nowhere and connects it into Titan bodies being lighter than they should be. And then this is a quote from her. We kind of talked about this, but the specific quote is interesting. I remember us kind of talking about this in an early part. I hear that when you turned into a Titan, Eren, your Titan body formed out of nothing. What I think is happening is that what we see and the true nature of what actually exists are totally different things. Teasing paths. Also, that's a scary sentence. Also, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
There's paths and stuff that the bodies come through, and some people think Ymir is making them out of clay or some stupid shit. Not I, though.
She
I
is.
I think Attack on Titan's good.
Like, what is it? When you looked at the scene of Ymir building all those Colossus Titans,
it's a metaphor, a visual metaphor. It's not actually happening. She's not molding Titans out of clay. That's the dumbest thing I ever.
Then why is Zeke in chains? Like to trick Eren?
Because that's also a visual metaphor. They're in paths. It doesn't have to make sense. They're in paths.
Oh, I very much disagree with that.
We can argue about this later.
Yeah, we'll get to that in
a year, in 2 years, in 3 years, whenever we get up to that one.
Yeah.
Fuck, I had something else to say, but I forget it now. Something about the quote. Oh, I remember back when Attack on Titan was coming out and airing, everybody was like, haha, this wouldn't work in Full Metal Alchemist because the bodies are coming out of nowhere or something. I remember a million losers making that meme. But Hange explains it away and has an explanation for it. So fuck Full Metal Alchemist and fuck those fans. Right, Ari?
Yep. I don't hate it.
Mr. R agrees too.
Yep.
The next one is Hange's internal monologue thinking about how to explain Titan transformations and the idea of needing a purpose to transform. There's a lot more speculating about all this in the manga, by the way, as in this is a manga anime change. And then I got another quote. I can't think how this could be a natural phenomenon. It looks to me more like there's some kind of purpose at work, a tool-like quality. But if that's the case, then what about the Titans who exist only to eat humans? Who benefits from them? Uh-oh. We kind of talked about that with what the purpose of those Titans are, and obviously Marley Lamau. Hange also notes here that she wants to do more tests with Eren when his Titan abilities, but she won't have enough time to before the training expedition. She'll eventually get to do these tests in the upcoming Uprising arc. Incredible stuff. Remember when they do all those tests? I feel like they cut a lot of that out of the anime too.
They cut a lot out of the anime because it got a bit silly, but it was a good kind of silly.
What was silly about it? Hold on.
Well, we can discuss it when we get there.
Yeah. I don't remember anything.
No spoilers, I guess. No spoilers. I remember him writing stuff down in Titan form, but he couldn't remember it and then started breaking shit. But that's it for Titan lore. There was some interesting and cool stuff. There are a lot of moments in those initial Hange talks where I was like, holy fuck, I didn't realize they were fleshing this out this early. Mostly with the paths, teasers, and some of the explanations. It was more explained than I remembered. But now we're on to chapter/scene parallels, and I got to start here with 2 fucking points. Because I never shut up. And I'm starting off with another quote. There are those of you that call... There are those of you... No, that's not how it goes at all. There are those who call you a demon that will lead us to destruction, and others that consider you a savior who will bring hope to the human race. Zachary says this to Eren in the trial, and it's a parallel to how Marley/Eldia see history regarding Ymir. Some think them a devil, some think them a savior, and obviously, I didn't even write this down, but obviously, this is obviously a tease for Eren later. Some people think he's the Aegir's good boy. Some people don't like him. Lamau, 2 sides. Can you believe that, fellas? Can you believe that?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about this too much. It's not that interesting of a point. The little kid's excited to see Eren and the Survey Corps return from the mission like Eren was excited in Chapter 1. This is a pretty obvious parallel. With the same disappointment evident following their excitement. This time, Eren learns what it's like to be on the other side. The public acts similarly too. But this time, Eren can't defend the Survey Corps and their wasted taxes. Should have kept reading. They make this one very obvious in the next page. Oh, I never realized Petra's father. I've never realized Petra's father is Moses' father. Because if we're paralleling these scenes,
They're not literally the
mother
same
and
person.
father, yes. Yes, exactly. In the parallel, Petra's father comes up to Levi, like Moses' mother came up to the group in the initial scene, and they both don't realize their kid is dead. And then
That's
now
great.
their kid is dead. And they're
Yeah.
both sad.
I'm going to say,
I think I explained that when we were doing our call before we started recording. But
it's a long time ago.
Remember. Mr. Are you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I mean, I know you said Eren can't defend the Survey Corps and their wasted taxes. I don't even think that's necessarily the root of his disappointment, really. His horror isn't like, oh, we have wasted all this money. His horror is at the fact that he's being looked at as a hero, despite the fact that he, at the moment, believes that he got so many people killed because they all died to defend him. So I think it's less of a justification of the taxes and more of a how can I even look at this kid when I'm responsible for all these deaths in the Survey Corps? How they look at me with reverence and I failed, sort of thing.
It's also basically to show like how much he's grown. He used to be the kid outside the cart, now he's the kid inside the cart. That's no good. And he sort of understands more. He's learning to understand, I guess. He will never get there though. What a prick! Not even a scout. But that's all of my points. Ari.
Yeah. Okay. So my one chapter scene parallel is, if we all remember back to it's a visual one, so I got to describe it for everyone in the audience there. There's the famous scene in, God, I don't know what chapter, but chapter like 120 or 121?
123.
123.
Oh no, it is 121.
121, there we go. I knew it straight away somehow. You've got Grisha, who is hesitant to kill all of Frida's family, and then Eren, in his memory, like goes down next to him, and you see like a shot of his face basically, and he's like, "Father, what are you doing?" Blah blah blah. He has a speech basically to Grisha.
You started this story.
Yeah, you started this story, and is basically motivating Grisha to take action in this moment where he doesn't want to, right? And in this arc, in chapter 32, we get the exact same like panel basically, and very similar context as well, where you've got Eren, who's like hesitant to fight against Annie in this situation, where they're like under the tunnel. And Mikasa does the same thing that Eren did to Grisha, where Mikasa has like her head behind Eren, and she's basically saying, essentially, she's just motivating Eren to fight, like in this situation where he's hesitant to. And that's a very interesting parallel, and it's very direct as well.
First, for everybody listening right now, they think you're stretching it, but you have to literally look at this image of Mikasa. It's exactly the same as the Eren.
Go to chapter 32.
I think we have to stress that. But yes, go to 32 and then go to 121. They're like exactly the same head positioning, crazy eye, open mouth. They're speaking crazy. It's a very interesting one. Very different context. So the parallel might be lost on me a little bit. Besides the situations kind of being similar, like Eren is being coaxed into doing something he kind of doesn't want to do, just like Grisha.
Well, he's in a very similar situation. Well,
I mean, the severity is not anywhere near the same. He doesn't have to kill some kids, and no kids younger than him.
I guess he just has to fight his like someone who he thought was a friend, which is like it's not the same, but it is like this obviously bothered Eren. Like he definitely didn't want to fight her. But yeah, the context is different. I guess when we get to that, we'll think back on this and be like, how does this relate to Mikasa?
We'll have to keep it. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out if this tricky bastard does this another time in some time in between.
Yeah, true.
I certainly didn't remember this one, but there it is. We're on to Motifs now, and I'm seeing Kyle. I'm excited.
Yeah, I've only got. I want to point out. I think I've just looked through this whole thing, and I think I only have 2 more points left in this entire recording. No, 3. Excellent. Yeah, 3 points left for the rest of the recording.
You'll have to. I'm sure you'll be able to jump in and miscellaneous because we'll be saying some stupid shit.
Yep.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait.
That's where the stupid shit goes to die. Miscellaneous. All right, we're starting off with Motifs. The blokes in the interior standing around looking at the newspaper. First seen in chapter 19, I think. This happens a few times. This is a reoccurring visual motif. We will see it more in the future. This is the first time I think we've seen it so far in the reread. I don't know if it's at the end. There might be a version. No, probably not. in like 34 or 33. Also, there's an interesting shot near this that isn't really connected to this, where we sort of see the exterior of the interior, and like the buildings look a little different than everywhere
Yeah.
else in the inside the walls. It was interesting. I don't know if we'll ever see the interior again to check that. And in the anime, they made like every street look exactly the same, probably for simplicity and to make it easier to draw, I imagine. But it was interesting that it seemed to have different architecture all the way in the interior. Even the clothes were slightly different and slightly more modern. It was really interesting.
Yeah, I think it is
Sorry,
the
noticed.
like the how modern it is in there. Like it's more of an advanced kind of society, and then eventually, because obviously in the end of this entire story, we get more advanced buildings on Paradis. Like I imagine it's probably spreading out from the center, and then everything like kind of levels up, I guess. But it's interesting. Yeah, I noticed that as well.
My next one. Somebody who can't throw away everything will never be able to change anything. We talked about this thematically, but in chapter 27, by Armin, I think, is the first time that this is said, and it becomes another reoccurring statement throughout the series, though I can't think of any other example right now off the top of my head.
Literally the next arc.
Sure. Yeah. Which one?
Because Armin thinks of it when he's trying to come up with, when he comes up with the thing trick Bertolt into thinking they've got Annie and they're torturing her. He thinks back to that statement and he thinks of Erwin getting his arm bitten, and then thinks of that bit. I'm pretty sure it happens there.
Yeah. And some more times in the future, I'm sure. He probably thinks about it before he decides to sacrifice himself or something. But yeah, that's something that reoccurs. We already talked about all the thematic stuff with that. Sasha brings up the forest, and obviously they are in a literal forest of giant trees, so I don't know if this necessarily counts as a thematic forest mention, but Sasha does have a line about how if you underestimate the forest, you will die, which is maybe kind of connected, but we also already talked about this. So, Erwin says, if you don't fight, you can't win line in chapter 28, while Eren chooses not to fight. I don't remember this specifically, but Eren says this in the first part, right?
Eren says,
no,
isn't that what Eren said? Isn't that what Eren said to Mikasa when you rescue her?
Yep. That's the origin
probably, huh? Yeah, okay. So there's another.
There we go. So we have had at least a callback to that motif then since the first arc.
Yeah. We'll see if Ari has it in one of his big ones. We get the narrator wrap-up text boxes at the end of 30. Which is not the end of the arc. Obviously, the arc ends at 34. It's only a single page. We then get it in chapter 34, narrating the meeting with Erwin and the higher-ups. This is a big thing. I don't know if it needs any more explaining. The narrator wrap-up is always fun in Attack on Titan, but we do get a bit of it at 30.
What was 30? Was that the end of the expedition?
It was like Eren has been summoned to the capital or something, but that's not it.
Oh,
it's like
right.
The Survey Corps got back and a bunch of them had died. Everybody was mad. Eren was summoned to the capital. Be handed over.
It's like wrapping up all the big events. Yeah.
It's always cool. I like it. My last one. Annie calls Marlowe while remembering Eren and his similar ability to stand out and strive for something special. She must call him special. Did she? Or
she said like, "Oh, you remind me of someone else."
Oh, maybe. Does she call him specifically special though? Because I think that would be. Because the special thing is still something I don't get, but we'll get into that in the Uprising arc too.
Yep.
Because Carla says Eren is special just because he was born into the world. What does that mean? But that's all my motifs. And Ari's got his big list.
Yeah, so I guess I'm keeping track from last time, the stuff I had. The first is the motif of like proving if you're a human or a Titan, which like last time we're talking about the commander who did that. This time, apparently, what was it? Oh, so this is when Squad Levi gets scared when Eren transforms, picking up the spoon. And they're like, prove you're not our enemy. No, and not an enemy of the human race, basically. Which is a pretty, like, direct kind of, like, parallel to what happens at the end as well with, what's his name?
Mueller.
Mueller. Yeah, interesting that it happens here as well. And then Hange steps in to calm this down situation. Oh, what a bloke. He's probably listening right now.
Yes. Not Hange, but Miller the Killer is the
yes.
Yes,
but, sorry.
Hange does calm him down.
Yes, just like Armin does.
Yeah.
The new commander of the scouting regiment. Anyway, so Next up, Armin is smart. What a motif. So in this arc, he figures out that the female Titan is the one that is after Eren specifically. He also figures. I thought this was interesting. He figures out. I don't know. Maybe we already talked about this, but he figures out that the female Titan is Annie, right? But he also figures out when they're in that scouting formation with Reiner and John. He figures out at that point that. Wait. Oh, okay. Sorry. He figures out at that point that Erwin's plan is to corner the female Titan. But that's actually not what I was just trying to say. Then the big thing that I think he figures out at that point is that, like, I think that's the moment where he figures out that Annie is the female Titan.
Yeah.
Do we already talk about this? Yeah.
No. Maybe.
Because to me, like, my big deal, maybe I put it in miscellaneous or something, but the big deal is that he's about to say it to Reiner, and if he says it to Reiner, then Reiner would kill him.
Yeah. Because he has this moment. He's like, because he's gonna offer to get left behind, but then he's like, you have to tell the commander something for me. And he was gonna say, "It's that bitch Annie."
Yeah,
or something like that. I assume that's what he was gonna say. Yeah. And that's sick, bro. He knew back then. It's such an ominous thing, especially in retrospect.
Yeah. So Armin's final smart motif here is that he manages to answer all of Annie's questions to get her to go along with him into the tunnel. Or to almost get into the tunnel. I
know it fits into the figuring out that it was Annie, but we also need to point out that he did also notice and figure out that Annie had been using Marco's ODM gear as well. I know it fits kind of into that, and that's part of the suspicions of it. But the fact that he had that in his head still is kind of
giant brain.
Well, he had to be smart to spot that for. Well, I guess it was just luck that he and Marco happened to work on the gear together, I guess.
Yeah, undermining Armin's genius here. My goodness.
Yeah, I fucking hate him. Put him in C tier, where he belongs.
Great. Okay. Well, what about this guy? Jean is the next motif here. Him being a leader. And we've talked about this. He basically leads the attack when you've got Armin, Jean, and Reiner. He basically leads them at some point. There we go. He's slowly becoming a leader. Mm-hmm. Eren gets a headache.
Right in a C tier.
There's no way John is. I think we've already talked about this. Oh my goodness.
Put Reiner in C tier just by association. He's no longer A tier.
You're a madman. Eren gets a headache, guys. Can you believe it? Chapter 25 before he picks up the spoon. Wild.
Eren got a headache.
Pretty exhausted at that
point. Mikasa was the headache guy.
No, Eren got a headache when he's thinking to Grisha's memories, like in that last one where the commander is like, "Prove you're not a Titan" or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, so that the headache is always a paths moment
for Eren,
where like you remember something.
Yep.
Well, but also for Mikasa, right? Because it's Ymir trying to fuck with her or something.
No, I definitely
you
not.
Watched Ari's video.
Calling the trauma.
Oh, right. Yes. We everyone go watch that video.
This man puts out the best analysis video of Mikasa's headaches on the internet.
Oh, thank
you. And you clearly didn't watch it.
You didn't internalize it. It's great. I love it.
I didn't have to be prompted. I remembered it after a second.
All right, I'm glad.
Go watch Ari's video, by the way. It's fucking great.
Yes, I'll fight all of you who say that Ymir is the cause of these headaches, because she isn't. But okay, anyway, so I guess the next motif is Mikasa's headaches, and we get. I guess my first point here is that in chapter 29, when Annie eats Eren, like in the forest, and Levi like joins Mikasa, at that point, Mikasa gets a headache. And my second point here is that if you want to see every single instance of Mikasa's headaches, then go watch my video, because I did summarize every single instance. Like I went through and I don't think I missed anything, but this is a motif.
How did you do that? Did you?
I just
unless you reread it for that video, the entire thing, or did you just scroll through everything quickly? Or
I just scrolled through everything basically. Like I found out the Japanese characters that you need to look for specifically, and I also found that it's not consistent in some cases. And I think that's like a like what they would do is in the English translation they would translate something to thump, and then they would translate something else to thump as well, and they don't necessarily correspond to headaches. And it was a weird like. I don't know. Essentially, I had to scroll through.
You were
really
scrolling
quickly.
For it visually. You can't control F.
Yeah, but if you scroll,
in the printed books, don't they translate it to babump for headache specifically?
I think it's the thump or something, but it could have just been the translation I was looking at. I'm not sure.
Chapter 29. Let me go and have a wee look.
Yeah.
Whilst
the Japanese was like Zuki, I think, is what it is, and that's what I was mainly looking for. But Yeah, interesting. That's the motif. Next
Talk
one.
about the next one while Mr. Odd
Yes,
searches.
yes. Jean and Eren look alike, which is something that happens a few times in this story, and in chapter 31, when Jean takes Eren's spot in the carriage. Beautiful.
In 29, it's Throb. That's the
Throb. Okay. Yes.
Throb.
I think that is what I'm thinking. I think the thump. What I'm thinking of is the heartbeat when she's like saluting Louise, actually, because I remember animating that one. Yes, yes. It's all coming back. Okay. Final motif here. Suicidal blockhead. Chapter 23. Armin calls Eren one. And I put in brackets or is
By the way,
supposed
not
to.
the final motif.
Oh, it's not the final. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, apparently Armin calls Eren a suicidal blockhead, and then I put in brackets or is supposed to, and I don't know what that means. But there we go. And in chapter 31, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is it badly translated or something? Maybe
that's why. That's it. That's what I've got here as a note. Okay. Yeah. So then in chapter 31, Annie calls Eren one, a suicidal blockhead, and then it almost escapes the speech bubble. Which I think is a bad English translation thing, trying to fit it in. But yeah, and then I have a note here talking about how the translation for suicidal blockhead, like the Japanese that is used when Armin says it, is the exact same phrase that is said when Annie says it in chapter 31, but the translation in English is different. So I think that's like a mistranslation. It's not really a mistranslation, but you can't track the motif if you're reading in English, but you can if you look at the Japanese.
Well, funnily enough, actually, wherever you got that from, I assume was a web version of the translation, because the book version is a bit different, but it's not the same. So the one you've got there is avenge those poor bastards who rushed into the early grave on the right flank, yeah?
Yep.
The printed one is remember that suicidal bastard on the right flank. Well, he really is dead. You have to avenge him.
It's getting closer.
In the anime, I think it's always suicidal blasted, which is interesting because the anime usually censors the language, not the other way around.
I thought it was blockhead in the anime.
Well, I remember people saying suicidal bastard.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's so weird because I've been watching a new set of reactions, and they're watching some translation where there's a lot more swearing. Like when Eren transforms to fight Bertolt and Reiner, instead of saying "you damn traitors," he says "you fucking traitors."
Yeah, I remember that was the original version I saw too. Was "you fucking traitors." But in Japanese, there's no F word, right? Because this is I know this from wrestling. It's all like baka something, like bakaro or something like that, and it just basically means idiot. And I think damn is similar, where it's there's two insulting big boy words. Because in Japanese wrestling, they always yell English slurs because they think the idea of a swear word is hilarious. So they'll just say fuck you and elbow them or whatever.
Awesome.
So yeah, swearing in anime is always weird like that.
I'm just going to say that the Armin line in the printed book does not read well. Is not a good line. Remember that suicidal bastard on the right flank? Well, he really is dead. You have to. That's so weird. I feel like the anime did it best. It's hard to parse. Yeah, I feel like the anime did it better because doesn't he just say avenge that suicidal blockhead and then that's it?
Genius. I like it.
Well, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember, but that's better translation anyway. Same phrase.
There you go. Future reference, guys. If you ever do have any questions about any translation notes, just ask me and I'll whip out the books and we'll have a look.
Beautiful. Last point or last motif. Sorry, that's what the section we're in, and I just wrote flowers because I haven't seen any flowers yet. That's my point.
No flowers yet, still.
Which is weird because
it's funny because they are in the anime immediately, so I think that's what because I was especially the flower is going to be the biggest motif in the entire thing. Turns out, I think the first time we see it might be post time skip. I think Minty told me that one time.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, the one I remember is from season 2 of the anime, when Dina is there.
Which one's that?
Oh
yeah, I remember. They're in the intro in the first episode when they do the little cut forward and you get all the flashes of kind of the future. That's the blood on the you see the blood on the
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if the if in the Dina scene in the manga has any flowers there, because that probably would have been out. 50 probably would have just come out as the first episode of the anime was coming out.
Yeah.
So that might have been when that motif took shape. But also, isn't there a flower growing next to the boulder? Didn't we talk about this last time?
The boulder? I don't remember. I know we concluded that there was no. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, but there was something growing next to it, right? And that was Or was that? Or did we make an anime comparison? I don't know, Mr. Get the
Probably.
book out. Go to the boulder.
Which chapter?
I have
Oh
no
god,
idea. It'll be
maybe
in a wholly different book.
13 or something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, you need me to go? Fucking hell. Okay. I need to also get.
Well,
I need to
Mr.
get-
R does that. We'll move into the monolith that is miscellaneous, because the first few do not include him. So for miscellaneous, as we move into it, the scout wear different armbands every expedition, so they can tell if they find a later body which expedition that the soldier died in. A clever logistical detail from Ilsa's notebook. We've already talked about this a bunch.
I had not picked that up. That's really interesting. Did we already talk about it in this video?
Which fucking chapter
I
did
feel like
you
we
want
had
me
an
to check?
argument about it.
Oh, God,
we
no.
don't know what the actual chapter is, but we want to see if there's a flower near the boulder when
There's a
it'll
lot
be
of chapters
after
with
Eren
that
knocks
boulder.
himself out near it or something. Yeah, have fun, or just don't.
So sorry, is this
pretend.
after? Is this?
No, this is before it's plugged. It's just when it's laying there, and it could be after Eren knocks himself out, or it could be later. Or you
I
could
don't
just
think there's
say,
a
"Fuck you,
flower.
I'm not looking this
I think
up."
you had a dream about it or something. That's what I'm going with.
I vividly remember this, that it's something about something. It might not be a flower, but I swear to God, there's like something growing there.
Okay, there's
Fuck
a
it.
close up of the boulder. No flower.
Oof, my goodness.
Whatever.
Kyle's
I'll find
memory
this
is
flower later
slipping.
because I know it exists.
All right.
Another close up, no flower. Another close up, no flower. Another even
Yikes.
closer close up, no flower. Oh,
It's
this
not
isn't
in a
looking good for you,
close-up.
Kyle.
I'm gonna find this later, and I
Yeah,
want
yeah.
everybody to pay me $7 million when I do. For now,
Right.
we're moving on to miscellaneous.
Okay.
Chapter 19, not 17. That would have been last time. I think is the first time we see a city in the interior, and it looks like, well, we just talked about this. And Ari's even got a note here saying, very different architecture in Stohess Outcrop. Multi-level buildings.
Yep.
Incredible stuff. We did talk about this. I got another one. And then I don't have to speak for a little while. It's neat that they point out that they can never leave the walls through Trost again. Which kind of makes nearly everything the Survey Corps has done the last 5 years redundant, because most of their efforts went into bases easily reachable from Trost District, and now they have to create new routes to Shinganshina if they want to go to the basement. It was a neat little detail. I'd never thought about it. I don't remember if the anime puts that in. But obviously you can't move the boulder out and then move it back in every time you want to leave. So they got to go through a different route. What a clever logistical little detail.
Yeah, I love that.
But that's all I really got to say about that. Next up is you guys.
Next up is a discussion of Hange's gender, which we've kind of already had.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if you want to start off,
there's yeah. Well, I just said that there's not. Oh, I didn't want to put this in records. It's kind of wild how much the translation team was driving home what they thought that Hange's gender was, referring to them as Miss Hange, and they weren't using those titles for anyone else prior to that. They also first introduced Hange as Zoe Hange, which is the wrong way around. I can't remember which book that is. And I saw your notes there about how they did update it in a Volume 5 reprint.
Yeah, so the story is that I added this after our last talk because I was interested and I looked it up. So for all those listening, we record this in multiple sections. But yeah, I guess the story that I found with Hange's translation of her gender, or of their gender, I guess now, in 2014, Kodansha, which is responsible for the translation, they confirmed that they mistakenly used female pronouns for Hange in the first 5 volumes, I think. And I have like a few different quotes here, which is in January, basically, of 2014, they said, he, as in Izayama, has instructed us to avoid gendered pronouns when referring to Hange, or at least to use he and she with equal frequency. Then in January, like a few days later, someone else like asked a question, I think, and they said, when he, and then Izayama again, when he told us this, we went back through Volume 5 and removed a couple of gendered pronouns we had used for reprint, which I'm not sure if they did that. Like, I don't know. I couldn't see anything.
I think I have one of the reprints, so I'm not sure entirely. Manga books are always different, but I have found ways to find out which printing edition you have of manga books.
Oh.
It varies each time, but I think my Volume 5, is the 3rd printing. The reason is, this is a little lesson for everyone. If you look in the last page, down near the bottom above where the translation and the lettering, it gives you a countdown, like, so 9876543, and it finishes on 3. But if I look at my volume 34, which I bought on release day, it goes all the way down to 1, and a couple of my other volumes go down to 1. So I think whatever number it goes down to is the volume print run you've got. I don't know what happens if they do more than 9 printings. I guess they have to increase it. But every publisher does it different. That's the thing. But I learned how to do it with Demon Slayer. My Demon Slayer books. I think I'm on genuinely my Demon Slayer books are the 27th print run of them.
Oh Jesus!
Like no joke, because it was a reprint of the complete collection. Like, not even the original complete collection printing, but a reprint of the complete collection printing was my Demon Slayers. But yeah, so I've got a few first printing manga, and my volume 5 is, if I'm doing this right, if I am understanding this, people in the comments who know more will have to correct me. So I think I've got a third printing of volume 5. And let me just get the other volumes up. I picked up a few other volumes just to have a look, but my volume 5 is a third printing. My volume 6 is a second printing. My volume 7 is a first printing, apparently. And my volume 8
collectible.
My volume is also a first printing. So clearly, volume 7 and 8 was when I caught up, basically.
Yep.
With the manga, with buying the manga. But bear in mind, this is the English. It's nothing on the Japanese. This is the English printing of this particular book. But yeah, so there is still. So all my information comes from the fact that my 5th volume and 6th volume. Well, my 5th volume is a third printing. My 6th volume is a second printing. My 4th volume, honestly, is like quite my 4th volume is a 4th printing as well. So there are still gendered instances in there.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, some shops still have old printings. Like when I picked this up, like for example, my 3rd volume is a 3rd printing. So it's not necessarily indicative of when I bought it, but it was indicative of how long the shop, roughly the print run that the shop had it.
Yeah.
Just as a little bit of an interesting thing for anyone in the future. So I think that's how you tell. They're very good at disguising it. They clearly need to make it visible for anyone who needs to know, but the information isn't the clearest. But there's no other explanation as to why some books randomly count down from 9 to 1 and others from 9 to 3.
Yeah. Were you going to say something?
Well, there's a weird sign near the boulder, not a
flower.
My
goodness.
And I remember there was a little something that we talked about last time, but it was not a flower. I put it in the collabs thing. Everybody else,
what chapter is it?
Go to chapter 12, I believe. I think, maybe. Yes, I think it is 12. Crazy stuff.
So we got to keep our $7 million. I'm glad. All right.
I bet the sign just says, "Please don't climb the boulder."
Probably.
Perhaps that would be good advice.
Well, don't plant flowers here. It's thematically important. All right. Yeah.
Is it me? Because I was spending my whole time looking at that.
That's basically it. I guess the only other thing is that the information I got this from is from a Tumblr from Kodansha, and then I did verify that it is like an official thing. But yeah, it's all good.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that they didn't. They may have been more gendered pronouns. I'm just saying that there are still existing ones in my
I also don't buy that they reprinted it because I haven't seen any evidence. They like if I went out, I don't know how reprinting. Like if I went to a shop now and bought it, would that be the latest like reprint or like?
I guess it depends on what. Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, like reprints will be different for every volume because all the volumes will be.
I guess you could buy the deluxe or something, whatever. That would probably be the latest reprint or something. Anyway.
Yeah. Well. Is that it for that point?
Yep.
Okay. The next one is me.
Wait, is Reicha? Are you still there, Reicha?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The chapter 19 cliffhanger with the tooth growing back is real cool. That's a good miscellaneous note. I always thought it was cool. I think it ends an anime episode and it's kind of like freaky because everybody has shocked face, music cuts out, and then Hange says, "Your tooth grew back." It's creepy and cool. That's really all I had for that one.
Yeah, I guess because like we'd seen his limbs grow back, but they'd grown back inside the Titan, so it was like, oh, maybe it's because he was a Titan. That's how it worked. But
yeah.
What do you think they did with that tooth?
They gave it to the Tooth Fairy, obviously.
That's a good point. Would it just be like? Would it just be like there? Like, here's a question: if you have someone who can turn into a Titan, and they share your blood type, could you, in theory, if someone needed like a transplant, Could you just cut that out of them without any worry and give it to someone who needs the transplant, and then they would just grow it back?
I suppose.
Yes.
Like,
I like
infinite
that.
kidney
I'm going with
donations.
the yes.
Oh, genius. Eren could start a business.
Think how much blood Eren could donate.
And how
That's
much blood
another
he
reason why
spills in
he's
the
an
end.
immoral actor.
Yeah.
Yes, he doesn't even donate his blood, even though he has an infinite supply. I'm shaking my head currently. But I think, Mr. R, you got a big point next.
Yes, have I talked about Super Squad? I feel like I have, but maybe not. Maybe I argued about it when we were doing our pre-discussions.
Yeah, is this where you talk about why the scouts, it makes sense why a lot of them are really good?
Yeah, why there is no plot armor, at least at this stage.
Yeah, we talked about this at the very beginning, yeah, I remember.
Did we talk about the
Is
very
it in the
beginning?
video?
Damn it.
Yeah, I certainly remember this.
Okay.
Who's not remembering things now?
Well, I mean, I can do a quick summary
Yeah,
just in
quick
case.
summary.
And if it turns out I didn't talk about it, Ari, if it turns out I did talk about it, Ari, you can just cut this bit out.
Sure.
Of me talking about it again. Yeah, I just want to say that there's no actual plot armor at this stage in Attack on Titan, and if there's any complaints that none of the main characters are dying at this point when they should be, because Attack on Titan's like Game of Thrones and everybody dies, ha ha ha. I just basically brought up that traditionally the best recruits always go to the MPs, so the Survey Corps kind of get whatever's left over, and then only the best of the Survey Corps survive a few months. 50% death rate for first expedition, but now we have something unprecedented, that 9 of the 11 best recruits, and we know that we know the 11 best recruits because Amir would have been in the top 10 had she not deliberately slacked off, have joined the Survey Corps. So that's a huge bump to them, basically. And they're entering at a base skill level higher than any previous pool of recruits the scouts have ever had up to this point. So it makes sense that they would be able to survive. Like, even though it's like they're in danger, they are the best of their year. And their training will be at the highest level, because each year they improve the training as they learn more about how to kill Titans. And also they've fought Titans before. They know how to they know how to deal with it. And then also you need to account for the fact that in that group there's 4 Titan shifters, 2 of which are also warriors who've been trained basically since early childhood to fight, and an Ackerman. And yeah, the Survey Corps are basically at the best they've ever been. So that's why there's no plot armor. These are literally the best of Paradis' new soldiers, and that's why they all get to survive.
My counter to this is that, actually, in every story, every character that ever survives has plot armor, and plot armor talking about it at all is stupid. But besides that abstract bullshit, Mr. R is right. What a champion.
My one good contribution to this arc.
Beautiful.
I don't know, it's still pretty good.
And I'll make this argument again when we get to the Alliance and their plot armor, because I saw active complaints about on Reddit.
Yep.
I don't know, I just don't like the cringe venges, you know? God damn it, I just scrolled down and saw the name in every one of these columns. My goodness gracious name. It's a lot of me, folks. When they leave the expedition, I always say exposition. In chapter 21, the other side of the walls is cracking and stuff. I wonder if that's because the garrison doesn't go outside to maintain the wall. I know that's always been a part of their job, and I'd never really thought about it before. So when they are leaving to go on the female Titan fucking arc, the whole thing, and we get a shot of them coming out of the wall, the other side of the wall is all cracking and shit. Obviously, because that's where Bertot's foot went in and things like that, but there's also cracks all around it. Apparently, the garrison do wall maintenance, so maybe they probably haven't been going down that side of the wall because the Titan might jump up and get them. For Lamau, that was a good little detail. That's really all I had to say about that.
Cool.
I'm going to power through these, so if either of you have anything to say about any of these, feel free to jump in and stop me.
I think with the Misc stuff, a lot of it isn't so much discussion, it's just cool little things you noted.
Yeah. Jean catching up with Armin after Eren. Oh, fuck me. Jean catching up with Armin after Reiner is a clever expositional tool because it allows Armin to repeat that the female Titan is a human in a Titan's body 3 times. Once when he initially figures out, once then to Reiner, and then once again to Jean, sticks in your memory. It was a clever little expositional thing that didn't really feel forced at all because this other idiot would come into earshot and he had to repeat himself. Because I think probably at that point you're still like confused as a viewer. What the fuck is these Titans in human forms? What the fuck is a Titan shifter? It's basically there's a person in there. It's probably important who they are. Have a think about who they are. All clever little things to neg the viewer in a certain direction. We see a lot of random scouts throughout the selection process and throughout the formation in the manga. Makes it feel more fleshed out, I guess. Not just how important characters are involved. I think I'm talking about the selection ceremony and when we get brief shots of the formation. Sweet, cool.
Yep.
Fleshes the world out more. We've talked about this all throughout and how the manga is better at that than the anime. There are more than one forest of giant trees. Ari already kind of talked about this, and this one is called the Titan Forest because it's a common scouting location, question mark. He's speculating why it's called that. It was also a tourist location, which is why there are stores lining the outside of the forest. This was a great little detail that I loved a lot. Where, yeah, like it's a tourist trap, and when they go into the forest initially, like Erwin and the front flank go through, that we sort of get a long shot, and it's like old stalls and stands from clearly where they were selling fucking little plushies about forest of giant tree shit before.
Well, there was also a paved path through it as well, wasn't there?
Yes, of course. Yeah, and it makes sense why there's a path through it.
Tourism.
Because you walked through it back in the day. These tourists.
Go through it than around it.
Yeah. But, Bro Gunther got killed by slicing his Nate Poggers, one for Team Titan. How does that feel, prick? Thought I was a hilarious man. I'm too tired to be funny right now. But yes, Annie cut Gunther's neck while he was in human form, and that's how they killed Titans. Crazy stuff. It's made very obvious in the manga that Levi and Petra are not a thing in the scene when her father approaching him. This is after they're dead. After Petra's dead, at least. He's clearly misunderstood what she meant in her letter by devoting herself entirely to him and thought it meant marriage, not a military death cult. Those scouts, a military death cult, crazy.
It is a bit, yeah. No, you're spot on. The manga, I don't think I ever once thought that Petra had that kind of interest in Levi in the manga. The anime, they play it up to no fucking end.
Do they? They definitely do it more, but
Well, Levi only takes Petra's badge. Levi looks back and sees Petra's body.
Yeah, we talked about that also already.
Like, it's definitely there, and it's really weird, because, again, the manga, Levi gives off the biggest asexual vibes ever, and I refuse to accept that.
Him and Hange are fucking, you're a liar. No response to that one?
I don't...
It's just genius.
I was expecting you to say no, of course they're not, or something. The next one here is the volume character page for volume 8 is exactly the same as volume 7, except Squad Levi is crossed out. Quite a neat detail. Now, that was like the biggest moment it hit me when you open up the next volume, the chapter after they die, and it's the same exact page, exactly as the previous volume, except there's some crosses. Whereas before, they would always add characters or take characters, and obviously going to the future, new characters will be introduced that'll need to be on that page. And I think Squad Levi will get taken off. Sad times. They're all dead.
Wasn't it the same with Marco? He's still crossed out at that point.
Yeah, but I think like the framing of things would change from like the volume previously, or maybe it worked with Marco too, and I just didn't notice. But and this one, I specifically remember going back to check, and I was like, man, it's exactly the same, except for the crosses over the names. But Marco is always there with a cross out. He doesn't get cycled out like I'm pretty sure Squad Levi does. I had forgotten that Armin points out this early that Annie must have led the Titans to the walls on the initial attack. I thought that was revealed in Reiner's flashback in the Marley arc. False. Armin says it here. Incredible stuff.
Oh, I've just realized. You're right. Sorry. In Volume 5, Marco isn't crossed out, even though he's dead at that point.
Oh, that wasn't what I was saying, because that's news to me too.
No, sorry. It was based on what I was saying about Marco being crossed out between volumes as well, but he wasn't crossed out the volume after he died. He was crossed out a bit later.
Okay. My next one. Chapter 31 actually uses the term conservatives. I think the conservative position is to seal the walls, question mark. Now, this line was kind of confusing, because they say, like, oh, the conservatives think this or something. But it was kind of vague, and then I think they used they in the next sentence, and I was like, who are they talking about? But you can go and check the context at the beginning of chapter 31. But I assume the conservative decision was to seal the walls, because then we would be safest, but then we also give up on understanding. Now, isn't that no good? Next one. Did Eren get swapped out while they were under Marlowe's supervision? Was this a subtle way to show his incompetence, or just the general lays of the military police? I think this was supposed to connect to like an earlier Marlowe thematic point about how he was incompetent and maybe not like Eren or something. Maybe that was a point I was trying to go into, or maybe there's a more of an because we cut away. Is that what I'm saying? No, I don't know. I don't remember what I was saying here. Does anybody else remember what I was trying to say here?
No, specifically.
Yeah, some bullshit. Moving on. Now I have a panel pasted. The panel says they all lead the way to the spot near the outer door. These are the ruins of the planned underground city. This is when they are trying to lead Annie down the tunnel. And I say everything about this panel is interesting. What the fuck is an outer door? The gate? ? And also, they were planning to make an underground city in Stohess, but it never materialized. That's wacky. That's a neat little detail.
Yeah.
Crazy. The outer door. I guess the outer door out of the tunnel, or
I just assumed it meant out of Stohess district.
I just assumed it's
then you'd
it
go
was maybe a
outside a
mistranslation.
gate,
It's meant
right?
to be, and it's meant to be outer gate, but
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the underground city details, crazy. I've only got 3 more points, and then it's Ari's turn.
Oh boy.
And I'm gonna go piss after that, and we're not cutting it out because Ari's gonna speak. No cutting for Ari, not even this part. List of ways the Survey Corps are subtly getting fucked. They were originally headquartered in a castle far away from the wall and far away from the river, and it's only convenient now because it's a good way to hide Eren away. I thought this was a little detail. I don't know if it was supposed to be a little detail, but I took it as a little detail of how the scouts were getting fucked. Why would the scout regiment need a castle in the middle of nowhere as their base? That doesn't make no sense. It's because they were being sabotaged from the beginning, because obviously the interior higher ups don't want them going outside the wall and discovering things. That would be bad for everybody.
Yep.
Then my next point, my second last one, there's a horse track in the middle of Stohess. Crazy stuff. Eren and Annie run through like a horse track thingy where they're like racing horses, or just running with horses. I don't think there was a race going on. But in Stohess, and I briefly mentioned this a little bit earlier, where I was like, in the anime, they basically make every city look identical with the same like corridor streets and everything. And maybe there's like a castle in the center. In the manga, there's like with what we saw in the interior that time with a different architecture, and then in Stohess, where it is a richer place, so they got like fucking horses or whatever the fuck, where they're racing them for pleasure and what is it called, as a hobby.
Gambling.
Crazy stuff. I thought it was super interesting. Yeah, gambling perhaps. I read that Annie light novel that Ari doesn't think exists. What an idiot. And they're talking about gambling and taking pills and that and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
So
that's not the Attack on Titan world.
Underbelly. Yes, a bunch of silly, disgusting. Is degenerate the word I'm looking for? Behaviors. Jean references Sleeping Beauty, ? I guess they have baseball, but that's in Marley. Marley has movies, probably. Though Sleeping Beauty is a fairy tale before it's a movie, you idiot. Oh, I say that right there. That was literally off the cuff, and then I noticed that was my next note. But yes, there at some point, I think it is towards the end, Jean says something about Sleeping Beauty, or when Eren's passed out, and like the very last chapter, he's like, he looks like Sleeping Beauty or something. How the fuck does this prick know what Sleeping Beauty is? I guess he does. Lamau, they have the fairy tale too.
The origins of Sleeping Beauty
are
date
in
back
Europe?
to the 1500s.
Yeah,
perfect.
In Europe somewhere, I guess, and which is where they're supposed to be.
France, I think.
Well, they're supposed to be Germany, I'm pretty sure, but France is pretty close. I don't know. Fuck Europe. What a bunch of nonsense. It's all the same. Right, Ari? Say right.
I'm not saying anything about that. Oh my goodness.
Fuck Europe. And now Ari's got a million thingies, and I'm gonna sneak out and piss.
All right. The first point is about underground titans, and I wrote underground titans all bark but no bite. Now my point is very vague, but the point I'm making here is the fact that throughout the entire story, they keep teasing how if you have a titan underground and they transform, then they're going to be damaged, right? Like that's the reason they can't transform, because they'll die or like get crushed to death, or it'll like impede them somehow. But throughout the entire story, we never once get any titan transforming underground. So So it's like it's a threat that's made that we never see executed on. So we as like a viewer, we're like, would that work? Like, would it actually stop them from transforming?
I mean, except for a few pages later where Eren transforms underground.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah. Hey, and that doesn't even crush him. Yeah, I guess it. No, I mean that just like undermines the whole point of the like threat, doesn't it? I guess.
Yeah, Annie could have survived that. I mean, I guess technically as well. I mean, I guess you've also kind of got to a degree. You've got the Galliard transformation. You've got the Galliard transformation in the when he breaks through the ceiling to snap Eren's legs off, and you've also got Eren transforming inside that building. But you can make the argument that those buildings aren't as sturdy as like an actual underground tunnel.
Yeah,
and maybe they weren't deep enough underground for it to matter as well. Yeah. Like maybe that, because the thing is, they say that they've got, when they're holding Annie in the crystal, she's being held deep underground.
Yeah, true.
And when Eren's in jail, he's deep underground as well. Like he doesn't transform; he uses the Warhammer Titan to dig his way out.
Yep.
Instead.
And I even just when you were saying that, I remember that Rod also transforms underground. I mean, he's really big, obviously, but he survives. Like they break out of that crystal prison. Yeah. So I guess it is quite an empty threat, unless they are like very deep underground. Funny to think about. The next miscellaneous
you
point.
Just do the first point.
Yeah, what do you think, Kyle? The underground titans. Crazy.
They'd get crushed or something.
Yeah. But they don't. That's the thing.
Did the second one and wanted to be back in time for it. They don't get crushed underground. Is that what you're saying?
No, because Eren transforms underground that same arc.
Yep.
Well, it's already like broken near him, right, or something. I don't know. That's not that underground.
I guess
that's kind of the conclusion we came to, that maybe he had to be deep underground. But then Rod Rice also did it, but he was giant, so
yeah. I mean, the point I was making is
but he wasn't that far underground either. Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. We never get to see a Titan suffer from transforming underground, and they always make it like a big threat.
That's a shitty way to kill off.
The whole point is that it's not that it's underground. It's not like it's some proximity to the Earth's core that's the issue. It's to do with how strong the ceiling above them is. So, like Rod Rice, they're in a cavern made out of Titan hardening. So that should be. That should be a problem. And the point of being deep underground, the reason transform is bad is because deep underground is so reinforced with so many layers of material above it that you can't transform without, because you can't break. You physically
put them under a roof is what we're saying.
Yeah, cut them off
strong,
from sunlight.
sturdy roof.
Yeah,
made out of diamond bricks from Minecraft. I understand.
Wow. All right. Okay. Next up,
because I read the second part and I wanted to be here when you talked about it, so I was very happy.
So next miscellaneous point: the whole story of Attack on Titan takes place in the bottom half of Paradis. Crazy. Because except for like they leave this one time through a gate, which is like on the right, like near the top right or something, right?
The Caraness district.
Yeah, but other than that, we don't see any of the rest of the whole of this like place. It's crazy.
I think we might have talked about this in the initial call we had, and not already, but I think I had a whole speech I went on where it was like, I remember before Paradis was revealed to be a thing, as the name of the entire island, like when we were only on like chapter 60 or something. This was very early in my fandom year, so in like 2015 or 2016 or something. Yeah. I remember Isayama describing the northernmost parts because somebody pointed this out to him, and he was like, how come we're only in the south? What's the north like? And I guess this is part of him varying up the different districts and giving them their own little characterization. The northern part was supposed to have like hot springs or some shit, and then he talked about, and I remember him saying like the most, like the Shinganshina of the uppermost wall was called Paradise. Now I don't remember this interview, I couldn't source it, I have no idea. I could be misremembering things like a flower and a boulder, but I remember that being a thing, and it was like, oh, maybe he was just describing it, saying it's like paradise on earth or something, and he was secretly laughing to himself because he's like, tee, that's what Marley calls them when it actually sucks.
Well, all the upper districts, about that. Especially that one. I mean, that one is meant to serve as a Titan shield, but since all the Titans come from the south, the north is basically untouched for the whole. I think as well, I'm sure I remember reading as well that they probably have a much smaller garrison. Like the majority of the garrison is concentrated in the southern district, the southern half of the walls.
Well, how would they know that if they aren't getting information? Well, I guess they just see more Titans there, huh? To know that the Titans.
I mean, information will inevitably spread. They're not going to be completely.
No. Even in the public, I think in one of the publicly available information things, they say that it seems like all the Titans come from the south, so they definitely have an understanding of that.
Well, I mean, in theory, the north would just end up never reporting a Titan sighting.
Yeah.
Because
sure
again,
one or two of
the
them
way
have
it
made it up
works is
there.
the Shiganshin is deliberately designed to draw the Titans because the Titans can like almost sense the human energy coming from it.
Yeah, it has more, but it doesn't because Annie has to drive some there because a lot of them are just
That's true. Yeah.
floating somewhere, out in the forest somewhere or close.
I mean,
to
there
a
can't always be
water.
Titans at the entrance actually, because otherwise, how would the Survey Corps ever be able to leave?
Yeah. But yes, the tops. There's hot springs or something. I read. Does that answer your question? It's
That
called
answers
Paradise.
it. Wow. What do they say in
I
Japanese?
got all the answers. I don't know. You're the one that speaks Japanese, idiot.
Oh, you got me. All right. Next miscellaneous point is I have some math in this one. So my point is the fact that they point out that the current expedition is the 57th expedition outside the walls. And to me that's crazy because it's like it's only the 57th. Like they've been there for a long time. I figured they would have done more. Now, the math I figured out here is that they say, Ilsa's expedition was the 34th expedition, so that's stated. And when I go to the wiki, they say that happens in the year 848. Now I don't know where they get the wiki information from. Maybe it's from like some other
They
book
say
or something.
2 years, right?
Well,
We
that
talked about
I
this in
get
one
the
of
2
these
years
episodes.
from this basically. Like the 2 years before Trost comes from the
okay.
wiki as well. So I don't know where the wiki sources this from, but if that is true,
I believe it.
Yeah, I believe it as well because like I'm sure someone would have complained about it. But so if that's the year 848 and 57th is the current one, which happens in the year 850 according to the wiki, then that means we go from 34 to 57 in 2 years, maybe 3 years. Which would mean that there's at least 8 expeditions a year, or at most 24 if it could technically happen in like 13 months. But say it is 8 expeditions a year, and you've got 57, like you're really like it's either very recently that they started scouting, or they I don't know. It's interesting. Like the math is strange to me.
I wonder if there were less expeditions early on because they needed to justify the cost of it. So there were a lot less of them early on, maybe only 1 or 2 a year. Doing
and
very
now when
basic
they
stuff
need more territory or everybody's going to starve, they got to go out there and fight.
And then it started accelerating.
Yeah, true.
Also, I don't remember if this was in our original call or something we've already mentioned, but in Before the Fall, the Attack on Titan spin-off manga, that I guess is technically canon, like that dastardly No Regrets nonsense.
I don't think Before the Fall or No Regrets are canon, though, are they?
It's in my canon.
Everybody always tells me No Regrets is canon when I yell at them. But either way, I think it is because they do have numbers like this. I think because that's 30 years after the initial walls are built, and I don't think anybody because they don't even have 3D maneuvering gear yet. I think they might get that in Before the Fall. But I don't think the scouts exist back then because there is I don't know if we read it or if it was in one of the publicly available informations, but the Scout Regiment is new. Newer than the other ones, I think. Or no, I think they said the Garrison was the newest one, right? Because it used to just be the military police, but then no, it was because we learnt the fact, and this might even be in the volume bonuses that we'll get into in this video, is that if you're good enough in the Garrison, you get promoted to the military police. Am I making all of this up, or is this resonating with any of you?
I have like a vague maybe. Like it sounds reasonable. I don't remember explicitly any of this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's in the volume bonuses, we'll find out in 20 minutes or so. But Before the Fall, crazy stuff. I want to hear from somebody that's read this fucking manga. I want to hear one comment.
I'll read it at some point.
Oh, you might read it after this if we're clever young fellas.
Yeah,
but,
genius.
That'll be a while away.
All right, next miscellaneous point here. I wrote that Eren should have an irrational phobia, and I guess what I was referring to is of picking up spoons. Like, I can't imagine, like, if that happened to me and out of nowhere I, like, transformed when I was picking up a spoon and caused all this, like, frightened, like, people and I was terrified, like, what's going on? I figure I'd always be hesitant when picking up a spoon, going forward. That's just my very miscellaneous point there. That's it.
Yeah, spoons ain't scary. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but imagine every time you pick up a spoon, an explosion goes off, and like everything around terrifying, Kyle. Anyway,
I would pick up a spoon right near you, Ari. That was a death threat. I'm gonna kill you.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Anyway, let's get serious here. So the next one, a what if style series would be so cool. For instance, what if Levi was never injured?
Yeah.
Crazy. Could you imagine? Like, imagine if every story did this. Wouldn't that be fun? Imagine if AI was so advanced one day that you could create your own stories from existing properties of however you want them to go. It'd be so interesting.
I'm sure that would
but
be copyrighted out
it
of
would be,
existence, and
but
you'd be
people
in
would
jail.
still do it, right?
Yes.
Anyway, it's fun. What if stories are intriguing? And I feel like Attack on Titan has a lot of areas where it'd be really interesting to get some what ifs.
What if they chose Erwin over Armin, guys? They would have lost because Erwin doesn't understand what it means to be a scout.
Yeah.
Um,
No, he would have
I don't know,
endorsed the
I'm sure
rumbling
there's
or
other
something.
ones.
Yeah.
What if Eren didn't eat his dad? What
There's
if
that-
Grisha didn't kill the kids?
There is that
Uh,
fan
what do you-
animation of Willie Tiber's speech where Erwin steps forward in front of in front of Willie Tiber on the stage and just colossal Titan nukes the
Oh.
entire delegation.
Oh no,
That's my Owen. Love it.
I was like, he's going to talk no jutsu him and give him a speech, but nope, he's going to transform. Fair enough. What if Gabby actually killed Eren? Oh,
yeah, that
be
would
good for one.
That would be really interesting.
Man.
All right, that's it. What ifs? A lot of fun. Maybe we've touched on this before, but it's interesting that the military police is basically the opposite of the scouts, where the scouts are all about trusting your comrades, and the MPs are all about trusting yourself and like being very selfish. Interesting. Now,
I hate the self.
yes, indeed. Yes. My brilliantly dumb, incorrect revelation about Marlowe.
I think
What
you
could-
might have had a different point here, and then last times we said something, and you were like, "Oh, I'm wrong about Marlowe," and then you went back and changed this, and it's a crazy reference back to that.
Oh, I remembered what it is. Okay, so
Okay, then.
I had this genius revelation moment when I was reading, that would have changed everything. That in chapter 139, the glasses guy was Marlowe. I was like, "Wow, it's him! I figured it out. That's Marlowe." And then I realized that Marlowe
Oh.
dies, and I was like, "Oh,
Marlowe's
damn,
dead.
makes no sense." For a second there, I thought I pieced
Glasses
together
dude
this
is the
genius.
glasses dude.
Yeah, Surma or something. Yeah, it's great. All right. Next up.
Oh, that's right. It was Anne that was adamant that it wasn't Surma. But I think
I honestly think I agree with Anne, but
Oh,
anyway,
my
we'll
goodness.
get to
I
that when
think
we get
Anne
to that
eventually
arc.
admitted that she was wrong. But yeah,
Good.
Mr. R, you can hold the fort by yourself, I guess. Push out all invaders.
All right.
Ari's still gone.
So, why is Niall such a bad boss? If he's such a good person, why hasn't he made the MPs better? Basically, is my question here. Because the MPs are pretty trash.
Isn't the whole point about Niall is that he took the wife because he's complacent and Erwin has ambition to prove things. So Niall takes the wife because they both like
What?
the same woman. This is a characterizing thing. I didn't just make that up.
Erwin?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Oh
Erwin
my
and
goodness.
there's
I don't remember that at all.
Is Mr. R agreeing with me or calling me an idiot?
I think I do remember that.
I remember
Yeah, I think
Shardis
that's a little-
and what's his name? Grisha.
No, we're not confusing that. I
Alright.
think that might be a manga thing and Ari's got anime brain.
Yeah,
Embarrassing.
maybe. Yeah. All
There's
right.
no
Interesting.
Niall
We'll
light
deal with
novel
that.
I can
I mean, we'll
reference.
see that in 2 arcs time. So
Yep.
Yes.
Cool.
But yeah, so Niall was complacent, so he just goes with the flow. He's got his wife and his kid, and he's just gonna sit in with the military police, climb the ladder, and provide for his family. Is that so bad, Ari?
I
wonder
guess,
if
yeah.
Niall is basically like a representation of what Jean would have been if he joined the military police. A good
Huh, yeah.
person who otherwise just chose to ignore everything
That's a
around
great
and
point.
live the easy
A
life.
competent person, yeah.
Because
ends up
Niall is
helping
great. Like we see
Falco,
later
what
on
a
that
life.
Niall is a genuinely great character.
Yeah.
He helps Falco,
What a
Does help
bloke.
Falco.
and he transforms into a Titan. Crazy stuff.
And then,
Gabby shoots
Gabby
him.
kills him.
Now.
Yeah, crazy.
And none of the reactors realized that it was the Nile Titan, whilst I realized straight away that it was the Nile Titan.
Good. What are we up to? Oh, yeah, no.
Anyway, we should probably make some progress on this, otherwise we're going to
Yes.
be here. all day.
Okay. So capturing Titans is so cool. So I'm talking about when they capture Sunny and Bean. What a cool thing. We get some info on them. We
It
get
is.
to see some experiments and stuff, which is always stuff that I've wanted to know when I was watching through the first time. Good stuff. Thank you, Izuyama. Now Eren's trial.
Oh,
Yeah, go
one
ahead.
thing you say on that. Here's a question, just to completely break some of the. So Titans weigh a lot less than they're expected to, right?
Yep.
Doesn't that mean that humans should be more easily able to overpower them, even if they are really big? because they don't weigh that much? Shouldn't like a bunch of humans be able to just
Like,
grab a
throw
Titan by
'em
the leg
around,
and trip
yeah.
it up? But that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, you know, the Titans are
Well-
always picking up people, and the people are struggling and can't do anything. But if the Titans aren't that heavy, they probably, unless they have like this really weird thing where their muscle mass where their muscle strength is the same despite the mass being a lot less.
Well, Eren's got abs.
We're not talking about Titan shifters. We're talking about regular old Titans that eat people.
Well,
why
like,
would they be any different?
yeah.
Because they don't. I mean, but the point I'm just making is that they don't weigh that much. They weigh considerably less than what you'd expect something of that size to weigh. So they
Well-
should
Reiner
be
is
easier.
struggling to pick up that 2-meter one, right? He's like stumbling and stuff. So I think they're still pretty heavy. They're just
I have
not
a
as
theory.
heavy as they should be.
What if like we get the information that they're lighter than they expect because Hange kicks something, right? Does she?
Yeah.
The head, yeah.
Oh, a head. Okay, yeah. It could
She
be
does
that
cut off limbs and stuff later.
it may be
and
the
tries to pick
center
them up,
of mass, like their stomach or something, where they're eating all the people. Maybe that's like the bulk of the mass or something. I don't know. Maybe their spine.
the spine.
Where all the
Yeah.
power is.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't know.
yeah, yeah. It is a bit weird.
A minor thought.
Yep. All right. Next up, Eren's trial. It's neat seeing Eren caged and losing track of time. Yeah, I think that whole transition is really interesting. How like it starts off with Eren underground, in a cage basically, and then his whole world changes where he's like pushed into a courtroom and like we're in a situation in the story where we've never been in before. It's great.
We definitely already talked about this.
Yes,
and you
yes.
definitely already talked about how you like
Because
this
it's just so
transition,
great,
but
Kyle. That's why.
I agree.
Niall raises Kyle's favorite talking point. Have we talked about this already? How Niall talks about how Eren and Mikasa stabbed 3 adult robbers to death, and then it raises some doubts as to Eren's basic humanity. And this is a big Kyle point that he brings up all the time.
And
he
they
loves
even
it.
say it's definitely self-defense, which I make sure to say every time too. God, what a great mug this Niall is. He's just so smart.
Yes.
Where's my wife and kid?
I mean, Eren's first stabbing wasn't self-defense. I mean, it was the defense of Mikasa, but literally, the guy just opened the door
That's
and
self-defense.
Eren fucking shanks him in the neck. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
never tries to
what do you call when you
understand
kill
him.
somebody to save somebody else? I think that you still call that self-defense.
Do you?
I think it's more vigilante justice than self-defense.
No, if your kid gets kidnapped and the dude's running away, you're allowed to charge him and stab him in the neck.
Are you?
You're not going to jail for
I mean,
that.
actually,
think they would still...
that could be that could be construed as excessive force, and B, Mikasa isn't Eren's kid. Mikasa is a stranger to Eren.
No, but if they kidnap your friend too, I'm almost certain you're not
But they're
going
not
to jail.
friends. They don't know each other at this point.
Yeah.
Even if
They've
it's
never-
a stranger on the street, like
Yeah, but
in
Eren's
America,
breaking
like,
into someone's
absolutely.
house and then is stabbing someone who opened the door. Like it's a
not
bit.
their house, first of
Yeah,
all.
well,
And
how does he
also,
know
if
that?
they're in a safe house, if the kidnappers have a kidnapping house where they take all their kidnapped kids, still allowed to kill the kidnappers and get your kid back.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm
but-
not saying what he did wasn't moral. Like, of course, like
Yeah.
him, dealing with the kidnappers like that was moral. They'd murdered Mikasa's mum and we're going to sell her off to be a sex slave. It's fucking disgusting. But what I'm saying is, self-defense, I don't think is actually the legal argument you could use there.
Well, actually, now that if we look at it from a different, we probably don't want to get too bogged down in this. But if you say that you show up and you knock on the door and some prick answers, why would you answer the door, dumb robber? And you see that they've got somebody tied off in there, you could probably assume under reasonable suspicion that they would do the same to you now you've seen it, and then that could be self-defense. But because
Yeah.
if you
Anyway,
see somebody pull a
let's-
gun on you, they're not going to shoot you, or you don't know they're going to shoot you, but you assume, and therefore that would be self-defense.
Look
But
at you,
anyway.
number one Eren fan. over
Niall,
here.
how base?
All right, great. Eren's trial. Zach Lee is calm when Levi kicks Eren, while everyone else is in shock. What a legend this Zach Lee is. And I also point out how, like, when I think of Zach Lee, I think of his dub voice. It's great. Now,
Yeah.
yes,
I was
okay.
thinking for a second, and like, yeah, I do remember that voice.
What a voice. Levi squad. We already talked about this. They have a former headquarters. Great. We talked about that. Next point. Armin, oh no, this could be a bit of a rambling point here. Armin talks about the greater good and how Erwin is cruel, maybe even evil by his moral judgment, but a man like that who does things for the greater good is necessary for humanity's survival. He talks about how the people who can change things are the people who are willing to give up everything dear to them, even their humanity, to do what they need to do. Oh, and it sounds like Eren's rumbling. Interesting. He's like endorsing Eren's rumbling in this situation, which is exactly because Eren obviously does the rumbling for the sake of his friends, giving up everything dear to him, basically. Interesting how he's like endorsing it here. Cool. I guess the stakes are a bit lower.
Because that's not humanity's survival, but yeah.
Yes.
It's also interesting that first statement kind of contradicts itself. Like, well, I guess it contradicts itself if you assume humanity's survival is moral.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Silly Armin. What an idiot.
Silly Armin. Last point.
Actually based. True scout.
The 57th expedition. The art is so good. There we go. That's it. That's the last miscellaneous point because the next one we already talked about. Great. All right. Next up. Unless you have any other miscellaneous points. Next up, volume bonuses.
No, that's it. And we've skipped over things we don't like / retcons.
Yep.
Mr. R, you can introduce volume bonuses because you're going first.
I can't remember which volume this was specifically from now. My volumes are all mixed up. But one of the volume bonuses is literally just Jean's mum catching him looking at porn. Like, that's something out there. I don't really have anything else to say.
The first one.
Okay, so it's not volume 5.
Is
it volume 6? Yeah, volume 6. Old lady knock first.
Well, Gene be jerking off.
John's room is a state. He's got a big knife in his room as well.
That's a stab in potential kidnappers in self-defense. Great.
John's horrific past will be revealed. Yeah, it's good.
I think that's the first fake preview, isn't it?
No, 5. Well, 5 has a thing of like Hange doing like the ET finger touch with Titan.
Yeah, with the Titan. Yeah, I remember that now.
They're meeting the transcended race and they're parting. The fake preview is like Hange being saved from being hit by a car by a Titan. A love that overcame taboo brings a miracle into the world.
Crazy.
I do want to add something else, actually, volumes. I didn't know where to add it. I've just sort of realized it. When I was looking at things like volume printing, I had a look on the back, and I realized, and the crossing out of names. Now, obviously, this is like generally known, but volume 5, the difference between volume 5 and 4, on volume 4, it shows the silhouettes of all 10 of the top 10. Volume 5, Marco's not there anymore. The back of the volume has like that saluting.
Volume 5, but yeah.
Interestingly, at the end of 8, Annie is still there on the back of volume 8, but I wonder if she'll be there on the back of volume 9.
Oh, you're talking about the back cover?
The back cover, so it's not like the volume extra, it's literally the back covers of the books.
Yeah. I was thinking you were talking about the things at the beginning, but no.
No, sorry. Yeah, it's just because I didn't have anywhere else to put it outside of volume. And I literally just thought of it when I was sort of looking over stuff that we didn't really bring it up. This is where we first see, we don't see the top, we don't see all 10 of them on the back of volume 5. We only see 9 of them.
Makes sense why you said silhouettes now. I get it. You're a genius.
And because I do think that that's a motif that sticks with it. That as a thing. Oh wait, no, I was going to look at volume 34, but that's a special double-sided cover, so that won't count. So.
I think it's on the ones that I have, which are 12, 13, and 14, because I know what you're talking about, and those are the only ones. Well, I guess I've seen some other ones in physically too. So, but yeah. I guess I apologize to everybody in advance because I have to read about 7 paragraphs of text here because I pasted all of the ones I wanted to talk about. My first one is an easy one, though. The Mikasa fighter shot was originally a rejected cover, which is probably where the OVA got the idea from, to have abs Mikasa. The cowards should have used it. Use this as the cover, it's so cool. I think this was probably Mr. R, but it got...
No, I think that was me. I absolutely agree with that.
Oh.
What a cover. It's just better.
Somebody's color got...
Yeah, there were some other rejected covers that I thought were really cool. Again, all of Mikasa.
Well, this one, like, most of them try to be kind of canonical, right? But Mikasa in fighting gloves. Isam is a big UFC mark. I think everybody knows.
I mean, the OVA did use that. That was in the same OVA episode where Jean's mother was in it, because it's the one where they have the cooking thing, and Jean makes Jean gets like an omelet from his mum, and he feels really bad, and it's like you get to see, sort of chubby child Jean eating omelets. It's very cute.
Yeah, reeks of C tier, if you ask me.
Actually, it reeks of anime good, actually.
I didn't hear that. The next part is all about yeast. Everybody's excited. This is one of the thingies I copied and pasted from the currently publicly available information thing. Number 11, yeast. And I thought this was interesting. I don't remember why, but we're both going to find out. And when I mean both, I mean me and everybody else as I reread this right now. A unique type of yeast is produced behind wall Cena. At a glance, it looks like a lump of fermented soybeans the size of a human head. It's a well-known fact that that storing the yeast in sheds or tents that also contain fodder, wheat, soybeans, or dry cured meat slows down the decomposition process immensely. It's a given that the yeast preserves food by transforming it, although there is as yet no scientific theory to explain it. The placement of yeast storage plants in every The placement of yeast storage plants in every area so that supplies can be stockpiled is part of the human race's strategy to take back Walmaria. With thanks. Oh, and after all of these, he always thanks a bunch of people who I assume are scientists who helped him with the ideas.
No, those two
But
aren't.
crazy yeast and stuff.
I have my last point
they?
here, so I'll go to the bottom. Tell me if they match with what's up there. But Kiyomune Miwa is the literature consultant for the anime and scripting for Boruto and other stuff, like a bunch of other stuff, which was interesting.
Oh, okay.
And Ukyo Kodachi is the Boruto manga author. So I don't know why they're
Maybe he was just spitballing with them. Or this is like a completely separate thing, and it's just like a thanks, like how people usually do at the beginning of books.
I wonder if this publicly available information was actually come up with for the anime first as like the inter-scene cuts, and then they put it into the manga afterwards.
Well, there is in like volume 1.
Oh,
so unless we're talking about reprints of the volumes.
No, you're right. You're right. Because when did the Attack on Titan anime start? How much of the manga was
2013.
out at that point?
It's 4 years later, so you would assume like 40 chapters or so.
Okay, fair enough.
It started in September, right? Because it's the 9th month, but then it would still be like 34 or something. Anyway, the yeast thingy, crazy. Anybody got anything to say about this? They got supernatural yeast that helps preserve food or something.
What a strange addition. I like it.
There's interesting details in the Attack on Titan games where they like name all the materials. Like you have to collect materials to like craft weapons and stuff, and like it's like fleshed out Attack on Titan stuff, and it all makes sense. It was really interesting, and because you have like different materials, and it was stuff like this, or it was like. I think there's a lot more exposition about what the crystal stuff is or whatever, and that powers the 3D maneuvering gear or something. I'm pretty sure that was the first like thing, Attack on Titan related thing that I saw mention that though. I can't remember when the game came out and when the Zeke chapter with Kiyomi comes out, or if that is in a publicly available information thing earlier. But yeah, weird stuff like the yeast stuff. It seems like something Isama's fleshed out in like a binder somewhere or something.
Yeah.
My next one says, not cool, bro, and in brackets it has chapter 26. It's a translation note. In the original, this book was titled Ari?
Is that Japanese? It says
say the Japanese
Okyonbyo. But I don't know if it's Japanese. I mean, I guess it would be.
The other book was
Unonka.
The other book was
Unonka.
Go read the English titles again, then plug in the real titles to get an English to Japanese dictionary. You don't get any more help. They're fucking with you in the translation notes. First of all, I don't think these books have fucking titles, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And what do these two words mean, Ari? Put them in Google right now.
Absolutely no idea. Let me do that while
Okyonbeo. Pump that into Google. What comes up?
There's someone on Reddit talking about chapter 26 of the manga translation notes. They say,
click on that and read out what he says.
It's a reference to the false previews, aka, and then they link a thing on Tumblr talking about the Jean porn thing. The books are on the floor, and Jean is holding one. In the English version, the book on the floor read backwards is studies, and the book John is holding read backwards is sexy. Similarly, the pun in Japanese is the same, but what does this have to do with? Oh, okay, but you don't literally spell it backwards. Okyobeo becomes...
Oh, they meant literal book in the thingy, not the book is in the volume.
Yeah, in the actual frame.
Genius stuff. And they didn't want to say sexy here, so they're being funny.
Yes.
Interesting.
So they say the word, it's
Crazy
this word backwards
stuff.
in Japanese. So study is one of
We
them, and
figured it out.
sensuality is the other one. Beautiful.
Oh, that's my favorite thing. We're going to talk about that in the next scripted video. Sensuality.
Yep.
Incredible. Chapter 27 gives some interesting insight, talking about funding for the Titan barrel capture things. Even says that because of this expensive, if results aren't shown from the mission, then the Survey Corps might not be able to continue existing, which it is under threat. They initially lose a female Titan. So basically, they say that they had to get like some outside funding that wasn't from the government, from like private enterprise, to fund the development of these Titan capture barrel things. And if the mission isn't successful and things aren't shown, then the entire Survey Corps, because of how expensive it was to develop these things, because they have a lot of them, could be on the verge of collapse because there would be no budgeting for it, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't think Attack on Titan would ever flesh out its economy in this regard, but like we've been saying the whole time, there's so many more better little details in the manga. Crazy stuff. I don't know how funding works on a large scale. I don't know if this is accurate to real life.
Well, I mean, tries to flesh out its economy. I think that's a bit of a problem. There's there's a point you're going to get to in the next bit, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh.
Oh, is it? I don't know. I don't even know what's reading here, but yeah, that was interesting. Hold on. Drinking. And then the next one I have says everything here is interesting, and it's currently publicly available information 14. The Military Police Brigade. This might be where they say the garrison thing that we were referencing earlier, though maybe not. Only the top 10 individuals with the highest marks in their year's training corps may apply to the Military Police Brigade. Additionally, soldiers join the brigade in other ways, such as a transfer from the garrison after gaining experience there. God help it, Kyle, he does it again. The Military Police Brigade is about 2,000 soldiers strong, but reportedly... Oh, I just typed something and did something wrong, and it took me up there. What was I up to? The Military Police Brigade is about 2,000 soldiers strong. It reportedly has an actual fighting strength of about 5,000 soldiers, including the garrison, which is under its command. Who knew that?
Crazy.
The brigade acts as though it is above the garrison, and behind the scenes it has power to influence every section of the administration in the interior. As it does not come into contact with Titans on the front lines, it also suffers no human losses. What if those kidnappers were to stab one of them, huh? Then there'd be human losses. About two... Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it's also worth noting in terms of those numbers, that they say that only the top 10, we need to also remember that there were, 8 training regiments, and then that which was reduced down to 4 after the wall was breached. So there was actually between 40 and 80 who could join each year, not just 10, which means that it would have taken them 25 to 50 years to reach that number of active soldiers.
Of 2,000, or?
Of 2,000, assuming no one retired or died, and assuming...
Well, also it says their years, which assumes that like every year, because obviously it takes 3 years, so there would be students above them.
Yeah, no, but that's what I mean. There's between 40 and 80 top 10s per year. And if all 40 of them joined every year, it would have taken 50 years to get 2,000. And if all 80 of them joined, it would have taken 25 years to get to 2,000. Either way, it would have been between 25 and 50 years before the MPs were fully stocked up, assuming they just took transfers and assuming everyone transferred joined every year.
Yeah, a big thing, I think, generally is sort of a mystery of how did the walls, like, initially function? Like, were there already military police people? Like, literally the second after they wipe all the memories.
Maybe they force people's memories to be like, oh, I'm a MP person. And then they go and
military police dude, and there's 2,000 of me. Yeah. But also, I'm just curious, where are you getting, like, the 4 and 8 number from? Of, like, that's how many because of the districts?
Because before the wall falls, because Marlowe and Hitch are from the same year as Eren, but they weren't in the same training group because they couldn't have been in the top 10. And I can't remember where it was, there was an external detail that prior to the wall falling, there were 8 training districts. So there were 8 graduate classes per year. And of those 8 graduate classes, the top 10 from each graduate class could join the MPs. So there were 80 potential MP recruits per year. And then after the wall fell, four of those training areas were in Titan territory now. So they had to reduce. So they had to compress it down to four camps now. So only 40 could join at that point.
Okay.
The top
I don't
10
remember
from
where
each of
this
them.
is from, so it must not have been last time. It might be from something else, right?
I feel like it had to be inferred because Marlowe and Hitch were from the same year, and
okay.
They were in the top 10.
Have you heard anything about this?
No, I didn't pick it up, but I don't doubt it.
Yeah. Where was I up to on reading this thing? Or did you have more to say, Mr. Arm?
No, that was about it. It was just an interesting thought of how long it would have taken them to build up to those numbers, assuming no one retired or died.
Yeah. All right, I'll read the rest of it then. About 200 MPs are deployed in each walled city. Their main duties are to preside over the training corps, supervise the garrison, and command and control the fire departments. They also arrest and detain political criminals and major offenders. The military police brigade is often first priority during investigations that involve nobility or the royal family. Due to its character, the brigade often comes into conflict with the Survey Corps, whose roots are democratic in nature. And then another thank you. Fire department, crazy. Never thought about that before, but the military police does that. And then I guess they just have doctors for the hospitals, and that's how they get all their 000s. Hey, what's the name? What's the number you call for emergency services in crazy Scotland?
We call 999.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
000, baby. That one's really cool. Oh, this is the dumbest Fire and Blood thing happened today, where it was like Maegor the Cruel reigned for 6 years, 66 days, and I was like, Lamau 666 because he's Maegor the Cruel. That popped into my brain. I had to say that to somebody today. Numbers are weird, but 000. Imagine if it was 666, Lamau. That would be crazy.
Yep.
Here's something. I've just found the thing. The wiki links to Bisatsu magazine. So I don't know if this was an extra in the magazine or if it's from the chapter from February 2014. I don't know, but it says, it's stated that the main cast belonged to the Southern Branch. There are 4 divisions of the 104th operating within Walrose, 1 for each major district. Prior to the loss of Wall Maria, there were a total of 8 divisions operated by the military. So yeah,
I wonder if
they're all from the 104th. And yeah, Hitch, Boris, and Marlowe were from the 104th, but from a different division.
Shout out to Boris.
Boris, yeah.
The Englands, I hear. It'll be funny if like the next chapter we read at the end, it has like the publicly available information. It's all that stuff. That'd be funny because for 2014, for early 2014, it probably would be in the next arc if it is included in a volume extra.
Yeah, it's the fact that it doesn't specify a chapter, it just says Bisatsu magazine, but other references specify chapters, which suggests that it was an extra just thrown in there to maybe explain it.
No. Well, my time in the volume bonuses is over, and that's my last point for the entire thing. Ari's got 2 more, and then...
No, I've only got 1 more.
We're finished!
This is the final point.
One of them's redundant, are they?
Yeah, we already talked about one of them. The final point in this entire video and bonus volume bonuses is that in chapter 1 volume bonus, they talk about how a single Survey Corps horse is, chapter 21, a single Survey Corps horse is worth an average person's life income, which is just insane. It makes no sense whatsoever, but yeah, it's great.
It's because they're superhuman horses.
Well, I think most horses are superhuman, to be fair.
I think it says more about how poor people are living.
What I mean.
Yeah. I mean, that could be a statement about, the poverty in the walls, but also it's just like, I get it, the Survey Corps horses are valuable because horses also aren't at risk, generally, because Titans don't go for them. So...
Till Zeke throws them.
Oh, Zeke's around. Hey, fuck you, I was making Zeke.
Look at that.
You guys can't even win a time difference for who gets the joke.
Say great minds think alike.
Yeah, except when it comes to flowers near boulders,
right?
It? Yeah.
Hold on, who's Eleanor's grandmother again?
Oh, okay. Let's keep going. All right, so I guess that's it. All right, we did it.
Well, that's it, you idiot.
We made it.
That's all of our notes. Anybody got anything lasting to say before we end our second part here? Do we talk about what we're looking forward to potentially next time? What do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do before we end this?
It's been so long, I can't remember what we do before the end of this. I am very much looking forward to the next arc. I'm really glad it's going to be me. I'm really glad it's going to be me organizing, running the next one because yes, the hosting it. Hosting it's the better one because the next arc
Ari has to do the outro.
is potentially up there among my favorites.
It's exciting.
I really like the next arc.
It's not the first arc, but it's probably pretty good.
I think when I was watching the anime, I think season 2 was my favorite until we got to season 4. So I think this content is some of my favorites. But
yeah,
right now,
I think I'm in a similar boat.
God damn.
It feels like it should be shorter, but I don't think it is.
Sorry?
Like it's probably.
Well,
I feel like it should be shorter.
Well, it's the same. It's about 4 volumes. It's because season one's a weird one to think about because season 1's 26 episodes covering like 3 arcs, 25. While season 2 is 12 episodes covering 1 arc.
Yeah. And even in season 2, there's some filler, so it really should be like 11, maybe.
Well, there wasn't filler. They just moved an entire chapter to like.
Well, there's that whole flashback that's like 10 minutes. It's all filler, right? When they remember Hange's moments when after Eren's been kidnapped and it's Hange, Mikasa, and Armin all on the wall. Episode. That's just one image in the manga. Oh, I thought it was so boring when it first came out. I was like, man, this animation sucks.
Oh, so there's that, and then there's also Ymir's backstory, which was the entire chapter from. And
earlier in the last recording session, we speculated about whether or not the Marco thing is teased or not teased in the next arc. I can't remember which side I was on, but I'm sure I was correct, and it'll be proved when we speak again. But again, just like the bird, I don't remember which side I was on.
As the host, I will be possibly structuring the episodes a bit different. Mainly in that a recording session will be an episode rather than trying to stitch together multiple recording sessions and pretend it was always a cohesive sequence.
Oh, as in how you upload them. I was like, you think we're going to do this in 3 hours? Good luck. But
no. I more mean that if we do a 3-hour session, that'll be a 3-hour video. Like none of this trying to make like 3 4-hour videos. If we have like 3 hours and a 2-hour or something, that's just how it goes.
I have a genius idea
for me to follow.
Yeah, we'll talk about it afterwards. I have a genius idea for this video. But
okay,
that's it. We did it. Yep. Thanks for listening. No, don't worry. You will see all these other 2 people. The next part will be on the Reicha7 Anime channel. So check that out. I'm sure there'll be a link in the description, and there'll be a playlist as well for all these videos in here. In this little reread, the Great Attack on Titan reread. And that's it. Thanks for listening.
The Great.